Eu sou carioca, nasci no Rio de Janeiro, estudava e jogava futebol. A minha grande paixão sempre foi o futebol.
I lost to my body.
Ronaldo always being involved with competition, and I believe that the esports market provides everything that the football at some point provided. So this parallel is really important.
Eu acho que existe muitas similaridades entre o esporte e o futebol.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sings, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's like, as the world comes tears in our hands. Are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's like.
Today's matchup. BBQ Olivers. MVP. KT Rolster. ROX Tigers. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer. I am Atlas. This is Papa Smithy, and boy, do we have some video games for you today.
BBQ Olivers versus MVP. Not a banner matchup, but it's kind of like...
if you flip the standings, this is the top of the table matchup.
And I was about to say, it is a reverse telecom war in many ways. Is it 7-1? No. Riot and their infinite wisdom did not give us the 7-1. They gave us the 1-7 Atlas, and we're going to cast it just like a telecom
And this
war.
is also the end of the first round robin as well. Way to sign out the first round robin than with a BBQ versus MVP game. I knew that I was going to say it.
You know, I've gone the other way, actually. When I talk about ordering barbecue, I say BBQ. I mean, that's the safety first approach, since we're supposed to be saying BBQ on the broadcast.
Exactly.
Oh,
it's
it's awkward sometimes.
And I put the safety second because we were actually discussing BBQ earlier on. So, look, it was just on the brain. However, this matchup is still exciting because, you know, Temp's Corky, he managed to get a quadra kill against SKT with that pick, and it's now been buffed. 80% magic damage on an auto attack is pretty silly. So, you know, there's things that we could be excited about as far as BBQ making their way in.
And honestly, it's for a second match win, which doesn't sound like a massive thing, but given that, of course, the bottom two teams will be going into the second round robin with just a single match win, getting yourself away from 9th and 10th, the relegation spots, is going to be a big thing here. So BBQ and MVP famously still going to be at Rift Rivals in a week's time, Atlas, but they still have to play SK Telecom at the end of this week. That's not going to be anything other than an extension of their losing streak, you'd imagine. So you got to look at this game and say, MVP, it's now or never if you're going to pick up any game, let alone match wins, before Rift Rivals.
Yeah, and what they need to do is try and build some form of momentum. You can almost say that it's guaranteed that they don't take down SKT, even though it was one of their better matchups in the first round robin. But we'll see what MVP can do. But let's start on the side of BBQ Olivers. A team that was actually looking promising, especially during the middle of the spring split, but since then really has fallen off that wagon.
I mean, it opened strong. People were saying BBQ is better than you'd expect. And with a roster like this, I was like, okay, I need to see it in front of my eyes. And they were good at the start of the season. Crazy was their rock. Looked like one of our better top laners at the start of spring season. But the wheels really came off right at the end of the first round robin, and crucially in the second round robin. Finished 8th, didn't have to play relegations, but were looking like a relegation team. They're right in that relegation battle. They don't have the wins that helped them jump up the table at the start of spring season. And we're really looking for someone to step up. Tempt has been that man. He's had good games on Talia, especially, has been a big pick for him. But actually putting it together has been an impossibility so far in summer for BBQ.
Yeah, and MVP, the story does not get any better. The 14-loss streak is still well and truly alive. Looked like it'd almost break in their last series, but didn't quite happen against the ROX Tigers, who were able to bounce back. But this is a team that finished 4th in spring. They had so much going for them as far as their team cohesion. They weren't necessarily a star-studded roster, but they were able to make it work with clever picks, intelligent drafts, things like that, but it hasn't been working.
I mean, you looked forward to summer as someone who watched MVP in spring, and you were waiting for that next part, right? You were waiting for, okay, now they've cemented themselves. Who will be the star? Who will be top 3 in their role? It felt like this would be a solidifying season from MVP, who went from 6th place in their first season to 4th in their second. That's a similar trajectory to Samsung when they started to build things together in 2015 and 2016. But that sort of comparison has fallen away. Desperately, desperately poor in summer season. It's never too late to pick up a match victory in MVP. They're shouting out for one.
They most certainly are, and as you can see, I mean, these were the spring statistics for this team. Remember, this is the last match of the first round robin. Haven't seen them meet in summer just yet, but it just demonstrates MVP's surge at the end of the split.
And then the next slide, unfortunately, is their surge of losses. It's 0-14, ladies and gentlemen, since the first day, or the first day we had, the second day of the season when we cast Jinair versus MVP. Since then, nothing to write home about for MVP. There are players that have not won on a champion. Well, I mean, all of these players, but they've been playing champions on the first day, and from there, 0-5, 0-7. We've got, for example, someone like ADD, 2 wins on Sejuani in that first series. No wins on anything else. Just been catastrophic from MVP.
Yeah, it goes to Ian as well. I mean, the only victories he's picked up are on Karma. In fact, their only victories have been Sejuani Karma compositions. You can see, I mean, that peanut in the middle of the screen is small for both of these teams, so it could be looking up for MVP.
It's not really a happy time when you're 11th in roles, but we got the 11th place jungle KDA, the 11th place top lane KDA, even substitutes coming through and dominating. No one really to hold their head up high. Very small little triangles in the middle of this particular graph, and I guess one team has to go to 2-match wins. How much will that mean in the context of the season? We don't know. So we can look at statistics, and there is one place where MVP and BBQ do differ. You can see that Dragons per game for MVP, and Dragon as an objective in Summer has kind of been under the microscope with Rift Herald really surging in priority, but at least MVP has picked up some objectives along the way.
And at least they managed to pick up half a Baron per game as well. I mean, I don't know what half a Baron looks like.
Is it the good half or the bad half, Atlas?
Is that like you need to have one person completely absent from the Baron fight and then 2 of them die or something like that? Like, I don't quite understand. However, that is still not a great stat.
As they picked up 3 Barons in one game, I actually don't recall that to memory, but they probably lost it given their match history.
It might have been one of those games against SKT that looked like they were winning until they lost.
GPM also not going to be kind to these two teams. The only 2 teams below 1,700 GPM or gold per minute. That is, of course, gold claimed by all members per minute. And MVP and BBQ right down the bottom. Guys, it's the last game of the first round robin, but still important. One of these teams really does need to get into gear, and MVP especially. I feel like the whole of Korea is hoping that they will jump up because Rift Rivals, even if the air of competition is different to Worlds or MSI, they really want MVP to be able to represent their region well, and right now, you'd be tough-pressed to say that they will.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that this is actually a battle for the bottom 3 positions here. Escaping relegation is going to be very important if you include ever 8 winners with these 2 teams that we're about to see today. So everyone trying their very best to escape. So a win over anyone down the bottom here does help you avoid those relegation matches.
Only one substitute player available across 2 teams. MVP famously do not have a substitute. They have one allocated for Rift Rivals, but have not registered him for the second round robin. So will clearly not be playing any serious part. BBQ still have part available as a top lane substitute, but Crazy is one of their shot callers and the only player from the original ever roster that, of course, captured imagination by winning the 2015 Casper Cup a couple of years ago now and going over to IEM. Athena has left. Everyone else on the roster, Eris is now a coach. Loken is over in China. And Key is playing in our second series on ROX Tigers. So only Crazy remains from that particular team.
Yeah. And we are into Champion Select, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start off with the Syndra ban on the side of BBQ. Ian not going to get his hands on that ever, even though we did see her fall completely through a couple of drafts yesterday.
But not against Ian, right? Ian, of course, has been a noted Syndra player, and you look at the must bans, and that's what I always do in my research, of course, with only 2 game wins, not too many on the side of MVP, but Sejuani and Karma were actually in both of their victories, so grabbing a hold of one of those would be pretty happy times for MVP. The Karma flex pick on red side could be useful. Banning away Talia from Tempt is one of those core bans as well, and interesting stat I have for you here, Atlas, is that these 2 teams between them are 0-7 on Caitlyn. So while we see
I was actually going to mention
a red side Caitlyn ban, it is not as high priority, you would say, in this particular series.
Yep, might have even been MVP not wanting Maha to have any opportunity to play that, which does leave Elise open and gives Bless the opportunity to lock that one in straight away. They waste absolutely no time with that.
I want to call you on being facetious about that, but you're never really sure in series like this, unfortunately. But at least as a first pick is still big. Bless, when he was looking a lot better a year ago, was a good Elise player. Beyond has been playing the Rek'Sai, and Rek'Sai this week is finally, with the 7-12 buffs, picked up a little bit. Before we were like, don't get the Rek'Sai, very easy to step out of the ultimate. Now you have to flash. Now the reliability of the ultimate is there, and more power is being loaded onto a kit. In an early game focused team, Rek'Sai can play a good part.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that, you know, AD and Armor scale a little bit better as well. So Rek'Sai is feeling a little bit better as the game goes on at the same time. But that is going to be a big crocodile locked in for BBQ. And Crazy, he was actually a shining light. I mean, they haven't been winning very much recently, but they had tough opposition in Samsung followed by KT. But Crazy was holding his own towards the top side of the map some of the time.
And that's the thing, is in the bottom 4 teams, because you have to kind of group ROX Tigers in there, even if they're starting to separate them. Of the top laners, Crazy is probably one of the better ones. Feels like Crazy would be either first or second in that list, depending on how Linderong is going. He's a bit more streaky than Crazy. He's pretty consistent, even if not necessarily a world beater. We're going to see a Rumble locked in, and Rumble has been pretty highly deprioritized this week with the suite of Nurse. Some people call them tweaks. I call them Nurse for competitive play. But ADD, who's one of the better recent converts to Rumble, will be trying to give him a go in this particular series.
Yeah, so more damage, less wave clear. Is that the gist of it, Pop Smithy?
Pretty much, you know, pushing power is gone. Much weaker at level 1, especially because you can't manage your heat and actually have the ability to both push and all in. So in a lot of ways has lost out, even if the stacking slow was nice in the late game and you get a bit more shielding at level 1. If anything, he's better at being pushed in because he can, with the extra damage on Harpoon, last hit under turret better. But of course, previously he was overextended and pushing. And given that pushing is so strong in the stand lane meta, while he does some things better, I think overall as an identity, it's a nerf.
Yeah, sort of one of those champions that was part of the 3 winning lane strategy. Now not necessarily that winning lane towards the top side, and definitely not this game against a Renekton, whose ability to push has not been blemished whatsoever.
Yeah, I feel like Renekton almost fills the spot that Rumble kind of lost on the ban lists.
Yeah.
Has been making it through increasingly, but couple of bans in the last couple of days. But let's focus on what's happening in the second round.
Yeah, Varus is actually going to be banned away following the Thresh. Orianna against Ian makes sense. Control Mage is certainly his bag, but a bit of a bouquet of bans from MVP.
Ian also has to deal with Orianna gone. No wins on Orianna, but it's been his blind pick pretty frequently on the red side. It's probably going to be mid lane Karma, so while there is a little bit of ambiguity there, that is definitely the possibility from the side of BBQ. So MVP looking for support and also a mid laner. So just grab Braum at this particular point and probably be pretty happy, but they're looking like they might want to actually counter-pick support, showing a lot of respect to Ghost, who has been one of the carries for BBQ in their couple of wins.
Hovering the Ezreal at the moment. What I would love to see here, Papa Smithy, and correct me if I'm wrong, which I probably am, would be something like a... I just want Jhin Lucian locked in. I want Temp to throw away the Karma to Totoro on the bottom side of the map and pick up the Jhin Lucian.
I mean, maybe we're going to get frisky with some of our drafts here. First Tristana of the season in Korea. A couple of other regions have been playing this. Reckless has been playing it.
Oh, please God, now pick Blitzcrank Totoro. Do it. Do it. The Trist Blitz level 3 all-in Papa Smithy of old.
Trist Braum also does have...
still pretty good for the all-in opportunities.
Bit of a denial away on the Braum from MVP, and the Braum, one of the good answers to the Ash Arrow as well. So didn't want to go Tom Kent, want to have the potential for a strong level 1, and Braum and Elise get going. They can get their roaming shoes on. Very strong duo as well as, okay, Max takes no quarter. We'll just lock in Rakan for the engage on the side of MVP, and suddenly got plenty of engage, Atlas.
Yeah, and look, this is actually really interesting because this is Max's first Rakan game. The man that basically has every single champion in his champion pool. Rakan's certainly one of those playmakers that fits into Max's wheelhouse, and this is the first time we are going to see him on it against this unorthodox bottom lane that BBQ have put together.
And it does seem like with their losing streak, he's lost his penchant for the unorthodox. He was in that winning streak, very happy to throw these one-offs. You know, sometimes he would return, but largely it was lots of unique picks, a bit reminiscent of Sarsen many years ago with all his mid lane picks, and he's kind of consolidated his champion pool, but not been able to pull any victories. So got very much a bottom of the table clash. Interesting picks on both sides, and our first Tristana of the game. I'm just looking to see if either of these teams can put some good macro in, can play an ordered game, and give us hope for their future games, because this is one of the few times on the calendar they could have circled it and said, okay, this is the one time where we feel like we can win.
Yeah, well, I just feel really good about BBQ's draft. I feel like if BBQ... I just don't think that they had very many better options. We were talking about winning lanes and their importance at the moment, and we'll see whether BBQ are going to be able to find it up against MVP and whether the losing streak will continue. Let's do it.
Halted.
BBQ, pause.
I've heard that sound before.
What sound was that?
I get a really bad batch of chicken.
Oh no. Oh, no. I thought it was like when I sat down before, because my back's real sore today, Pop Smithy.
Have you been going hard at the gym?
Oh, yeah.
We're getting information here that
Yeah,
BBQ is having a couple of sound issues, so hopefully that can be fixed really early. Seems like Bless is the one who's struggling the most. So
ironically named Bless for that particular issue.
I mean, BBQ Bless and BBQ Tempt, obviously named before they had a chicken sponsor, are both pretty fantastic names.
No, absolutely fantastic.
So there you have it on our screens, the audio issue. And, I was taking a step back thinking about what you were saying. And when it comes to the pushing lanes, Atlas, you have the Renekton and also the Karma. So
and
theoretically,
the
Tristana, we'll see how that goes. It is still melee supports on both sides. Tristana has more pushing options than Ashe very early in the lane, so I can agree with that. I'm still evaluating Tristana, given that we get to see so little of it in Korea. Might actually be our first. It probably isn't our first of the year, but it would be maybe our second of the year. So it's first or second Tristana we've had in 2017.
It's a hard stat to really think about off the top of your head because it hasn't been one that we've had to for a very long time, Papa Smithy.
And Tristana famously kind of did the one thing, right? She pushed. That her kit was set up for. She doesn't have the same freezing options that other AD carries have, but we don't freeze anymore in the standard lane meta. So with those pushing lanes, having Elise, the premier jungler as a first pick, the Karma value coming up. We mentioned potentially MVP taking over the Karma.
Absolutely adorable skin choices here as well on the bottom side of the map.
A male court cheerleader and very loud cheer as well. Very nice.
Very enthusiastic.
That's what we're looking for when you're leading cheers.
Yeah, I'm sorry for talking over it. It was just all a little bit happening all of a sudden, and then there was a cute little witch on the bottom side of the map. So,
and that might actually, and it feels like this game might mirror that, Atlas, because we've seen MVP very much mismanage early game advantages, not really know what to do in the mid game. We've seen BBQ kind of have similar problems. So in games like this, it might just be everyone farms up, a team fight happens, there's 50-second death timers, and the game is over. That can happen here. Yeah. I'm hoping for more. I hope we can have high expectations for these teams, but you kind of have to look at the records and give it pause before hoping for too much.
MVP fans in the audience desperate for their team to pick up a win. I'm always very impressed by MVP fans. Each week, the losing streak was getting worse and worse, but they were still coming, still getting behind their teams, hoping desperately for another victory.
About double the MVP fans in the crowd than there is BBQ fans, and that's with, as you say, not even single game wins to get excited about. It's not even honorable loss. It's been a lot of one-sided matches here for the side of MVP. BBQ, I think, in general, have been pretty ordered. Like, they have different problems to MVP. BBQ fall behind and don't really know how to go from there, and Bless has had some identity problems from the jungle, but I wouldn't necessarily say their macro is poor or things like that. It's more just being outclassed in games. Yeah. Even when Tempt has, from time to time, gotten ahead in the mid lane, kind of the rest of the map around him. If Ghost and Tempt aren't fed, really feels like BBQ aren't going to be winning a match.
There are some good points for this season, especially when you mention Ghost. Ghost has been a shining light here for BBQ. Deserved MVPs that he's managed to pick up in the slim amount of victories they've managed to find. So now on this unique pick of the Tristana, especially for Summer. And the skin is just adorable. I didn't know that the explosions were that cute. Oh, amazing.
Haven't been playing Tristana in your spare time, I see.
Yeah, not so much. Haven't been brushing up on my Tristana.
Add it to the list.
Yeah, got to. Certainly have to.
Some people have YouTube playlists. A lot of people, casters especially, we definitely sit back and see the awesome super players. Like, oh, I could play that. And the answer is often that you can't.
Yeah, exactly.
But you can lock it in, Atlas.
Yeah.
So we can attempt to play it.
One of my favorite times in solo queue, well, it was actually a duo queue, was when our mutual friend Pastry Time managed to feed me a pentakill on Tristana. That was a good day, actually. We got double pentas that day. Good times. Anyway, that's enough story time from Atlas about his terrible experiences.
I mean, we could have plenty of story time today, depending on how this series goes. We could also maybe hear your version of the nature documentary voice in our second series, if KT can actually look strong. Beyond finds Glass. Yeah, was level 4 to start.
Tempt is going to make it here first, theoretically, but good tunnel gets him out of the way of the Mantra Q, but Tempt, he wants the kill, and it's going to be BBQ to get first blood. Immediately answered there by Ian, but he's going to be able to flash himself away. Keeps himself alive. Jungle is traded, but first blood going over to BBQ.
And it was a cleanse flash from Ian, but he went in for the double buffs, rotated second because he wasn't in position to. Make sense, given that BBQ are on their side of the jungle, but he cleanse flashes out with double buffs, so that's actually pretty big advantage here for Ian. He will have no summoners. A repeat gank from Bless might take him down, but double buffs on a mid laner is not something you see too often in the LCK, so we'll see if that can get him over the struggles of early laning phase and get him closer to the first Hex Core upgrade and relative safety in the lane against Karma.
Well, relative safety is going to be a difficult term to understand, really, as Bless has turned back up. He's going to clear out this vision, but you can see Ian has to play so carefully now without both of his summoners. It's odd that now that he has the double buffs, he actually needs to be more careful because there's even more of a target on his back than just the missing sums.
And when the control ward came down and was taken out, he would have noticed the boots of mobility on Elise and maybe even has to inch even that further back, Atlas. So
yeah.
It's going to be, as you say, a bit of a struggle. Beyond's here. Will at least help deal with the vision war as Bless is really fast.
And yesterday, PupSmithy, we were still seeing quite a few of those Doran shields. Now, of course, not being able to afford the extra potion means that people's choices have been changing, and most certainly is the case in this game, as Maha and Ghost both going for that Doran's Blade once again.
I mean, the evolution was, you know, when we started, it felt like, okay, Caitlyn will get Doran's Shield, sorry, get Doran's Blade, and everyone else get Doran's Shield when the power was highest. And it just felt like even Caitlyn's were getting Doran's Shield because of the access to the second potion. Now it's more respective of the laning matchup you're in. If the Zyras and the Lulus come back, maybe you will consider Doran's Shield just for consistent regen.
Yeah.
The ability to shrug off Poker's bot lane.
Oh, there's the rocket jump. He's going to get Ghost in amongst it.
Very nice.
Yeah, grand entrance flash from Max. Sorry, not even using the flash, just battle dances his way to Maha. It is still the Ashes flash used, so good gank from Bless, but no joy to be had in the kill department.
Yeah, double summoners, but Max did disengage about as well as can expected when it was respecting something like Braum and also Bless being in the area. So I'm hoping that Doran's Shield against poke supports will still be a thing, but when it's Braum and Rakan, both of them all in and largely melee supports or short-range supports, you know, much more about engage, you will actually have time to just last hit back or auto-attack back your life, and you don't need health regen as heavily when the harass is much lower in these lanes.
Lady D changing up the build path here just a little bit with first item Sorcerer's Shoes.
That's risky.
It is very odd considering the power of Ninja Tabi at the moment, especially into Crazy.
Also,
who has an ability to make him double auto-attack.
And if you think about it, Sorcerer's Shoes probably be third because Merc Treads against Braum, Renekton, Elise is pretty cool too. So
yeah.
He's taking some liberties with the build. Could just mean that Rek'Sai is going to pull up a tent in the top lane and then try and get some snowball kills on the Renekton, but especially with the longer cooldown on Q, it's an optimistic choice from ADD.
Yeah, I like it, but it's always good to, you know, mix things up. I like the change, even if the logic isn't necessarily there to back him up.
And logic perhaps need not apply to both these teams at times this season, so...
That's a very good point. We look down the list, though. Things are looking relatively standard. Tempt wanting to pick up that Athene's Unholy Grail, which is why Karma was in fact nerfed. Still remains massively high priority. Scaling on mana regen is an interesting thing to add to the game, PupSmithy, but I like it. I've liked a lot of things so far in this early game.
Very likable today.
It's just a likable series.
And the nerf to the AoE shield's pretty significant, given that you could build pretty squishy with a Karma, and then if you saw a Death Cap thrown in there, then everyone was able to fight through with quite large shielding. Now it's down to 30% of the large shield, or the single target shield, from 50%, and also 20 base shielding taken off the regular shield. So in general, less shields abound. But like you say, itemization's only stronger. Athene's, Ardent Sensor, all these items are very strong on Karma. So felt like if you buffed those items and left Karma in the same spot, she'd be even more ever-present in the mid lane. And Korea definitely needs no invitation to play a lot of Karma.
Nope.
Turns out if a champion can push the lane reliably, very hard to gank due to shielding and movement speed, and you can take teleport in the mid lane, pretty big pick.
Yeah, and if it has a shield as well, PupSmithy, shielding champion's pretty popular here as well.
I mean, if you can push a lane, you're popular here. We even have a damn Mordekaiser locked in to try to outpush.
So sad I wasn't on the desk for that one, PupSmithy.
You and I both, Atlas. But again, pushing lanes, and the thing about Karma is you lock her in first pick, you're probably pushing lane. You're probably not going to die in lane because you're so damn safe as a Karma, and if things go super bad, you put her in support and you feel pretty good about that as well. So on command, pushing safe lane is about the wet dream of a Korean drafting coach.
Yep. Glad you mentioned the draft. Draft flexibility, of course, so important. As
Going
there's
all in
another rocket
again.
jump. Yeah, they're looking for the ultimate. Ghost does have it, but Max is going to be able to dance around with the quickness. Doesn't stop Maha from falling down. Max is going to flash himself to relative safety. Knock up from beyond to disengage, but the damage has been done. Ghost grabs the assist, but that's 2 kills now for Bless.
And with Ghost willing to be so aggressive, it feels like even lane ganks for the Tristana work, because Tristana Braum, you were trying to speculate about which support to take. Tristana Braum can just go all in, down the lane, jump in, couple of stacks of the concussive blow, you just hit the Q, and from there everything is good. So they do pick up the kills in the bot lane, getting Ghost ahead, and has the BS sword, will no doubt go Static Shiv, Infinity Edge, pretty standard build, played the Ruin King on a much lower ebb, and you're against no real tanks on the side of MVP, so no real impetus to pick up that early lifesteal from the Bilgewater Cutlass.
Yeah. And, look, I feel like what Tristana fits into now is largely that sort of poor man's Caitlyn choice. Because what you want to do is you want to be rotating her around the map, utilize her incredible turret damage to siege down these turrets. And I love how BBQ's doing it as well. They throw Bless into the bottom lane, they try and go for these all-in plays, and then give the Tristana time with the turret. It's not just about having ridiculous range incredibly early to sit there and shoot it no matter who's there, but, you know, kill someone, then take the turret.
You say poor man's Caitlyn, I say bad man's Caitlyn, because you don't get to play Caitlyn anymore.
That's what I mean, you know?
I know. I'm just having fun. But I see what you're saying, and it has very much been a turret-focused meta. Especially last week when no one was interested in any Infinity Edges. They were building Static Shiv and Rapid Fire Cannon before finishing the BF Sword. It was very much a premium of pushing, also a lot of lane swapping, but the lane swaps have been a bit more quiet this week, Atlas.
Yeah.
We're moving away from the 8 to 13-minute lane swaps. Rift Herald has been deprioritized a little bit, which really does strike me as a kind of a scrim results-based phenomena, given that everyone was falling over for the objective, and now they're like, maybe if we can get it safe.
Well, we haven't necessarily seen the best usage of it for anyone, to be honest, as Ian is in so much trouble. He's going to slice and dice his way over his crazy. Ian, oh, the explosive shot should be able to do it here from Ghost. Doesn't have the shield. And they're going to transition this straight in to a mid lane outer turret. Beyond's getting dived on. The ultimate not quite quick enough as Bless jumps down on top of the Rek'Sai, but this should be able to lock in the turret. No, it won't, as Max is actually going to be able to get the grand entrance. Equalizer, ADD forcing everyone to walk over the top. And Tempt is going to be traded, so it's a 1-for-1. And BBQ going a little bit overexcited without a minion wave could have been a problem.
And they don't have any resources used. They only used one flash onto Crazy. MVP had to use more to make things happen. But I like what BBQ are doing. You notice on the red side jungle, control ward down, multiple wards down. They have good vision to make these aggressive plays. And although this time it doesn't pay off with the mid lane turret, it still feels like they're playing with information better. Look how much control they have of the enemy side when they make this play. They have very good idea of where people are on the map. And Beyond comes in, he gets pincered, as you say. Ian doesn't have the Q. The shield might have saved him. It was only 2 shots on the bomb, but regardless, couldn't get there. They rotate first. Good moves from BBQ, but the Ash Arrow onto Tempt did mean that it was a trade of kills in the air.
Yep, no way for Tempt to get out. Good grand entrance there from Max as well, just to make sure that they lock in that kill. Max has actually been relatively impressive on the Rakan. We know that he is a man that is pretty good at picking up a champion and just looking like he's been playing it forever, even if it might be his first time to play the champion competitively.
That's what we said. Of the 2017 converts to Rumble, ADD looks pretty good on it. In spring, you have Beyond, who debuted the Tiamat Rush Rek'Sai build on the international stage.
Hey, yeah, true.
Obviously, a lot of teams crib for him, and now has the Rek'Sai available as another option. So there is some comfort here for MVP, but right now, lacking imagination. Tempt is always roaming first, and that's going to be first brick.
Yep, the Inspire helping him move much quicker as well, as Ghost is going to utilize his incredible sieging potential and also his wave clear, as we saw right there. So the Tristana working out very, very well. Means 1,000 gold lead here for BBQ.
Happy Drake spawn either as well. The Mountain would be even greater for BBQ, but right now want to start working towards that Static Shiv first. Toto is caught.
Yep, that is going to be an arrow whizzing by uneffectually.
Uneffectually?
Yeah, I'm going to go with new words today.
Oh yeah, innovation.
Just trying things out. Multiple stuns are overlapped. That's going to be a Glacial Fissure. Beyond looking to try and get out, but that repel from Bless should be able to do it. Winter's Bite's there. Finally, they're able to pick up that kill as Bless is in trouble. The last tick of that, well, it wasn't the last one, but about the third tick of the Chaos Storm is going to be able to take down the Itsy Bitsy Spider. And they're trading 1-for-1 all the time. Here are these two teams. And beyond, it seems to be the same roles.
Bless awkwardly transitioned to human form as he needed to get out and didn't have the extra movement speed of the Spider. Couldn't turn back into it because he had just turned to human form. So took the extra tick and died. Would have been able to have the movement speed to get away. Awkward times for Bless.
However, still successfully able to take down Beyond. We'll see who's going to be able to actually get the control here. 4CS in the lead is Ian as these minion waves reset. Tempt without his flash, and Ian will have his back relatively soon. Perfect tech score is the option here for Ian as first item.
Very standard as a first item. Looks like Banshee Veil will be coming up soon as well. And Ghost, as you can see, doesn't have a CS advantage over Maha of any real significance, despite the fact that he's been able to get kills, and that's because he's just pushing. Yep. Atlas is happy to push and take turrets, so hasn't been looking to deny CS away from Maha.
Well, the lane swap that you were talking about receding a little bit has most certainly been reattained. But that's making sure that the bottom tower does fall down. Understandable in a Tristana composition to try and go for this, which is why we see him building flat damage plus attack speed. They're not going to be rushing anything like the Blade of the Ruin King, which is much better at killing champions. He wants to kill structures. He barely cares that there are other champions on this map right now, does Ghost?
And I mentioned it earlier, not too many true tanks on the side of MVP, so no big need for the Blade of the Ruin King this time. As you say, a turret focus build. As MVP have actually gotten control over an area, and that is over the Rift Herald, so they're going to most likely be able to pick this one up. No one from BBQ can poke their head out. Good move from MVP.
Yeah, just not even bothering to look for it at BBQ, so should be able to net them at least a turret. This mid lane, an option. It doesn't have a whole lot of health, just one headbutt from Harold. Should be able to take that one down.
And you do see where it does feel a bit like two teams with one match win, where if you consider what BBQ were doing at the time, even though they have the advantage, even though they've been winning skirmishes, at the time they were securing blue buff and playing around Gromp on the top side of the map, not trying to take Mountain Drake as a trade of objectives. So they basically got nothing for MVP investing their time around Rift Herald for as long as they did, and that's because they had no control on the top side and no one was playing bot side. So usually, you know, we do see those trade of objectives, but this time just a freebie for MVP.
Yeah, this Mountain Drake now going to get pinged out. As Rift Scuttler was taken by BBQ, thankfully, when Bless was over stealing the blue buff away. So no blue buff joy for Ian. Mountain Drake not going to necessarily be an option that MVP can take without BBQ's knowledge. Beyond moves himself over.
Yeah, spotted out in the ward, but duo lane's top side. Rakan and Ashe had kind of predicted there'd be a rotation, but none to be. So they're going to get some top lane turret damage at minimum. Not going to kill it, though.
Yeah, but the bottom lane is able to stay here because they don't need to invest too much. Bless is going to make his way over, but Gravity Field zones him away. And Dominus already popped here. The equalizer goes down, but ADD not able to stave off the Crocodile. Arrow soars past and makes sure that the Crocodiles stop for a little while, but otherwise not too many kills going to be gained. That stun would have lasted a long time. That's about as maximum range as he can get with an Ashe Arrow. Nicely aimed by Maha.
And Gravity Field was perfect too. You know, 600 HP on the Drake. They put down the Gravity Field, zone away Bless from coming for a contest, and would just have died if he had pursued any harder. So good stuff from MVP. Really kind of under the nose of a strong BBQ start, taking away both the Rift Herald and a Drake now.
BBQ just don't look like they care too much about these early objectives going down, though. Seems like they're happy to try and scale this one up as quickly as possible. Eggs in the Ghost basket. Does have a lot of support from Tempt, who will be able to build that Ardent Sensor for him.
If you think about it, Crazy was the one that got them the vision around the red side. They profited off when they made the rotation mid lane earlier, and now with the duo lane top, surprisingly Totoro, with all the pushing from Ghost, hasn't been able to leave lane and get that same sort of vision around the red side jungle of MVP. They haven't been able to have vision around Rift Herald, that's why it was a freebie. They haven't been able to push vision to make aggressive rotations. So for now, the vision is kind of letting down BBQ, and as a result, they're just choosing to play safe because they don't have vision, but the bigger issue is no one is actually stepping forward to put them vision to play around, and thus the game kind of stagnates, and MVP gets more golden objectives than they really should given the relative power of the two teams.
Yeah, and able to get themselves some more items as well as the Andrew's Torment done by ADD, building towards his Zhonya's Hourglass next. I thought the Sorcerer's Shoes rush might mean a change in items, but no, certainly not. Lanes just needs to get extra magic penetration. The burning face is not enough, Bob Smithy. You need all of the options. He's still behind Crazy, but Crazy's had a little bit more time to himself.
Ian feels free enough to pivot away from something like the Banshee for now and just move towards a matching Ludens. Like both mid laners will be going for a bit of a mid-game item spike.
Yeah, both of the AD carries going for the same items here as well, as Beyond doesn't find anyone underground there, but he's going to throw this Rift Herald through, and MVP have everyone in the mid lane to try and back this one up.
It's just a trade of turrets, so while you'd prefer a mid lane turret, worth knowing that Ghost is getting something. Do they really need this many people mid lane is the question, but if they can get a lot of damage on the second turret, that'd be big for MVP.
Yeah, half health now on that one, so nicely done. It's one of the better Rift Heralds that we've seen thus far, as 10th misses a Q. Important because it does a lot of damage here at this stage, and they're going to get two turrets. Massive engage, good equalizer there as well, as they are able to lock that one down, and we're going to get a third charge by this Rift Herald. Two turrets are traded for two as Ghost is up towards the top side, and the bottom lane is pushing in for BBQ, so no third turret, but still, Rift Herald working out for MVP.
All in all, MVP trade in turrets, which isn't ideal given that Ghost was getting solo gold in the top side, but the bigger question will be, mid lane turret, the reason why it has that high premium is that so much is run through mid lanes that you push minions up and you get a lot of information about where the enemy is and their setups that you only get one side of information by taking top lane turrets. So it feels like the reliable information will be there for MVP, but BBQ can also play around the Baron, push up vision, and get significant advantages around Baron, but that's harder to do than what MVP gets from getting the mid lane turrets. So on balance, better for MVP, but if BBQ can put down that vision, maybe they can still get an advantage out of what was overall the 2-for-2 turret tree.
The difficult thing there, Papa Smithy, is that some of the positives that we've been saying about BBQ have not been vision control. They gave away two of the early objectives by not having that vision available. And yes, Ghost now has the optimal 2-item spike here for the Tristana. He's going to be moving towards his next attack speed item, most likely, after this Infinity Edge. See whether he goes to the rapid fire cannon as well. Draw a bead, giving him all of that range, and then being able to add a rapid fire cannon on it. He might be a screen away and you get shot by him. That wouldn't be great.
And almost certainly going to be the build because rapid fire cannon scales on that draw bead. So
yeah, true.
The larger your attack range, the more bonus you get from the rapid fire cannon because it's percentage. So almost certainly will be the build. Double Zeal item into Infinity Edge is the zero-sum big attack damage item build for 80 carries. But draw your attention also to Crazy's build as he's going a bit more conservative on the damage front. More about teamfight Renekton than about split pushing Renekton as he's built no Tiamat in this game.
Yeah, seen a little bit more of that. I think Marin, one of our biggest fans of just going for Black Cleaver into full tank.
Adaptive Helm is actually going to be the build, which against Rumble makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but not something that you often see on the Crocodile.
Well, it doesn't kill Rumble faster, so
no.
Most of our Renektons, Smeb especially, much more bloodthirsty with their itemization early.
He's doing that trade-off where it's like, I die slower. Don't kill him faster, but I die slower. Goes for that trade instead.
MVP have a control ward on Baron, and Maha's not moving. They're just going to turn onto it, and BBQ, we talked about those laps in vision. How long can they actually wait? Because there's a Mountain Drake on MVP.
Yeah, and it's getting taken down so incredibly quickly. It looks like no one's going to be able to make it here, and BBQ, there are wards available in this game. Use them. Just no vision being invested into it all by BBQ, and MVP has been able to take anything that's not in a lane, it seems BBQ doesn't even want at all.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like the Vision Chicken game is being played and it's being won by MVP, which is certainly a pretty unique thing given their struggles around Baron earlier. So if that's something they've learned in the interim to be able to be more decisive around Baron, already MVP, a level up in that scenario. If it's a repeatable thing, it'll be good to track, but MVP get a big advantage, and now the gold lead, which was pretty pronounced for BBQ with their pushing lanes early, it's gone.
Yep, completely gone. We do need to caveat this by saying that MVP were able to pick up 3 Barons in one game and still managed to lose. So by all means, doesn't mean that BBQ are out of it, but if MVP can, against their general flow of play, make use of this Baron buff and push this one forward, maybe even break the base potentially if they can get up the mid lane, then something could happen.
I mean,
here,
Atlas, you of course know the famous Korean esports adage of no one beats MVP 15 times in a row.
To be perfectly honest, Papa Smithy, I was sort of expecting that would be BBQ. I didn't even know nobody was in this tournament, but if they were playing, I could imagine it seems like MVP would let them win as well.
Well, credit to MVP. They've gotten a lot of objectives this game. They're pushing up. They're making ordered plays. I wondered, okay, will they make things work with the group? And guess what? They went for the turret dive in mid and got that second turret, didn't trade down. Another turret goes their way. And MVP grouping to win. They've got a good 5v5 team fight comp. Maybe it's time to group and win.
Well, BBQ are going to do exactly the same thing. Everyone synchronizing their backs apart from Tempt as BBQ move towards this bottom side. No Rift Herald to deal with here as far as that push-in is concerned, and Crazy's going to be able to clean this one up on his own. But thankfully for MVP, they were able to stop that push that BBQ were throwing forward on the top side. And look at this top side vision. BBQ are like, yeah, now we've got Baron control. But unfortunately, he's already dead.
And those wards do nothing because no one's going to play around there. They're just going to go run straight down the lane and take top turret.
Yeah, probably would have gone for vision
elsewhere.
Yeah.
Anywhere else.
Anywhere
actually.
else, exactly, yeah.
Even the enemy blue buff would be pretty cool.
Yeah, maybe just like in your own base somewhere. Like, I don't know.
Well, BBQ are taking the, well, we have vision where we walk strategy.
Well, Max is going to be able to grand entrance his way away. Running extraordinarily fast with the quickness there as well used defensively as, yeah, Crazy's going to get slowed down by the volley.
Equalizer territory.
They're doing the best they can beyond going for an engage. Equalizer is pretty good to start things off, but they can't kill Ghost just yet. Turret is going to fall somewhere, yeah, up towards the top side as the minions were what dealt with that, but no one on BBQ has fallen. MVP now with control are going to push this one forward as BBQ's members have to go back.
Yeah, they're going to make a big exit because a lot of chip damage done, especially to Ghost, who doesn't have any lifesteal in the build. He has to get the heck out of dodge, and MVP continue to push with Baron, so it doesn't delay the MVP Baron, this initiational fight by BBQ, and they're just going to turn on another turret.
Yeah, Bless is actually going to push up the mid lane there. Trying to do what he can. Beyond is going to answer. Not too much joy. In fact, no auto attacks thrown out onto that turret. Maybe one casual one by a cast creep, but other than that, not a lot of sieging being done as MVP have taken an outer turret on the top lane and the bottom lane so far with this Baron. 2 turrets isn't necessarily the best, but it's not too bad.
BBQ really need to up their vision game, and that's not just because they lost to Baron, but if you think about the comp and how it works, they have a lot of burst, and then Tristana, who has a reset on first kill. So getting down a control ward, hitting a cocoon, Renekton, Karma can do a lot of burst, and then Tristana profits so much from that the first kill for BBQ is often going to be the difference between a teamfight win and a teamfight loss. Because the moment you get a kill, it's 5v4, Tristana can choose her positioning better than almost any AD carry in the game, and things can only get better from there. But as it stands, they're kind of being run around by MVP. They haven't been able to set up that vision, and the end result is that Tristana's getting chipped down by Chaos Storms and Equalizers, and not being able to put paid to what is a free farm Tristana.
Yeah, should be theoretically easier and easier as he moves closer to level 18, but I understand what you mean because that Chaos Storm did a hell of a lot of damage to the Tristana. Hexdrinker will help.
It's the Burst Victor build, Ludens and Lichbane for dying in one rotation.
Yeah, killing in one rotation and dying in one rotation as well. The all or nothing, I like it, Ian. MVP showing us that they really want this win. They'll take the risks in order to get it. And they do now have close to a 3,000 gold lead against BBQ, who have looked like they're comfortable to scale throughout this game. I think that's the nicest way of putting their inaction between this mid-game.
Knowing that Victor does scale, maybe not as much Tristana, but he certainly does insane late game team fighting damage, so you don't have a carte blanche to just scale into the late game. There is still going to be specific timings, and kind of scattered, like a Crazy going for the more tanky builds, just they wanted to team fight earlier with their Tristana lead, and Karma being very powerful early game. That wasn't true. And then kind of, if you evaluate everything together, it's a bit muddied from BBQ. Their game plan, their warding, their scaling, everything is kind of up and down. And at least MVP, the one thing you can say about them is that the moment they got an invitation back into the game, they smiled, they said thank you very much, and from there they made a lot of good decisions.
Yeah, they have. And that vision continues to be good as well. See the bottom side vision that they have control of. A minute left on that Dragon. Those wards should still be there. And they at least have a ward in the Baron Pit. It's going to be up in 45 odd seconds. Now MVP looking to go over, get that vision around that area, and set up once again, see whether they can take this down.
ADD's teleport is going to be pretty much on board the same moment as the Baron comes live, so it's free to go bot lane and get the minions pushing as well. Side wave control not been great for MVP, even in spring season, but been even worse in summer. MVP really do look like they are in a great spot to end that loss streak, but we've seen that a couple of times against even better opposition than BBQ, and they've managed to really let themselves down. Baron was the big thing, but then taking a Baron this game has been big, but around these neutrals, they have misfired in fights and initiation pretty frequently. So for MVP fans, you really only start believing when that Nexus is in the midst of exploding.
Yeah, it feels like MVP need team fights that are on their terms and certainly not their opponents. As soon as things feel even, it becomes problematic. Oh, that's a lot of damage onto ADD, and now BBQ want to try and start this fight off. Cancelled is the teleport, so a long walk from the Renekton. Exactly, Arrow's going to fly forward, and Totoro just barely dodges to the left of it.
That buys them a reprieve, though, that now they can back away and wait for Renekton to run up. ADD will probably do some musical chairs with him and head down bot lane, because he's now the one with a teleport advantage.
Well, Ian creating some pressure on the top side of the map as well. That minion wave is going to push forward to that inner turret. BBQ 5 members strong now in the mid lane, pushing that one up. We do have backs being considered, but MVP probably don't want to do that because this Baron dance is most certainly on.
Ian's just all alone.
Yeah, he's going to take so much damage. Good knock up. There's the flash forward, but Bless, no, he can't get on top. Really good repel, saves his life for the moment, but once again, the Chaos Storm is enough to get rid of the Elise. And MVP get one pick, and they didn't trade this time.
And BBQ just didn't all have the same mindset. Multiple people flashed after the 500 HP Victor. Maybe they could have taken him down. It's so much of the damage from MVP. But two other people thought better. They didn't commit. Flashes up on everyone other than Bless. And the end result is it's a 5v4, and the jungler is dead. Recalls come through from MVP. That's a bit questionable. They could have tried to turn on to Baron. They may still do so, though.
Well, they're at least going to clear out any potential vision. Ian finds that ward. Going to be able to take that one out, and no vision at all.
They haven't started it yet, waiting for a face check. They don't want to start the Baron. Feels like they should have. They finally do, but they will get the face check this time.
Yep, teleport going to come in from ADD, who's on the bottom side clearing things out. Bless nowhere to be seen is now Maha taking some damage. Ghost trying to get into position. He's playing frontline, and the arrow isn't going to be able to find him. Now moving over for Maha, looking for this damage. Beyond locks down the Baron, so already the objective going to MVP. Now Beyond looking for more. The exhaust going to be thrown down, maybe overextended is the Rek'Sai, and he's just going to sacrifice himself. Tempt grabs that kill. Max looking for the way in. That's the quickness. Can MVP turn around this fight? It is going to be Totoro falling down first, but the damage is still there. Double kill for ADD with that extra damage on the Rumble. And MVP grab a Baron and win a team fight.
Yeah, they choose to use the turn. It wasn't the ideal grand entrance quickness, but enough to get multiple ticks of the Chaos Storm and the Equalizer. The big objective was the bigger story here. Maha could have been safer with his positioning, was a bit optimistic, trying to walk in and out, and the Ash Arrows have been failing him this game. The crucial takeaways, they do claim the Baron. They end up giving up the life of Beyond after he goes in far too far away. No one else going to be able to profit off that, but the ults are still up. Atlas didn't need to be greed from BBQ. They could have kind of stopped from here, but Max in a control ward knew that the initiation would be true. From their ultimates up, the turn is good, and MVP, second Baron of the game.
Those harpoons from the Rumble just do so much damage now. We saw Bless with about a fifth of his health bar just evaporate. That one headed down. Ardent Sensor completed for Tempt, which is good news. Bless looking like he wants to build a dash cannon. Try and avoid himself dying from so many Chaos Storms by the sounds.
Sitting on the Revolver since very early in the game, but pivoted when they lost the first Baron and felt like he couldn't actually go for the pick build. Pick build would have really helped the Tristana, who Ghost is probably just going to farm himself into 4 or 5 items, but not a victory Atlas with how the game is going so far.
They do have a lot of ranged wave clear if Ghost is going to be able to, like we can see there, kill these minions very, very quickly. Static shift done as well as the rapid fire cannon, and extra range plus AoE on these creeps is important. Karma as well offers a lot of extra damage. Luden's Echo as well going to help with wave clear, so they know what they can do as far as a stall on the side of BBQ, and maybe they'll just settle in. It's like, yeah, well, we'll face you at 60 minutes, guys.
That's why I kind of query what you're saying, because it doesn't really feel like they've known their limits. Their mismanagement in the early game seemed to really kind of cause them to fall down, so knowing their strength at 60 minutes, knowing where to ward, knowing how to play around, I still have queries about those things, and I never thought I'd be saying this, but MVP have looked a lot more robust in a macro sense than a team for the first time in Summer. You know, that's been the biggest query from MVP, has been a complete lack of smart macro, and in this game, after being gifted a way back in, sure, it could have just been BBQ playing better in the early game, continuing to go better, and maybe MVP never would have got that invitation. But from the invitation onwards, MVP have played not a tight macro game, but a pretty good one.
Yeah, definitely better than what BBQ have thrown out. And I was more just talking about why BBQ could have been making these decisions to lapse in their vision. It's like, surely they knew that, yes, well, our map is very dark.
I think they're just scared. You look at the itemization, I think, going for
But they weren't scared before, they were ahead.
Sure, but then the itemization didn't really kind of cement that. Usually when you're feeling ahead, the Tiamat comes in, the Titanic Hydra comes in, and you're killing people. You're not worried about taking less damage from future ticks of the Equalizer because the Rumble is dead. And then the same thing you can be said about some of the other itemization here. After the Zeal item was complete from Ghost, he went into a Hex Drinker as an emergency purchase. Bless abandoned his Proto Belt, going towards tankiness. It doesn't feel like everyone was feeling like they were in a position to keep pushing advantages. They kind of looked at the enemy and said, okay, there's some good scaling there. Let's slow down. And it's slowing down that's actually gotten them into the problem than where they were. If they kept that foot on the accelerator, if this was speed, I feel like BBQ would have been in a better spot.
Yeah, feels like that as well. Especially with Ian now being... You know how you talk about glass cannons? Well, this guy's just a cannon. I don't even think it matters what he's made out of. He's got 6 items, and they're all really good ones.
Yeah, 36 minutes, so, you know, 6 items a minute. 6 minutes an item, it feels like, for...
And he's almost Flame Horizon tempt here as well.
And this build is a catch build. He even has Banshee Veil, so he's like, well, I don't have a control ward for this brush. If you face check it, I'm going to ignore 1 CC and kill you instantly with the Lichbane Luden's Echo build, so... Yep, Ian has really no cares in the world. Does have both summoners up as well. He might just flash in and try and delete Ghost.
Well, throws down the Chaos Storm. Crazy's actually the target, but not going to take too much damage. The Adaptive Helm, of course, helping him out. It's Ghost able to clear out this wave quite nicely. Oh, wow, Static Shiv. A lot of damage. Yeah, maybe Glass Cannon is correct.
MVP not playing multiple lanes. Could have had a Rumble in the top side pushing in. Both top and mid lane not pushing in their favor. And awkward, given where the game's at, so that will slow things down as we're checking out what Bless has going on. 80% critical strike there.
That's a lot for those playing at home. More of Mount Mortius as well as that QSS. So as far as his 6-item build is concerned, looking to try and double up on the magic resist. Makes a lot of sense against double AP.
Still can't face check Ian, that's for sure.
Face check punch at all as he's going to jump straight in on top of ADD. Equalizer thrown down, but not exactly finding the priority targets. Ghost didn't take 1 tick of that. So they're going to soften up the Rumble, but that's about it. Zhonya's didn't have to be used, so at least he didn't panic too much, Papa Smithy.
Does feel like Ghost is saying, well, if no one else will do it, I'll do it myself. And sure, they don't have long-range initiation, but we kind of mentioned it before. You got to play around vision with a comp like this. So people are face-checking a Cocoon, a Renekton stun, the Braum ultimate. Instead, in the open, Ghost is just jumping in to try to make something happen and relying on his mechanics to get out. And that is certainly a risky proposition, even against MVP.
Yeah. Beyond picked up the Cinderhulk as well, Papa Smithy. Not going for the Warrior Enchantment that we've seen so many more Rek'Sais move over towards now, considering scaling has been improved so much. Still has his Tiamat to benefit from the extra jungle clear speed.
I mean, it's Tiamat, Cinderhulk, and later on it's going to be the Titanic Hydra, so there still will be an evolution of the Tiamat item, and it still will be AD, but I think when they started to fall behind early, it was just the prioritization on Cinderhulk rather than trying to kill falls with the full Titanic Hydra.
I like it, especially if he picks up a locket towards the end. The extra bonus health is going to be helping out quite nicely from beyond.
Yeah,
Double locket is always okay.
Max's build is actually the target nerf build because in the end he's not really getting either the effectiveness. So now shields the shield coming through on the locket scales on health, like you were kind of alluding to. Doesn't have much health in the build, and also redemption scales on other shielding and healing items, which doesn't have either. So both of the effectiveness of Max's build kind of on the down on 7-12.
Yeah.
Whereas Totoro is getting good value out of his locket this time.
He is. Face of the mountain complete. Actually going for the Ruby Sightstone there as well, so no Eye of the Equinox that we've been seeing so much of. Just wants to have that extra shield, keep Ghost alive. Inspire wasn't enough. Doesn't trust Tempt to keep him up.
They're on the Baron already. It's on 8,000 health.
Yeah, and Ian, decent position, still has that Banshee's Veil. Teleport coming in very, very late as Beyond should be able to get this smite. Bless is going to move over. Big shields come out as Max jumps his way in. That's the third Baron for MVP. BBQ not quite losing anyone just yet, but they're on the run from MVP. Double control wards and good vision from the Hawk Shot from MVP. They just group themselves up and pressure BBQ away and just wander off with the objective in hand.
Yeah, the gravity field especially, but also the equalizer bought them a lot of time. BBQ still looking, and once again Ghost fishing around the front line.
Yeah, abusing that range. Close to level 18.
Pinging onto the Elder Dragon, but because of their lapses in vision, they actually have no buffs from this, and MVP is certainly going to contest.
Yep, they do have Smite back up as well. Ghost, lots of auto attack damage here, wanting that Energize reset. Ian moves his way over. BBQ have to back away, and the Elder Drake stays leashed. Beyond, he may just be able to pick this one back up again. No, Prey Seeker going to grab his attention, but otherwise he's going to move back.
One person from
confused
MVP,
dragon ever.
One person from MVP should be rotating through the mid lane. They're trying to waste Baron buff duration here, BBQ.
Okay, Ghost goes up very, very far as now Bless needs to try and steal this, but he doesn't! A massive Elder Drake goes over to MVP, and if they can't win from here, honestly, feel like they'll never be able to win anything ever again because that is a massive amount of kills, a big dragon and a Baron all going to MVP.
They end up getting everything. Crazy left the fight as BBQ was trying to waste time, and MVP made the call just to go in, get the dragon, get everything, burn down the mid lane, and it finally will be a first game victory in 15 for MVP.
Yep, 42 minutes in, but MVP looked honestly good. I mean, they lost first blood, and you were thinking, oh, it's another MVP game. This could be a disaster, but everything after that, picking up these objectives that they had sole vision control over, controlling the map, moving their vision line forward. It's everything that we say about some of our best teams, and MVP actually executed on it, and towards the end as well. So, 14 loss streak is going to be it for MVP. Finally, it has been broken.
As some fans being really elated and see the MVP crowd finally 15 games in, breaking the duck they were sitting on, and some smiles in the booth. Still a job to be done, but it will not be a record loss streak. They will not emulate the 17-0 loss streak that CJ Entus went on in summer of last year, and they've finally got their first game victory. Maybe they're fancying a series victory too, because if BBQ kind of mismanage advantages and watch on as MVP take objectives they shouldn't have been in the driver's seat to claim, this could actually be a short Series 1, Atlas.
Yeah, certainly could. A 2-0 victory for MVP would be one hell of a momentum swing. And they looked, honestly, more like the spring MVP that we got used to towards the end of that season than we've seen thus far.
I'd love to see an interview with them. If they do win, it'd be fun to hear how they got to this spot. Because you're right, it did look better. It looked tighter. They made smart decisions. Weird one here, because I liked what BBQ was doing, because even though they had not as much of a priority on the dragon, it was more of a denial dragon, it was at the same time as they sent their Renekton back, and they never backed away enough from the dragon. They saw the health bar go down, they stood up, and no surprise that all the initiation from MVP came in, and they kind of lost everything because Renekton couldn't be there. So not a clear call from BBQ multiple times this game. After about 8 minutes, didn't feel like both sides were talking, and in the end, was kind of a messy divorce of a game plan because nothing came together for BBQ.
Yeah, BBQ sort of, you understood what they were trying to do with the Tristana, and it worked out early game. Bless showed a lot of attention. They managed to get a flash, then a pick. Like, that was good. The thinking was good. But after that, they neglected all vision outside of the in the river completely. They did the lane swap, which was fine, but it was answered incredibly easily. And then Rift Herald fell down, Dragon fell down, and the Tristana spent so much time top that they just lost control of the game as that Rift Herald just tore apart the middle of the map.
Well, gonna try and turn it around for game 2, Atlas. Was a poor one, like you say, but still could be a 3-game series. Not much to separate them before this series, and no guarantee we'll have something to separate them up.
Exactly. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, it's going to be game number 2. See if MVP can finish it up.
as a wild bird sings. A sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's now. As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part
Welcome back. OGN Legion and MVP have broken the 14-game losing streak, and they have taken the victory with a rumble on the team after the nerfs as well. Papa Smithy and Ian did a brutal amounts of damage. It's beautiful.
And I prefer to conceptualize this as MVP had selective amnesia for the whole of their summer season, only remembered back to regular season play from spring season, because it was in many ways a return of MVP, making good decisions, having good picks, playing together, and especially on balance. Pretty significant macro mistakes from BBQ. MVP against type, playing quite smart in the macro, and the end result is they pick up an MVP to Max, the man who was raking them in the spring season.
He was, and his first performance on the Rakan. Snowflower did the same thing when he picked it up first off, but once again, Max is the man that is going to help make it all happen. His quicknesses were fantastic, locking down turrets left, right, and center, and got one of the best Rift Heralds that we've seen thus far as well.
And Ian was an anchor for the team that he hasn't been able to be because of the Syndra going away in summer season. Much better on the Victor. Nice build also to provide the burst the rest of his team didn't necessarily have compared to BBQ, and BBQ kind of had all the tools, had all the rewards of a solid draft, but with those pushing lanes, mismanaged them, had one Baron just taken out of thin air. No one knows why BBQ did not walk up and contest the first Baron. Second one, more hard thought, but really nice turn from MVP, trusting in Max, trusting in each other. This was no doubt the reason that he picked up the MVP. The very nice engage there. ADD's shockwaves are on point. Somehow BBQ drafted better, played early game better, and still were routinely beat by MVP.
Yeah, and it was largely to do with Max. I mean, I personally thought that Ian was the linchpin for this team during this match, but Max really being able to get that CC where he needed it to, and didn't even die once on the Rakan. We know Max can get overexcited and go a little bit too deep, but it wasn't him. It was Beyond in a couple of instances that was the man doing that, but it didn't even seem to matter.
And I have a very good sign for you, Atlas.
Oh,
one
show
that
me the
MVP
sign.
fans around the world will be hyped to hear. If MVP wins a single game in a series, we have learned in summer season, they win the series.
That is my kind of sample size, Papa Smithy. That's what I'm talking
That's
about.
100% win rate when they win at least one game, because it's the second series where they've won one game.
They've now won 3 games. Congratulations.
That's way more than 2, Atlas.
Hey, and Jin Air was a way better team than BBQ, theoretically, as well, given the fact that they are well and truly up in the standings, falling below Afrika Freaks just a little bit more, but definitely a large buffer before those bottom teams. We are back into Champion Select. Taliyah once again going to be banned away by MVP. And BBQ, doesn't matter which side of the Rift they are on, Zach is going to be banned.
Well, let me tell you about sides, because what we learned yesterday is that it's opposite week, because red side was doing a whole lot of winning and blue side was struggling.
Yeah.
In the matches yesterday, especially. On the red side, MVP banned Taliyah, Caitlyn, and Galio. They are on the blue side this time. I think Maha, even without the wins, will pick up the Caitlyn if it's available. They make their first adjustment. They're actually banning away Tempt's second champion that he loves to play after the Taliyah, and he even ban away the Cassiopeia.
Well, still a lot of options. The Caitlyn, the Elise, both still up. Still some must bans there. See where MVP want to go, whether they want to leave everything open, and Jace is going to be banned. So yeah, Gauntlet most certainly thrown here, Pop Smith.
They are throwing up their hands and saying, give us Syndra, please. We really would love to play Syndra one time. That's what MVP is saying. Now, BBQ could do a lot of things here. There's Elise, Syndra, Caitlyn, all available, all God tier picks. Corki also available.
Yeah.
And can lane into some of the mid lane picks. So with so much up, you can just kind of ban away a pocket pick rather than going for a power pick. And they will just ban away Orianna.
I think that's the most intelligent choice. Leave up all of these big picks, gives BBQ a fantastic second round draft after this first pick, and it is going to be Elise looked at.
We'll see. They'll be at least looked at. There's so much to consider here for MVP. They don't respect Tempt playing Syndra, so they're not going to first pick the Syndra. They will first pick the Caitlyn, which has been so often the talisman for victorious teams in recent times.
Yep, for both of these teams, it's a talisman for losing. See whether we can make it 0 and 8.
MVP is opposite week.
Oh, yeah.
Let's turn that 0-7 around.
Yeah, exactly.
To 1
Consider it a 7-0. 7-0 on losing. And today that's good. As Elise is going to be locked in, and now BBQ considering their next option. But this is going to give MVP so many things that they can lock away. Ian can decide to go towards Corki if he wants to, or that Syndra that has been so coveted for him. And with so many mid lane bans, it's a good choice.
Well, as BBQ was saying, let's initiate with Elise and Ashe. So pick comp potentially started up, and Beyond took roughly 0.25 of a second to lock in the Rek'Sai.
He's pretty keen on playing that one, and Ian not going to think too hard
What a beautiful draft
about
for MVP. This is like the most MVP draft we've seen in a while.
And Max hasn't even picked his champion yet, and he's the actual MVP.
Say it one more time.
MVP. I was going.
That's a sweet spot for him.
No, it's like, have you played a Nintendo game? It's always 3 times. Always got to do everything 3 times.
Well, this is not Nintendo. This is Riot Games.
That's true. We do things 4 times here.
Well, LeBlanc's going to be locked in. There was a lot of different ways you could go against the Syndra. Something like Exhaust Corki was an option. You could take an Assassin, like, for example, the Zed. But LeBlanc also can dart around, avoid one of the spell rotation, and often be able to do things. Also rotates around the map a lot cleaner than the Syndra. So this is the decision from Tempt, who's had some good games on LeBlanc in the past. Still a risk, though.
May mean that Bless has to spend a lot of time in the mid lane, because if that LeBlanc falls behind against Ian, there's no way that he can dodge the Unleashed power. And if there's enough orbs out, I think that LeBlanc just dies if you press the R button. Might
be a rush to Banshee's Veils on both, which is a bit depressing, but that's kind of what the mid lane has become when you have Syndra and LeBlanc in the equation. Rumble ban. So you're really thinking like they're setting up for Crazy to be playing Renekton in this game as the first pick in the second round. Would be a continuation of the Elise has all the lanes to gank, which is what's happened so far. Ashe in the bot lane, LeBlanc, wonderful for Elise to gank as well. So Renekton would fit this draft really cleanly from Crazy.
See whether he locks it in straight away or whether they want to give him a little bit more space there towards the top side of the map. They can just take a support here, Braum being available still.
I like what MVP did because they counter-pick support on the red side, but in this particular case, they are just going to lock in the Xyrus. They will wait a bit longer, like you say, so maybe the Renekton priority is lower after being on the losing side of the matchup in Game 1 for BBQ.
Yeah. Certainly doesn't have to deal with Rumble anymore. Renekton now going to be considered by ADD, looking to try and win, beat a Renekton and then win as the Renekton. I like it.
One team's always...
Oh, there we go. That's the dream. That's what we were talking about. I wanted it last game, but at least I'm going to be getting it in game number 2. Max, the playmaker himself, wanted to make a double MVP performance on the big robot with a large hand.
Pick City on both sides to some great degree. BBQ have a pick comp, MVP putting one together as well. Great lanes for both the Elise and Rek'Sai to gank. It does seem like Craziest wasn't fancying the Renekton. One of the top laners certainly going to take it. The outscale matchup's going to happen. They will be going for the Shen. This is certainly jungler's paradise, Atlas. You cannot ask for more ripe lanes to gank for both the Rek'Sai and the Elise. And Game 1 told us anything. Beyond gets going on the Rek'Sai, gets the Tiamat, starts skirmishing. Could be good, happy times for MVP, who also have the feel-good picks of Maha on the Caitlyn, Max on the Blitzcrank, but most importantly, Ian gets to strap on the Syndra for the first time this season.
First time this season, and a champion that he has been so incredibly good on. Hopefully he's still been practicing it, because it looked like he was just never going to get it again, Papa Smithy. But now BBQ say, well, maybe you haven't been, maybe we can grab some different priorities, and they certainly have some big picks on their side as well, given the second round Elise. How often do we see Elise on red side? Not often at all.
It's a fair question, but the thing about getting the Syndra is that the moment you start winning, there are new headaches for the enemy team. They have to respect things, they have to adapt, and then the Syndra might slip over to be able to be picked, and this is so important for MVP. If they put victories together, the chance of getting that comfort gets more likely for people like Ian on the Syndra.
Yeah, especially if other players start stepping up. Max certainly an example of that now with more playmaking potential. MVP have drafted themselves into a position for a 2-0. Now let's hop onto the Rift, see whether they can get it. MVP fans? Yeah, exactly. Out in force. Fantastic to see as BBQ running out as a group of 4 towards the top side of the map. See whether any funny business is going to go down. Trying to grab a first blood cheekily on a Renekton.
In a game like this, the funny business will happen, but like you say, the early game funny business, a little bit more there for MVP. BBQ are basically saying, hey, at 6, we got a whole hell of a lot going on.
Oh, yeah.
With the double teleport, the Shen ultimate, and everyone is an initiator.
ADD.
That's a brush you'd love to look in.
Yeah, but don't do it with your face. Don't put your snout in there.
BBQ fans still
thank goodness.
holding some hope. I love that. That was actually Ghost on the Ash. That might have actually just been made in the interim after the champion select.
Wow. Some good artwork.
I agree.
Yeah.
The one person drawing Gorilla was the gold standard that one time.
Oh, man. Yeah, that was the dream. But that was like... That was an exceptional piece of art done over many hours, you could imagine.
And that's the thing, is the fans should know that the placards that you can draw on are available downstairs, so people can, of course, take some extras and go put together some artwork in the interim between matches. It's not all just people in like 20 minutes just whipping up some very nice artwork here at the OGNE Stadium, which may be greeted with only the second MVP victory of the spring season at the last chance of asking. It is the final game of the first round, Rob.
Yeah, bringing them to a much better scoreline and moving MVP away from that relegation, which is so important. Remember, towards the bottom of the table, there are 4 teams that are going to be doing battle for that lower stage. We are relatively divided here in the summer split. Ever 8 winners and ROX Tigers, as well as the 2 on your screen right now. MVP trying to claw themselves away from BBQ at the bottom of the table. Ever 8 winners currently at the bottom. But that is because they've played 1 extra game.
That hype train definitely derailed fast. Ever 8 winners might be joining the middle of the table pack before.
Yeah.
Felt like Faker kind of put paid to that, as Scepted has fallen into a death spree since. Actually has #1 deaths in the league, which Marin looks over and nods.
He's just looking like, oh, I want to make a transition over to a Freaker. How do I do that? Well, Marin seems to be their MVP, and what does he do? He's great at dying. Let's do it.
Marin's stats are so awesome. I mean, talking about Marin in the game that he's not in, but he basically dominates lane to the point where inevitably he dies.
Yeah, exactly. It's
Beyond,
called pressure laning.
Beyond his bot lane, lot of power. The hook is still on cooldown for another second. Now's the time, though.
Yeah, flashes in, gets the knock up, the double make it, and that is going to be the first blood for Beyond. Once again, the hook lands from Max, another knock up with the Umbaro,
Just beautiful.
And the double kill for the Rek'Sai. No wonder he insta-locked that pick.
That was insanely good coordination. Waited for the hook, all in without needing the hook, and got the second kill. Ghost and Totoro both die with flash up, and MVP have finally found some form. It took so long for them. But wow, what a great start to Game 2.
And MVP were always a momentum team. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to speak about that, Papa Smithy, because they have been falling off a cliff for the last 14 games. And now we're going to see them with some wind in their sails. Such good news moving towards Rift Rivals for this squad, who we know what they're capable of. They haven't had any roster changes to lead them to this loss streak.
ADD actually invites the spider over the wall.
Yeah, it's like a crocodile spider battle that is going to be escaped from here by ADD until Beyond turns up with a lot of damage available. They are looking just to grab that kill, and now the 2 versus 1 tempt is going to make him his way over first. Knockups are there, but Beyond should be able to fall down. The smite not enough to keep him alive, and those 2 kills answered immediately by BBQ, and I'm not sure what Ian was doing.
Well, you bigged them up as a momentum-based team, and it's a bit of an arrested development here for MVP. As now they're going to lose their blue buff as well, and Bless is going to be significantly accelerated in this regard. We were kind of uniquely able to talk about that particular duel, as it was a spider and a crocodile.
Yeah, it was exciting. The Australian problem battle.
What do you think is the bigger problem as an Australian?
Spiders, definitely. Crocodiles aren't going to be in your home.
Unless your home really sucks.
I mean, I've seen that episode of Jackass, you know, but
I like how you
that's not normal.
Thought twice about saying the word ass.
No, it's I don't know how to say it on this broadcast because I'm Australian. We say ass, you know, instead of ass.
Now you've said it too much. You got one of broadcast, Atlas. You said it too many times.
I'm talking about donkeys, obviously. No, crocodiles. But yeah, you're not going to find them in your house, Papa Smithy, whereas, you know, whitetails, they're always going to be there, ready to bite you and potentially kill you, which is not great. You're going to put that in the cons.
I mean, we made the educated call, right? We looked at the data, we had some years of experience, and then we left the country.
Precisely. Oh, Ian, that was beautiful. Stopped that gank dead in its tracks. Didn't have to use any of his summoner spells. That cleanse held on to nicely. Syndra falling behind in farm just a little bit, but should be able to even it out as this minion wave dies. Tempt good harass, though. Okay, speaking of harass. Just not going to talk about it, Papa Smithy. I seem to be jinxing everyone today.
Ian is finally on the Syndra. Should have been noting in the mid lane. As opposed to some other Syndras that got to play it a few times and just wasn't working for them and they fell behind. He just hasn't got his hands on the champion, so we haven't been able to rate Ian Syndra, that at one point was 9-0 in the spring season.
Yeah.
AD looking to push up, wants to get the lane gank coming through from beyond.
Actually going to grab himself a back. There is nothing in his jungle to pick up. No Magic Mantle there, so maybe heading towards the mid lane for a possible gank, but will help him with every situation on this map. Zyra doing a lot of damage, as well as any itsy-bitsy spiders that he does meet. Throwing down that magic damage as well, so good to invest early in that statistic. He's
going to be building Merc Tread, Cinderhulk, and also going to be building up his Tiamat items, so he's got a lot going on, but some parts for now. Got a bit of early power. Yep. Already seen so much skirmishing that needs to respect the magic damage coming in on the side of BBQ.
And what we'll be looking at here for BBQ is whether their ward line is going to improve now in game number 2. You could imagine the coach would have been speaking to them, said, well, why did you lose every single objective?
I mean, this game is literally the power of both teams, kind of the sum of their ward lines, because face-checking either team is instant death, and both deletion damage and also initiation pick CC. If Blitzcrank has the run of the map, we've all played solo queue, we know that every brush could be a rocket grab and impeding Doom. BBQ have run of the map. Blanc, Shen, Elise can show up in an instant. And Zyra also needs to be respected, so if the gold is at parity, then we need to rate based on vision, and if Game 1 told us anything, BBQ needs to be much more under the microscope than MVP, especially after the early phase of the game.
Well, speaking of a microscope, Bless was spotted on that red buff. So the location, the Elise is known as ADD. A lot of fury, but he's at 300 health. Crazy having a great time in this matchup so far. So Renekton actually falling pretty deeply behind as ADD understood that there could have potentially been an Elise topside, and he goes back as quickly as he can. Teleport possibly used as ADD must decide to pick up that. Oh, goodness me. That's going to be the pick. Totoro's going to fall down, and that is a great start to this one. Crazy doesn't get the flash. Taunt Max survives for so incredibly long. They do manage to get that kill trade, and Crazy's quite tanky, but they get the knock-up. In comes ADD. That's the chain CC. The bottom lane stays alive, but everyone else... Sorry, not the bottom lane. Bless stays alive as well as Ghost, but a couple of kills coming in for MVP. A worthwhile trade, as Max is the only one to fall.
Yeah, the bot lane party was enacted, and for once, BBQ did not have the double teleport. Tempt was perilously close to being able to join and outnumber MVP. They weren't able to do that. MVP trades up. Even Renekton, who, as you noted, was hanging back, being respectful, gets involved, gets experience, and it all starts with Max. After the auto attack, gets a hook, which was a pretty generous hitbox, you'd have to say. They got the first kill, and even with Stand United, they bought enough time because of the initial sidestep from Max for the teleport. 4.5 seconds of channel time to come through, and they still get the answering kill on Crazy.
Yeah, it was just great knock-up timing there from Beyond as well. Maha's been untouched. He's now ahead by about 8 CS on the bottom side of the map, but those 4 assists are going to be great news for him, and he's even picked up a cull to say, stop KSing me. I'm going to have to buy a new item just to try and get kill gold. You jerks. But still feeling just comfortable enough to do that.
Secret Agent Caitlyn is going to be on the Rift.
Support Caitlyn. It's the feel when you're in a lane with Max, who just takes all of the glory.
Well, he has Ignite and also a lot of burst on the Blitzcrank, so sometimes it won't be his fault. Other times, as you mentioned, he is just being bloodthirsty.
Yeah.
A lot of early skirmish power already put together. Double Tiamat in the top lane, so Rek'Sai and Renekton with a good burst there. Ian has had to be respectful in his build path. I wonder how many Merc Treads we're going to get this game, because it feels like Moby Boots and Merc Treads going to be commonplace.
Yeah, pretty important. See already mid lane is grabbing them, but Ninja Tabi's still what Crazy wants to get, understanding that the Crocodile will be who he wants to do battle against. And ADD changing the build here. He's going for the Tiamat this time, Papa Smithy. Ian taking still a lot of damage.
Crazy went that full tank, but when you're against Shen, whose biggest struggle is going to be the wave clear. Proxy so fast with the Tiamat that, again, anytime I see a Renekton not pick up Tiamat, I think it's a mistake. So there's a bit too much safety in game 1 from Crazy on the Renekton, and now this time it's ADD doing it his way.
Yeah, well, Bless actually looking for the jungler, but good tunnel placement. He's going to give Beyond a very good way out. Crazy hops over and says, "Stop stealing everything, ADD." You jerk. He's still able to lock that down.
He is a Tiamat Shen. So not Tiamat, a Balmy Cinder Shen.
Yeah.
So not really too worried there. His Tempt is backing. It wasn't in vision, but LeBlanc will get there now.
Yeah, that's the double distortion. Lands the chain there as well as Dominus is popped. And ADD says, "Come at me, bro." And Tempt says, "Nah, I don't think I will."
Both of them kind of didn't use their ult there. It was a double gap close from Tempt, so he didn't have the burst to kill necessarily the Renekton. And then Renekton also just used ult for no gain. So never mind. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, I guess the adage goes.
He's still with a lot of fury. He's able to use that Q to get a lot of harass damage despite the dodge field from Crazy. Oh, can't quite get to the minion wave to proxy it. ADD's pretty upset now. But has screamed ahead as far as farm is concerned, picking up everything that he wants. Now going to go back home. Merc Treads is going to be done. He's now building towards his Black Cleaver, as you would assume, unless he wants to go towards a Titanic Hydra very early, but I doubt that.
Double wards in the top side of the map, 2 control wards. One of them that we saw already in the Krug cam. We'll hold on that thought for a moment as everyone's bot lane.
Yep, arrow's going to land onto Max as Maha.
Literally everyone's bot lane.
Gets himself underneath the turret. So Maha survives. Max is going to be the sacrificial lamb.
They need first brick for this, but Beyond and Ian have the inside track in mid lane. More members bot lane, but teleport is going to be used.
Yep, they're going to invest that one, but are they really going to worry about this as Ian picked up turret aggro early on? Beyond has to get himself out. It was a double teleport, but Ian saves his jungler by putting himself in the firing line, and first brick is going to go to BBQ. But what have they sacrificed in order to make that happen? 5 members bot lane means that multiple people getting a lot of time and space to work elsewhere on the map for MVP.
Yeah, no more so than ADD in the top lane, growing his CS advantage, and will get a turret anyway. So you're right about the shared experience and shared gold in the turret claim in bot lane. Only was single teleport, as Crazy teleported over and Tempt ran over to the mid lane, but it's one of those situations where they put all the eggs in getting a pick and first brick, which is 2 big objectives, don't get me wrong. But there still is advantages that MVP could pick up around the map, and returning to the scene of the crime, actually growing more from picking up the outer bot lane turret is not something BBQ was able to do with the sort of macro we saw in game 1.
Yeah, still were able to grab first brick, and remember BBQ did have a great early game. Got themselves the advantage needed to try and snowball things through. ADD, oh, the crocodile lurking in the reeds. Terrifying. Vision now available though. Really upset Rift Herald. It's not going to be able to do anything. It's just cruel by ADD.
Her life is suffering though.
Yeah,
Rift
that
Herald.
is true.
Heraldine, I think we came up.
Heraldine.
To the tune of Goldie.
Yes. You remember the Goldine?
I do.
Oh, God. Not the best.
No.
As far as Pokemon voices were concerned.
Beyond's just onto the Rift Herald. MVP, who had vision around topside, would rather vision around bot because control wards in the river, theoretically the robot can just vroom through and look for picks. So getting control, unique vision around Blitzcrank is always big. This is going to be Smite War. Never mind.
It's going to be lost, and that is going to be the tunnel immediately. Bless just watches the dragon go down, so if this was days of old, he'd have the timer, at least. It'd be a different story, though, as once again, ADD, stop it! Heraldine's life is awful anyway.
So one of the reasons why you leash something like the Rift Herald is it does seek to the nearest champion after it's leashed, so...
Hey, that's true.
It is almost like, hey, I'm taking no damage, so if there is people that potentially I'd be face-checking, does actually randomly leash around, so it's not completely a waste of time. And he's taking no damage, like I said.
Is it worth making Heraldine's life worth, though, really?
Well, he's really just hunting for honey fruit and then just playing around, so he doesn't seem to respect the Rift Herald's feelings too much.
No. It's awful. Well, hopefully he does leave her alone after 20 minutes into this game.
For some reason we have people just rushing Infinity Edge this week.
Huh. Okay.
New hotness.
Is this Maha just feeling like he's far enough ahead in his lane or something like that?
I do say peekaball, and I should specify, Maha was a Infinity Edge rushing player in previous metas. He's big into the high roll, get 2 crits, and just win with headshot crit. So does like it for the potential burst, and there is burst on MVP's side, so it's not without merit. BBQ this time, the team tends to run a play a little bit, start up the Rift Herald.
Well, we are going to have MVP moving on over. Beyond, not going to be able to find any sort of steal like this, but can they get into the right position? Good warding from BBQ, something that we weren't seeing very much in the last game.
Rush mid lane though, and BBQ woefully out of position on this one. Will be in mid lane turret to MVP.
Yep, just delivered. Is going to give the turret advantage over to MVP and the gold lead as well, to the tune of about 2.5 thousand. So despite even on kills, things like that, first brick going over to BBQ. MVP have answered very nicely. You're talking about Banshee's Veils being a thing. Ian has picked up his as well as his Merc Treads, and he's probably feeling a whole lot more comfortable now in that mid lane.
And Tempt, when you see his itemization, is going to try and play side lane and run around the Banshee Veil Syndra rather than trying to brute force her in the mid lane. Rift Herald summoned. It's hard to walk up here because they have to respect the Blitzcrank still.
Oh, can Beyond interrupted on its charge? I don't think anything interrupts his charge, does it?
Her
charge. I apologize. Yeah.
Get your pronouns correct.
Oh, I'm not a pro at pronouns. Which is unfortunate, given my profession.
It's true.
Yeah. Saying stuff probably should be in my wheelhouse. A to D. Oh, OMG, 2 LeBlancs. What does it mean? It means the minion wave's dead, and A to D continues to push up. Not too worried. Does have those Merc Treads and a bit of extra health from the Phage and the Kindle Gem.
Can't throw me off the Sen Atlas. I can count. Only 1 Shen.
I know. The whimsical size of plenty.
Oh, Maha wants to get his way to a static Shiv. Be able to cut the push wall, but MVP in a good spot. They have top lane and mid lane in a great spot. They continue to put some wards around the Baron, and guess what? When you have top lane outer turret and mid lane outer turret down and a control ward on Baron, people end up walking up to the rocket grab quite a lot. So Max can definitely get a lot of work done around the Baron buff in that Vision War.
And I hope the reason that Blitzcrank was picked was because there wasn't a lot of ability. Oh, okay, A to D. Forced to use that flash. Taunt from Crazy enough with an incentive to get out of the way. BBQ investing 3 members here towards the bottom side. And what I was going to say is the pick of the Blitzcrank into a BBQ that didn't ward basically at all in their first game just shows that, well, if this is going to be what they're struggling with, let's capitalize on that, and it's intelligent draft work.
And with a bit of time, let's talk a bit more about how Blitzcrank's kind of everywhere, right? It was a Max exclusive. You know, Max was the one who played it in the finals, you know, in the playoffs last season, after being a big solo queue pick for him, and it felt a bit like cheese, and it was definitely Max adding to his million different unique champions. But in summer season, everywhere there is Blitzcrank play in every region. And one of the big reasons is that we've doubled down on standard lanes. People are pushing, pressure drafts, Rift Herald and Baron both getting so much respect, so much neutral objective contesting, and you start winning with a Blitzcrank who now can get the support quest and be a bit tankier with the shield. Then you get to put down those control wards, and you can run and win objective battles, and you still have the 1 hook to win the game in the late game as well. So the upside of running Blitzcrank is getting higher and higher, that even though he's not a strong laner, it's now, if you're a great Blitzcrank, worth investing in a pick that's not strong in the lane.
Yeah. As we have a bit of a battle here towards the top side. 2 chains. DDD is most certainly going to survive, and I feel like it's almost compacted, this Blitzcrank thing that you were talking about, by the fact that the bottom lane with the surge in shields being picked up, he was also picked because all-in was more valuable. Sure. So even in the laning phase, something like a Blitzcrank was getting a little bit more stock. So I like it.
It's helpful that the ones that really ruined his day, I mean, Zyra included in this game, but a lot of the champions that ruined his day were nerfed and Doran's Shield was introduced. Because if you look at this game, it was Doran's Shield Caitlyn. As we're still seeing a bit of an all-in. I don't think anyone's going to kill each other, but it's a Doran's Shield Caitlyn. Because Blitzcrank, when Zyra is doing, you know, poke damage to a Caitlyn, does nothing. But Doran's Shield gives so much healing that solo, it actually allows the Caitlyn to get through laning phase, and Blitzcrank can just do the Blitzcrank thing, look for hooks, and know that Caitlyn is a bit more self-sufficient, even without rushing, say, a Vamp Scepter to get through the poke.
Yeah, just making up for the fact that that laning phase could theoretically not work out.
The meta around Blitz suited him, even if he didn't get target buffs.
I think it's fantastic. Just more all-in the bottom lane sounds good to me, Pop Smithy. Bring back Leona. That's what I want. Now everyone's here.
There's an Infernal. LeBlanc starts teleporting early. Renekton's not here.
Yeah, does have the teleport available to him though, but teleport completed. We are going to have a 5 versus 5 ADD, not having to invest that teleport.
Wants to walk around, so they should slow down the kill on this Drake. That's why Beyond pulls off. They want AD to get in position.
That is going to be secured by MVP. Dominus popped by ADD now, but it's going to get snared up. Not a lot of CC remaining. MVP actually wanted more out of this one, but looks like BBQ have held off just nicely enough. Tempt just playing that maneuver game, and oh, Ian, immediate cleanse gets him out of that arrow. The hook, oh, okay, distortion there from Tempt.
I really like how MVP played that. They allowed ADD to face check in the bot side, get around for a flank, found the LeBlanc, and then if you consider it, wasted all of the LeBlanc's time, who had flash, who really wanted to get into the backline, and also the Shen ultimate. Didn't die because he's still a tanky Renekton, and they got the Infernal Drake. So well put together was the contest on the Infernal. They pick up the buff. They've actually been the only team to pick up Drakes in this particular series. And now they run the vision around Baron that I spent so much time talking about.
Yeah, and I actually like Cloud Drake in this composition from MVP as well. I mean, we talk about pick compositions a lot when it comes to Blitzcrank, things like that. Moving faster, being able to chase BBQ down is important. Next one's going to be the Ocean. I believe we had almost the same amount of Drakes. It was Mountain instead of Infernal, but, you know, a good dragon, and then a couple of relatively bad dragons.
And Tempt is kind of desperate for the Banshee Veil that he didn't opt into at the start of the game because, you know, everyone's a hook target on the side of BBQ. So he'd much rather be playing in a side lane, drawing pressure, than teleporting, because if they're playing the 5v5 around Baron, Max is going to be liking his chances to make it an uneven fight.
Yeah. Totoro can't get any plants up in time to stop any hooks. And that Zarya will die very quickly. Now, tanking up the turret is ADD. Beyond, a lot of damage to add to this one, despite the fact that there is a dodge field. That is going to be kill number 2, going over to the Crocodile, and another turret.
Justice build and probably go higher damage here. Beyond already on his way to a Black Cleaver. Less is bot lane. Want to get an exit kill on ADD. Seems unlikely.
Yep. Doesn't land the Cocoon, not too many other options. Actually decided to go with an Adaptive Helm as his first item choice.
Well, I mean, he dies slower to Syndra.
Yeah, but
he dies a lot slower to Syndra, but he already had the repel to potentially get himself out of dodge early.
That's true, actually, yeah. Unleash
every
Power,
sphere.
it's very good against Unleash
Yeah, every
Power.
sphere you get the benefit of the 15% reduced damage because they are separate spellcasts. Why for a hot minute, Muramana Syndra was a thing.
Yes, I remember that. That was exciting. Bless tanks up the ace in the hole. Not all that happily, to be honest. Now MVP setting themselves up around the Baron once again. 24 minutes in. Certainly do have the option trying to start this one up. And damage is not lacking. Beyond is pretty tanky right now. Speaking about extra damage, we've got double Black Cleaver coming out from Beyond. He's going to do a lot of damage. He's still pretty tanky with the fact that he's gone for the Cinderhulk, which I like a lot in this build path. I in fact just like what Beyond's done with this Rek'Sai build.
I think there's a lot to like about MVP in many different facets, but one thing I'm kind of looking at and shaking my head on BBQ is you need these control wards in your red side jungle. You need to have at least a safe fallback spot. I don't know how shallow that needs to be, given that BBQ don't run the area around Baron. MVP are starting to get control there, but they don't have much fallback, and it just feels like if they don't get their wards down, the Baron buff inevitability is there for MVP.
Well, thankfully for BBQ, they have Hawkshot. Their Scrying Orbs are not up just yet, so they're going to need that Ash E in order to get stuff working. Blue buff. And Max is going to pretty comfortably.
They do it faster. Ooh, just about. And
oh,
Max steals it.
That's why you got to ult it as well, Max.
Yeah, he should have actually kept autoing because the patience was starting to run out as well. So by the end, probably better they claimed it than it got stolen. So he'll just be able to fish for more hooks, so he's happy.
I think that was more denying it from BBQ than giving it to anyone. And look, if Max is at full mana, that's just a bigger shield from the passive Papa Smithy.
Speaking of which, because he has a large character model, it's a pretty large shield if you look at it.
Yeah.
Not in intensity, but just in sheer size.
Yeah.
We're getting the character information a lot today.
Think of the amount of hooks as well. 30% cooldown reduction now.
Hook City.
Hook City, indeed. Population relatively high as well, Papa Smithy. I'm just hoping that we actually see some soon. It's MVP taking their foot off the gas just a little bit. Been passively gaining a lead. It's now crept up to about 5,000. There's a cheeky Void Staff now on Tempt as well as his Gunblade. Scaling ever so slowly. Infinity Edge just finished by Ghost as well. Some item spikes to talk about both of these teams, as Crazy has both of his wave clear options, so his split push is going to be worse and worse.
They're getting run around the map a little bit, MVP. So even though they have this strength, 5,000 gold lead, they do need to keep growing it. And for now, the vision is pretty limited for them.
Papa Smithy, there just isn't really a lot happening.
Nope. So Maha actually had a double rapid fire cannon in his infantry for a second.
Nice.
Shout out to Deft.
Now has just one. That is certainly good. 3 item spike. We talk about item spikes for Caitlyn all the time. The more it gets after 3.
Would you say she's sufficiently
better.
spiked at the moment?
I think she's pretty spiked, yeah. Like Buffy would be pretty happy.
Looks a lot like Sonic the Hedgehog.
Ooh. I think it's more of a Knuckles type build, given the control ward and the rapid fire cannon making it a little bit redder rather than blue.
If Knuckles was a League of Legends champion, it'd definitely be Jinx. Jinx reminds me of Knuckles.
I don't think Knuckles is necessarily crazy. I feel like he's like a cool dude.
Knuckles is female, right? No, it's male?
No.
I forget.
Knuckles is a dude.
Okay. I defer to you on Sonic the Hedgehog.
I was a big fan, don't worry. Sonic and Knuckles was one of my favorite games.
Both of the teleport use bot lane here on the side of BBQ. Weird that Shen and LeBlanc will be sent to the same lane. They just lose the Ocean Drake, but not the highest value Drake on the way.
Does give MVP some opportunities to start off Baron, then peel off and get that extra regen. But you're right, somewhat trivial.
MVP could have made a play on the Baron with double control. They're just going to race, though. They're going to go for an inner turret, a much faster advantage on it.
They're going to make sure it's not a trade for a couple
they're
of
going to keep
turrets.
going. Why wouldn't they?
Exactly right. Beyond is here. Not sure why, to be honest, but...
You're going to lose this race really hard.
Yeah, so that's going to be inhibitor traded for inner turret. I'm going to put that in the cons column.
I think they're going to keep going. I mean, why would you stop?
May as well win the game,
yeah.
I think. It's the opportunity
and
here.
Crazy's just like, hey guys, please, I want to ult on someone else.
He looks like a bugged bot. Oh god, this is not exactly the best move that BBQ have made.
They're just being forced to run back as well. I mean, they won't lose a Nexus turret, but that was ill-conceived from BBQ. They're falling into Vision. BBQ are not walking through Vision.
Okay, that is going to be the engage by Beyond. Does a fair bit of damage, but thankfully the inner turret is still there. But that was a woeful passage of play from BBQ.
I mean, MVP was set up to succeed. They had double control ward on Baron. They had a unique vision of the enemy red side. They just ran top, had more people, and also could defend. And now they just turn on to Baron, and BBQ predictably, they're a bit slow, but Bless is in position.
Now, well, Max tries to predict the juke as the repel's there. Max moves on over. Temp jumps his way in, but that Elise is not going to be able to get into this pit. MVP are going to be able to kill that spider anyway. Beyond easily takes down the Baron. He's still at full health.
Re-engage.
Yeah, they're looking for him, but massive stuns coming out from Ian. He's so incredibly low, but it doesn't matter. Maha's going to be able to clean this one up. Last auto is going to do it, and Tempt says, where the heck is my team? And why is our base dead? Is the prediction from Beyond was stunning.
That was the best Prey Seeker ever.
I think you're exactly right. I think we're going to give him MVP for that. Purely for that Prey Seeker is ADD. He's going to be the one winning the game off the back of his teleport. 30 minutes in, BBQ complete brain fade on that base trade, but MVP making all of the right moves once again. Max's Blitzcrank looking fantastic, but God, that Prey Seeker.
Welcome back, MVP. We haven't seen you since you played in the playoffs of spring season. Woeful, woeful summer season. People already looking at the top of Challenger and saying, who's going to relegate MVP? Well, guess what? MVP pick up a match victory. And honestly, MVP will be difficult because so many great plays made by this team. Some smart rotations. Love their run up the top. I know what BBQ were thinking after about 8 minutes in game 1 onwards. Made a lot of woeful decisions, and that was never a base race. One team was sprinting, the other team thought they were in a walking marathon.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of analogy you can really aptly give to that particular moment, Papa Smithy, because it wasn't exactly the best of times for BBQ. And with Maha having all of those items as well.
Just show me that damn prediction, Brayseeker.
Oh,
so
please.
good.
I want the cool angles, OGN.
Les is quite depressed. He tried to fail flash over, missed the wall.
Yeah.
It's a fat wall, but it wasn't a happy feel. BBQ thought they had the chance. Crazy did hit the taunt flash, but from there it was ultra cleanup until...
The taunt flash looked good until Ian stunned the whole team.
Just watch this. Beyond waiting, he predicts. It's just beautiful.
Too good.
Rek'Sai's very frequently do not make the highlight reel, especially now that 5-man knockups are no longer a thing. He found a way.
He did. He did. And honestly, Beyond made that Rek'Sai look like the coveted pick that he gave it priority on, because as soon as he had the opportunity to pick that champion in that draft for Game 2, it was snapped up with no hesitation. So that's back-to-back victories for the Rek'Sai, and most importantly, back-to-back victories for MVP. They either lose both or they win both, Papa Smithy.
And they actually move out of the relegation spots as well. They will be 8th after this game, as they are now 2-6 to end the first round robin, only with 4-game wins. But what to say, MVP outclassed, which is an important word to use for MVP in the summer season. Outclassed BBQ Olivers, who lacked imagination. The draft here made a lot of sense. You can understand what they were trying to do, but once again, it was comfort for MVP. Once they turned it on in style.
They turned it on in style, indeed. But I want to talk about how MVP played it as well, because this felt like we were watching end of spring MVP. It didn't feel like we were watching that run, as Beyond is going to pick up the MVP.
And I can continue analogy. I felt like we were watching LCK Summer 2016 Beyond, when he looked like a god of promoted MVP. He didn't have the better spring season. I believe it's only his 2nd MVP of the year. Bouncy Castle in bot lane to start off the tidings for MVP with the double kill onto BBQ's bot lane, and didn't really let the team down from there.
No. Apart from dying in the river, which is a little bit unfortunate, but didn't seem to matter. Look at Max dodging out of the way of the flash taunt. Bought so much time, and then Beyond once again, exactly where he needs to be. There's the knock-up. There's the stun from ADD. MVP, the most coordinated that they've looked all season long.
They won a war against Jin Air in their first series, but it was before Jin Air hit their stride in MVP. And just picked up a victory without necessarily feeling great about it. This is one you can feel great about. The timing couldn't be any better. Will they parlay it into a second this week? Probably not. They face SK Telecom T1 in the final series before the Rift Rivals break. Not going to be ideal for them, but at least they go into Rift Rivals with something to smile about.
Yeah, this is the thing. They can hang their hat on something. They figured out how to win again, and look at this stun from Ian. Absolutely amazing. The hook comes out as Totoro once again subsequently killed.
Then we get to see the Brayseeker, which is super sick, super sick. Now we saw, of course, the 400 IQ knock-up from the Braum. This one from Beyond was right up there. Could it be 401 IQ? I might haze a guess and say yes. We're going to hear more from MVP, and I hope we get to hear about their struggles this season.
We are going to go and throw it to Steve for some translation.
Thank you very much, Papa Alias, for a great cast for today's match. And this is Steven for today's translation. And we're moving into interview booth with the winner of today's match, MVP. Win against BBQ by 2-0 score. And the two interviewers will be Max and Beyond. First of all, it's been such a long time you guys been interviewed, and congratulations. And Max is saying, I can't even remember when was my last interview was in OGN. And now Dangu is asking, how do you feel about today's match winning? And then Max saying that it was really good, great win before we're going ahead to the other match in the abroad. It was pretty good for us. And Beyond is saying that it was very important for us because we were almost in the edge of going to relegation, but I think we did really great job. And now Cloud Temper is asking, you guys were really good in the spring season and you have a lot of slump and a lot of problems that happened to you guys. Like what happened and how did you guys manage to control your mentality throughout the games? And Max is saying that some of us are very normal. Some of us had a bad time in showing a performance, and because of that, we kind of rushed during the game. But we tried to talk out with the teammate each other, and coach were very giving a lot of feedback. Those kind of really helped out us to get out of the slump. And Nangu's asking, do you guys have a confidence playing against BBQ? And then Byeon is saying that compared to the other matches, he was very confident playing against BBQ. And now Dangu is asking about some screams and practice. And then Byeon saying that we did a great job on screamings, and then those kind of work out really well to the game. So I think it really worked out well. And Cloud Temper is asking what a great initiating from Max, and what's your method of doing that? And Max is saying that there's some player really great at Raken, and I kind of copy their play and practice look at how they're playing. Those kind of playing style really helped out me to get improved. And now the Cloud Temper asking, there's a shocking pick from BBQ in the first set about Tristana. And the Max is saying that it wasn't a problem because Maa is really great player in Tristana, so it wasn't that much a problem. And now they're moving into the highlight of the first round game video. And then Cloud Temper talking about, although you guys took the Barons, they were very aggressive from the opponent. And then Cloud Temper said Beyond also went in by mistakenly. It looked very dangerous. And then the Beyond saying that it was kind of a mistake, but I gather those BBQ players in and I call out for Max to initiate for the fight. So it's kind of well planned. And then Max said, yeah, well, you did it. And Dangu said that that's what I think those Baron fight was the reason why you took the first set. And now the second set, the Max took the Blitzcrank again. And then the Max said it was really fun for me to enjoy Blitzcrank because I think opponent bottom lane were very pressure out in the first game. So it was very easy for me to play Blitzcrank in the second set. And Dangu said, did you guys had a thought about after winning the first set, you guys cut out the 14 consecutive loss? Did you guys are thinking to definitely taking the victory of today's match? And then Beyond said, we were really happy that we cutting out the 14 consecutive loss. That's why we were very talking to our teammates that we must take the victory for today's match, and I think we did that. And now Cloud Temper said that it's been such a long time that Ian finally took the Syndra pick. So I think his play was very confident and well played out. And Max said that as soon as BBQ finished their Benson pick without Syndra, Ian called out for picking a Syndra inside the booth. And Dangu is saying that I think Syndra was very OP picks, so long was so cool. And it was really a fantastic play by Ian. And then now Dangu is saying the MVP is waiting for the Rift Rivals next weekend. And you guys are going there for Korean representative. And then Bjorn is kind of shy right now. Do you think it's gonna be work out? And Maxi said that as a Korean representative, we're gonna show a great performance. And then Dangun is kind of teasing that your first opponent is OMG from China, who's doing really well in this season. And Bjorn said, although it's the first time we're playing against them, although we're playing against him the first time, we're gonna be Korean representative, so we're gonna do our best to win against OMG. Now Cloud Templar's talking about the fears from the Beyond. He cried in the previous game. And then now Bjorn said, the reason why I cried because I know that some of the mistake that I already knew, and there's some part that I kind of feel bad about it. So that kind of brought my fear up. That's why I kind of cried. It wasn't actually crying. I mean, it was kind of a cry of fear. That's what he tried to emphasize. And Dangun said, well, I kind of understand. And now they're looking at the second set, the highlight video. And they finish out Alice, and Alice couldn't go over the pit. And then the Beyond is saying that today Baron Call was more like a very well planned compared to previous game. We were more like confidence. And now Cloud Templar is saying that this scene was amazing. And then Beyond is saying that it was kind of my instinct that probably LeBlanc will go back. So that's why I kind of like shoot out Q skill without looking. And then now Dangun is saying that Cloud Templar were kind of fierce while you guys while he had a commentating in your game. So what do you feel about that? And Max said that some of the player watching the community site, like some of the sites, and there was a picture of Cloud Templar kind of fear in our SNS, and it was kind of look weird, but I think we can go over that. And the Cloud Templar said there are kind of new patch were going on. So what do you think about those new updates?
아직도 만화 수급이 좀 많이 필요한 친구여서 대회에서 쓰기에는 좀 어려움이 있을 것 같아요. 네, 아직 어렵다고. And then Beyond says it's hard to play in Italy because he's kind of trouble with the using mana. So it's kind of a hard pick to be used. And now Dangun is saying that you guys finished the first round with very great victory, and any great message to your fans for preparing for the Rift Rivals and the second round. And Maxi is saying that although we have a hard opponent the first game in the second round, but we'll be well prepared and work hard for the second round. And I think that's it for today's interview. And give it back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Steve. Fantastic to finally hear from MVP, Papa Smithy.
I'm happy I get a reprieve. They don't know what I'm saying about MVP on the English broadcast, so Cloud Templar can get all the shade, while I have said some less than complimentary words about MVP, but compliments are deserved for a very good victory over BBQ. Now, can they actually move forward, look respectable against SKT, make some victories at Rift Rivals and in the future? That I don't know, but this was not the MVP with the same problems that dogged them in the past, and it gets them out of relegation spots, at least for now.
At least for now. Well, BBQ Oliver's certainly not in that state, as -13 and 1-8 alongside Ever8. Ever8 being able to pick up a few more of those one-offs, meaning that BBQ take sole possession of number 10. There is still a whole nother round robin though, ladies and gentlemen, so BBQ Olivers can find their way out of it. But it's just such good news for MVP, especially because they're going to be representing Korea over at Rift Rivals, and OMG have been playing very, very
And we got
well.
good news to the stream. Guess what? Second round robin starts now. Well, not quite now, actually, in an hour and 2 minutes time. But today, we will have the start of the second round robin. KT Rolster, fresh off losing to SK Telecom T1, face the ROX Tigers, fresh off losing their mid laner Mickey. So a lot of change here, potentially, between KT and ROX Tigers.
And we're going to have a lot of question marks for KT Rolster as well, because, I mean, they didn't necessarily look all together in Game 3 versus SKT. Game 1 was absolutely fantastic, and we know that they can fall off the wagon just a little bit when it comes to tilt and things like that.
1 hour for us to pick up our thoughts, go watch some LPL, twitch.tv/LPL1. We'll be back at 8 p.m. for Pick and Ban, and let's see if KT can shake off that hard loss.
Yeah, see what they can do, but see you after a short break. Short?
Short.
Coming up next, KT Rolster, ROX Tigers, 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Not to
This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thorn mail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace.
Eu sou carioca, nasci no Rio de Janeiro, estudava e jogava futebol. A minha grande paixão sempre foi o futebol.
I lost to my body.
Ronaldo always being involved with competition, and I believe that the esports market provides everything that the football at some point provided. So this parallel is really important.
Eu acho que existe muitas similaridades entre o esporte e o futebol.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sing, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's now, as the world comes tears in our hands. Are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's now.
Today's matchup. KT Rolster. ROX Tigers. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Welcome back, OGN Legion, to LCK Summer. I hope you had a good hour-long break. Our first series was a quick one, MVP finally picking up a victory. But now we have KT versus ROX. I am still Atlas, this is still Papa Smithy, and this could have been less interesting had we had a different result a few days ago.
Absolutely. The Telecom War will play, I think, pretty deeply into the psyche of KT Rolster, having to get over another heartbreaking 2-1 regular season loss to SKT. But there's other things to talk about. ROX Tigers will have a new mid laner starting in this game, and it's the start of the second round robin. Finally, we are halfway through the season, and Samsung finds themselves only in head-to-head above SK Telecom T1. Same game score, but famously Samsung in the first match of the season for both Samsung and SKT took the 2-0 over SKT, and that's all that separates first and second place.
And we'll see whether KT can try and vie for that top position once again with an attempted victory here against the ROX Tigers. And I am very interested to see whether the mentality of the KT Rolster lineup has taken a hit from their loss against SKT, because we saw how much it weighed on the minds of them in game number 3 against SKT. Game 2 was so close to a victory for KT, and then it all fell away. Papa Smithy?
And notice a 6th player. Sun, their new substitute mid laner, is in the roster, but will not be starting today. Predictably, Pawn, whose performance in summer season has gone on the up and up, will be starting. Same roster that took on SK Telecom T1 just a few days ago, and we obviously all have our questions, Atlas. We can't know for sure if SKT will be able to shake off that heartbreaking loss. The answer in the spring season was no. Of course, that was 2 Telecom Wars back-to-back, and that did seem to send ripples through KT's performance all the way up to the semi-final. They looked like a markedly worse team. Can they shake it up? This is the ultimate trap game for them, because now they would have been looking past this match, would have been focusing all their preparation on SKT. And suddenly, even though they come in favorites, it's a new ROX Tigers, and there's a lot to make of this new team.
Yeah, you call it trap game, I call it tilt test to Papa Smithy, but we all have different vernacular when it comes to these games. We are going to move over to the side of the ROX Tigers, and we'll see whether Mickey leaving is going to be a blessing or a curse as we have a look at this new roster for the ROX Tigers, who did need a change of some kind. They haven't been on the form that we've expected from this team.
So Crow, one of their mid laners, comes from Rising Star Gaming, will not be starting today. It will actually be Lava starting things off. So we'll see if that changes the identity of the ROX Tigers. In summer season, they've largely built around Songyun. That's been their focus.
Yeah.
Much more of a shielding meta for Mickey, playing mostly Orianna rather than necessarily trying to get lane advantages with other champions. ROX Tigers coming off a 2-match winning streak against easier opposition in Everate winners and also MVP. Now have to pick up the pieces again. It's a second round robin. It feels like ROX are not shooting for the playoffs. Every team nominally is, but I think ROX Tigers just want to stay in the LCK for 2018.
Yeah, do their very best not to get relegated, as we are going to have a look at that game from the start of the summer split. It was the third match in, probably about week 2, I'd say.
We were talking about Songyun's Kalista from solo queue so much. It's actually the only game he's played of Kalista was the MVP performance in Game 2 against KT Rolster. So deft play that in their only victory over SKT. Loss against SKT will haunt KT. Will it only be for a moment? Will it be for a week? Will it be for longer? We do not have that information yet. And the ROX Tigers, sure, they picked up 2-match victories, but now Mickey is gone, and we really don't know the identity of this team going forward.
Yeah, well, it's pretty solidly 7th, Papa Smithy, because they have been able to take down every team below them in the standings currently, and as we refresh and move into the second round robin, Tigers looking to try and up that standard just a little bit more. But KT could be a tough ask, but there is no better time to take them on, despite the fact that KDA grab is not exactly giving you a massive amount of confidence as a ROX fan.
Score is second overall in MVP, only behind BDD at 6.5. Mickey's KDA, not relevant in this particular stat, but just in there because Lava has never played a professional game. Certainly not a mid lane, but we'll get into that more as we go on. KT Rolster looked excellent in Game 1 against SKT, but by Game 3, we saw some of those problems cropping up that we haven't seen too much in the summer season, Deft especially, with a couple too many face checks on the Jhin that usually can just anchor the fights from the back line. But the supports here. Champion pool for Mada is looking good. The Thresh, oh baby, it's back to 2014 yes. Mada. He can break out his Samsung Galaxy skin and feel good about it. The Brahm's been working too.
It has, but Key has been a playmaking support, and we can see that in his champion picks, the Blitzcrank, and his most notable Bard was always an incredible Bard player. You almost associated Bard with Key.
And in 2 games, 95%-ish on the kill contribution or the kill participation. Second game was a loss. First game we saw was the first visit of his Bard to summer season. Looked pretty damn great on it, so still feeling good about the Bard potentially coming here, especially if Deft returns to the Jhin, for example. You can use the ultimate, the Tempered Fate, to interrupt it. Hyper carries also have their days ruined by the Tempered Fate, so could definitely be a Bard ban or at least a Bard selection by ROX Tigers in this series.
And I also really want to highlight the main stat that really puts these players together. They're first and second on assists per game. So as far as contributing to the kills that are happening around the map, both of these supports are linchpins for their teams. We'll see whether Mata's going to be able to have another one of his phenomenal performances, or whether it's going to be Key picking up one of his, key picks. And
you tilted yourself there.
I did. I didn't have any other option though. I'd fallen into the hole. You just got to go with it.
Well, the holes the team fell into in the first round robin are less relevant now. You can create a new narrative, a new story in the second round robin. So ROX being 3-6, they could turn it around, go 6-3 if they can find new life with this particular lineup. KT Rolster want to largely just follow the same script from the first round robin. Maybe you have to throw away the SKT series a second time. That's a month away though. Let's see how the build looks like as KT fell apart in the second round robin in spring season before catching up. And let's talk a little bit more about the new mid laner here from the ROX Tigers. It will be Lava starting. Crow will not be starting here. Used to be known as Taehoon and was a substitute for SK Telecom T1 in the support position. So it was Wolf's substitute around Kesper Cup and late in the 2016 season. Was always a support main, but played a lot of LeBlanc and solo queue and has kind of reinvented himself as a mid lane main. And speaking to the ROX Tigers, they basically said, look, on a short term, they ran trials. He did the best of the players at the trials, and they're basically throwing him in with Mickey no longer being in the roster. So I don't think even they are clear on just how he will do jumping into competitive, and it's a tough ask against KT Rolster.
It most certainly is. If you want to trial by fire, this is most certainly the way to do it, and he has the best name for it as well, Papa Smithy. So already the ban's coming through thick and fast. Gragas is going to be the luxury ban that KT opt in for on the blue side, as the Tigers probably looking at either a Caitlyn or an Elise, and I would probably venture a guess that it will be the Elise banned away. No, they're opting in for the trade. So Camille's going to be taken away from Smeb, and now the Caitlyn should be locked in for KT because they never seem to give it up. As Deft loves that pick, unless...
Score is the young here, though, and he's like, I really want to play Elise, guys. His Elise was good in game one, but they will jump over and go for the Caitlyn, like you mentioned, Atlas. It is undefeated for them so far in the spring season, in the summer season, but they give up a lot. You know, the Elise obviously was going to be insta-locked, and Songyun's going to be happy to jump on Ashe. Won't be a hyper carry like he's been opting into quite a lot, so is the latitude for Lava to play something a bit more carry-orientated in the mid lane.
Yeah, pretty classic pick comp setup here from the Tigers to start things off. Will mean that Pawn can grab his Corki if he wants to, though. Played it 2 games out of the 3 against SKT right after the buffs came in. And Pawn was always historically a Corki player.
And Score was always historically a Rek'Sai. And okay, Elise may be the best pathing jungler, but you put Rek'Sai next to it, and oh baby, we got the Rek'Sai Thresh duo, and it's not just any. Score and Mata on the deadly roaming duo there. So life just got harder for Lava, who will just lock in Orianna blind. That's bold to go on his debut game. And he also renamed himself from Taehoon, which is part of his real name, into Lava because, and I quote, he wants to melt the other mid laners in the LCK.
Absolutely fantastic. Well, maybe he'll get melted because the thing is, he named himself the actual melted stuff.
That's true.
You know, like he is actually a melted rock. It's hard to melt rock.
It's also hard to come up with catchy names after Bang, Score, and all the best names were taken years ago. So when it comes to opening,
of course, the coolest name ever.
So you open up the dictionary, found Lava, and you can't be too unhappy with that.
Absolutely not.
Well, double banning Pawn here in terms of pressure picks he can take into Orianna. The Corki you mentioned is definitely worth a consideration to have a bit of lane supremacy in the mid lane.
Doesn't actually need to worry about it at all either because that Orianna's locked in. So Thresh is going to be the first ban here. I wonder what else they're going to get rid of, and it's going to be the Braum. Marta not wanting to deal with that on his Thresh, but means that both... We could have Hook City on the bottom side of the map if the Blitzcrank's opted in for and the Bard is still there. Songyun will see what he decides to go with, whether they lock away that support, which makes the most sense.
You wouldn't want to take a blind top laner into Smeb, so I'll leave it up. And yeah, playing around with the Rakan for a bit more of the playmaking of a different variety. Although, the last second,
there it is.
You asked for Hook City, you get Hook City. Caitlyn's going to have a bit more mobility, so we'll see how Ashe will do in that scenario. Now we're looking for the solo lanes of KT. The Corki was what I was thinking of for KT because it's a good pressure lane into the Orianna. But Smeb could just lock Renekton and be pretty happy, and already you'd have a power draft on 7-12. Let's wait for the full lock-ins, though.
Oh, Corki Renekton just makes so much sense for KT. And then it makes it look like they didn't actually have any bans against them, Papa Smithy, because I honestly feel like KT would want to draft like that.
Well, I mean, Score might want
something interesting.
No, Score might want Elise, but apart from that.
Well, we just saw Elise lose to Rek'Sai 2 games in a row in our previous series.
It wasn't Score's Elise, though. Ooh, and it won't be the Renekton, so this is a bit of a bold decision here. Renekton would have lane control in basically every lane and increasingly against the Rumble after the nerfs, but Smeb is feeling the Rumble anyway. You remember how much struggle he had in Game 3 against SK Telecom, where Ontara got enough time to just become just a monster in the top lane after enough items went his way, and Smeb had to try and make map plays because he couldn't enter lane against the Fiora. It won't be quite as tough a matchup. It's going to be the Jarvan here that we've seen very little of in the last 2 weeks or so. Strong engage comp on the side of ROX Tigers, though, and also a very punishing top and jungle duo to try to prey upon the Rumble.
And I also feel like this is a very linear composition from the Tigers as well. It's one that's pretty easy to play. I mean, you just want to flag and drag in. You got a Cataclysm with a hula hoop on top of it.
Everyone's just jumping in. Like,
yeah.
We're just going one direction, everyone in.
Yep, unless Key can land that godlike hook, which can then be followed up extraordinarily easily with all of the extra pick CC. I feel like ROX have given themselves a composition that makes a heck of a lot of sense and should be relatively straightforward to execute if they can make it work.
And the other side of the coin, though, right, is if they fall behind in the early to mid game, Corky's in the top lane with Trinity Force. They have to deal with strong wave clear in other lanes.
They have no turrets because Deft has killed them all.
And they don't really have the tools to change a game like that. Sure, they have initiation, but initiation from behind can only offer you so much. So let's see how the early game is looking. Very tough ask. Pressure lanes from KT. Also a debuting mid laner in an unfamiliar role. ROX Tigers definitely not set up to succeed, but a success would be a big story. And KT, after the telecom war, will there be a hangover, or can they just put it to one side and play like KT pre-telecom war?
And we remember what happened last telecom war. Admittedly, it was back-to-back, so it was more difficult. We'll have to check in to see whether KT can turn it all around. Let's hit the rift. I'd probably give that to ROX.
I think it was KT.
Oh, no. KT fans haven't forgiven them yet. Haven't forgiven them for another lost telecom war, Pub Smithy.
Are you saying they sounded less excited than the ROX fans?
Yes.
About KT. Well, there is a couple of anniversaries here to jump over. So today, it is actually one day before Smeb's birthday. He turns 22 tomorrow, Western age. So this is their chance to celebrate that milestone, as Linderong might not be celebrating.
Oh, dear. Yeah, and he actually wasn't even looking at his screen. Deft is going to be able to pick up first blood. Disaster strikes already for the Tigers, and Love is like, this is going to be the hardest debut ever, and I wasn't even contributing to our losses at the beginning.
Maybe Linderong was munching on his rice cakes that we were given by the KT fans.
Sick segue, Papa Smithy.
And it's also Pawn's 4th anniversary as a pro player. So,
wow.
Pair of anniversaries, and hey, how about a celebratory first blood? Doesn't go to Pawn or Smeb, though.
No, it doesn't. But it does go to Deft, who grabs himself some new shoes. Caitlin's, of course, love the new shoes. Guess a lot of his money was worth as well. As you can see, them boots are quite long.
They're pretty crappy, though. They are brown bags.
Yeah, they're brown bags that are very long. You know?
I guess you could say that, I mean, it's cooler to have shoes than not.
Yeah. I mean, you get massive money out of it for Score, who has like 6 of them. It's just handy.
Score gets the hard leash, of course.
Yeah.
Coming through from his duo lane.
Okay. He's actually going to set himself... Oh, no. I thought he was going to go for something cheeky. Doesn't. Ward is going to spot Score, though, moving relatively low towards his blue side jungle.
That's what ROX had the time for, because they saw the big train of people coming in for the first blood. They could invade and get vision. No need to sit back and just flame your teammate. You know, get some answering vision, and at least relieve some pressure for the next gank coming through from Score. Worth noting that Linderong didn't use Flash.
Mata, that hook was amazing. No kill going to come out of it, but Mata just showing that his eye is in today.
You know he's going to top it sometime this game, too. He's had some majestic hooks already this season.
Score spending some time here up on the top side of the map.
You know what's the best thing about summer season?
What's the best thing about summer season?
It's not the fact that Worlds is coming. It's not the fact that some of the rosters getting better. It's that the engaged supports are back in the meta, and we have Mata and Gorilla in our league.
Oh, yes. I've never been more excited about cows in my life, Papa Smithy.
I mean, whatever Thresh is, I'm excited about that, too. Lava's going to get a visit.
He's going to get a flash as well. Score. Successful gank to start things off here in the mid lane. Good reactions there from Lava. Still has the heal, so could potentially survive another visit from the Rek'Sai.
Somewhere Mad Life is really wishing this was his meta, and that he was still in Korea.
Yeah.
But the Hook City is still going to be established in the bot lane, and also increasingly this season, Thresh has always been popular. Blitzcrank only upping itself in popularity.
Yeah, and actually not as a cheese pick. We've seen it picked up here and there forever, right? But never really been seen as all that meta. Seems like here in the LCK, at least, it's feeling that way.
And increasingly in other regions as well.
Yeah.
Mentioned it in Series 1, there's a lot of things around the Blitzcrank that have gotten better, and even though Blitzcrank's last changes with the nerf to how the Power Fist works in terms of the distance away from Blitzcrank you're hooked into and how that interaction goes. Everything around Blitzcrank has gotten better, and the frustrating range supports have got nerfed. His top lane, speaking of frustration, Mighty Bear's here.
Yeah, Smeb actually overheats himself, dodges the cocoon, and Mighty Bear awkwardly will just wander out. Another hook is going to land onto Key, but he's
not into the trap, though, awkwardly.
Yeah, got the punch. There's the hook. Marta may need to call for a heal, but he should be A-okay. Deft was ignored.
Mid lane.
Yeah, once again, Lava
no flash
with
on
no
Lava.
flash. Yeah, exactly. Score does have his, can look for the knock-up. And there's the heal. Flash comes out. They've got the CC. They've closed the gap. Can they get the kill? Foss bomb's there, and Pawn's going to grab it with his last remaining auto attack. The Corki off to a fantastic start, and already the new player has been preyed upon by KT.
Yeah, welcome to the LCK from Score and Pawn. This is not the first time we've seen Score prey upon new players. We saw him do it also against Mowgli when he made his jungle debut, played Ivern and just took all his buffs, and this time it's a mid laner, takes him out. Mighty Bear's not moving.
Oh, well, gets some cocoon all over his face. Mighty Bear down to about half health, but this new and improved Rek'Sai trades back pretty damn well, Papa Smithy.
Yeah, it was significant that he wasn't moving, so he wasn't spotted in that regard by Score until after the first damage rotation, but like you noted, Rek'Sai turns around, dishes plenty of damage back. It's Elise that has to make the walk of shame away. Only boots of mobility spent, so didn't have the combat stats to do any more, and AT predictably, when it's Caitlyn Thresh, have plenty of control in the bot lane.
Yep, Score with a lot of high-value camps here as well, hasn't actually gone back to base. And also contributed to that first blood, so Score will have a big shop after this Krug camp falls down on the bottom side of the map, and he's going to head back now. Pawn grabs a Hex Drinker for his first buy, so not only does he get that kill, but also gets so much value out of that first back.
And you might wonder why. Sure, when it was the Corki versus LeBlanc meta, it was very often Hex Drink, and everyone knew about the guaranteed burst, but against Orianna, the way that trades often go for the Corki with the Phosphorus Bomb autos, you very often have to tank the Ball Dissonance and sometimes even the Shockwave. So surprisingly, even though Orianna's a very different beast to LeBlanc, Hex Drinker can allow you to stand up and play more confidently with your trades, and it's still pretty good itemization, even if you're not getting a 14-minute Trinity Force like you might dream.
Yeah. I think he said he might pick up a whole bunch more kills. He's got how much time? 8 minutes, Papa Smithy? I believe. Come on. I reckon you got this.
Thresh is here, but probably too far away. Good spot by Lava.
Rek'Sai going to be around the corner as well, but thankfully Mighty Bear's going to hang out. Marta clearing out vision, as he is wont to do, and as the wave was crashing in, Tigers go back on the bottom side of the map.
Lava would really like his flashback up, so he doesn't have to keep giving away so much free CS to Corki. His buy of the Dark Seal boots certainly not comparable to the Hex Drinker, so potential to fall further behind. He really needs Mighty Bear to create some pressure, at least wards, to stop him from falling further and further behind.
Well, he's going to get some rockets through. Volatile Spiderling is going to have to be tanked, but doesn't do a whole lot of damage now with that extra magic resist. Corki does have sick barrel roll.
Tiamat also is completed for Score, taking the Beyond School of Thought, going back to the evolution of these Rek'Sai builds. Beyond was going Tiamat Cinderhulk into a late game kind of bonus extra damage on the Titanic Hydra, so there's always the potential, if you're snowballing enough, just go straight up Titanic Hydra after the Cinderhulk and do plenty of damage.
Yeah, Beyond School of Thought was, instead of going full tank, get a Black Cleaver after that, which was super exciting in game number 2. First game felt a little bit more difficult, so opted into full tank. So we'll see what Score decides to do, but so far I do like it. It felt like Beyond has found the build that's worked most successfully, which is interesting, talking about MVP, our team that was on the 14-game losing streak, but it would look good. So I'm just going to forget that those 14 losses even happened, Pop Smitty. MVP's back, 4th place. Spring.
Well, KT, with all their pressure in the mid lane, they invade. We also have Rumble, who has got from the most awkward phase, just that level 1 to 3, picked up a kill involvement onto Jarvan at level 1, and now is happy to push away, has the blasting one, so even the nerfed pushing is still going to be more than Jarvan can hope to do. However, Smeb's walking up.
Yep, Coon's going to find him. There's the knock-up. Good chain CC here from the Tigers, and he is most certainly dead. The Cataclysm going to be used as key. Oh, that was cute. Use the ult, clear out the minions, but not going to be able to land the hook, and that is pretty imperative for that particular combination to work. Deft and Marta just clear up this minion wave, not worry about the turret. So everything's okay here down the bottom side. 1,000 gold lead for KT, and Smeb almost has his teleport back up, but doesn't quite to get himself back into the lane.
Does mean Rek'Sai can go up there and continue power farming for score. Will be conspicuous on the map and doesn't have a global anymore, so the bot side has a lot of pressure relieved at this present time.
Yeah. Smib actually moving towards the bottom side there, so maybe looking for some sort of swap.
Might have to be a lane gank, I would imagine here. They do have the Thresh hook and also the Lantern. There is a forward ward we just saw underneath the Thresh's body, so it's going to make it a bit awkward.
Yeah, not going to sweep it out just yet, so we'll see whether they actually decide to...
Will be spotted. They're aware of the ward, as you can see.
Yeah. Book is going to miss, so Key moves his way back. There's the
going in
flash.
anyway.
Yeah, flash play comes in. But teleport immediately going to be expended, so they get a teleport and a flash just for the flash out of Mata, so I don't mind it for a play.
Teleports will still be disconnected, though, as Rumble will teleport to top. Canceling it does give the shorter cooldown to Linderung, but precise information. Mata was always famous for keeping the timers back when that was a little bit less of a normal thing ages ago as bot lane.
Yeah, arrow going to land as Sungyun has to flash, even though it was a 2v3 for a moment. Another Lantern coming in as there's another Flay. Good Cocoon, though, and Mata's just going to get taken down. Score doesn't arrive in time. Now Pawn, he's making his way over. No package there. Will Valkyrie the wall, but just not quite coordinated from KT.
Yeah, it wasn't coordinated, like you say, between Mata and Score. He put down the Lantern and flashed in, expecting there would be follow-up. Rek'Sai has the ultimate, potentially could have looked for the kill secure on one of the two, but just ended up giving up his life for free as Pawn was rotating. Score and Mata not in sync. Maybe it's just a one-off. Maybe it's something more significant. We don't have the information on that, but wasn't the best in that particular regard.
Yeah, this tower should go down for first brick. Lava. Gonna still be here. Doesn't get turned on, thankfully for him.
And in all the commotion, he has picked up a lot of CS and now is equaling that of Corki. Yeah. It's about 19 down last time we checked in.
Extra buy now as well, Sorcerer's Shoes, so more movement speed to get out of the way of Score as he comes in to gank once again and has both of his summoners back available.
Putting down forward vision is going to be much more difficult now that they've lost the bot lane turrets, getting what he can at this present juncture in the game. Map opened up a bit for both the Thresh and Blitzcrank to put on their roaming shoes. Imagine double boots of mobility will be coming out soon.
Yeah, not quite upgrading those brown bags just yet, but I don't think that you'd be far wrong from that one, Papa Smithy. And it is going to be the Cinderhulk done for Score, so a very similar school of thought to that of Beyond. Doesn't even have shoes yet.
We do see from Deft another early QSS, so
oh wow.
Basically this build is, I've talked about it a couple of times, Bang and Deft have been the big purveyors of this particular build, but it's a lot about wave clearing in the face of strong initiation like the Cocoon and the Ash Arrow in particular, and not having to be conservative and give up minions because you don't have to respect the first pick initiation. And with Flash and QSS up, you basically don't necessarily need complete vision or complete information because you have that outplay. So that's the theory here, is that he can stay bot lane and farm up with minimal vision. He can go mid lane and overextend a little bit, and they don't need to have wards on every camp to know where the Elise is because he has the QSS to get through laning phase.
Yeah, doesn't need to worry as much. ROX completely in vision as they move down towards the Mountain Drake, which is an important dragon. Deft has the option here of QSS flashing if the rock grab does land. Like that as well, but will leave him very vulnerable to that of an Ash Arrow from Sun.
It's more about Cocoon or Ash Arrow into guaranteed hook, right? And that's what's denied by the QSS. So even that play pattern is a lot more difficult.
Meaning that he actually has to land a hook, which is the main thing. Okay, Deft will get a red buff. That will be spawning on the other side of the map relatively soon. We'll see where the Score goes to contest that one as well. Maybe this means that Deft is going to be left alone. Oh, Dark Passage going to tilt Score into moving the wrong way. That's unfortunate. Key's going to be able to grab that kill with the help of the Ignite. ROX now with a man advantage, no jungler. This could mean the Dragon. They're not going to move towards it though.
They weren't able to get vision there, KT, and I mentioned that it should be KT's red side jungle to own, given that they have a safe build on their AD carry, given they have the turret down, but instead double control ward in the area. A lot of time and attention paid by ROX Tigers, and you can see Deft has to respect the lack of information and control on their red side jungle. So against the flow of the game, ROX Tigers making smart plays and getting more value out of their Blitzcrank than Mada can make of the Thresh, at least this early in the game.
Yeah, this current juncture, mentioned score was tilted. He just got swerved the wrong direction, you know? It's the necessary juke towards safety that wasn't safety.
KT desperately want this Mountain Drake. They don't spot Blitzcrank. We know that the initiation trio is here.
Yeah, good positioning from KT to avoid hook range.
Mountain Drake is massive given they want to play side lanes with the hook.
Oh, it's gonna get deft. He's gonna QSS flash.
And heal.
Yeah, and heal. Just press all the buttons, get yourself out, and he does so. So we'll see whether this Mountain Drake is worth all of the cooldowns from Deft.
And it's another one as well, Atlas. So the play pattern of playing side lanes is being facilitated by the Drakes, and in hindsight, you probably invest QSS flash heal for a Mountain Drake on the side of KT Rolster. So the item timings will be so important. Trinity Force about 4 to 5 minutes away. Deft happy to stack attack damage and work on critical strike later. Double Mountain Drake is guaranteed spawns to open up the game, and ROX, they want a team fight. They want a 5v5. We've outlined that they do very well with the champions they've selected in that regard. KT getting bonuses on what they want to do, which is play the side lanes, is something important to track.
Yeah, and now KT have the option of moving their bottom lane somewhere else. It looks like putting Caitlyn in the mid lane could be an option, as Pawn has that 1-3-1 covered with the Corki on the bottom side. Smeb still with a lot of control upwards as well. 13 CS in the lead over Linderung. And the same scoreline means that he will be ahead just by a little bit, given the turret lead.
Humble Corki Caitlyn. Sounds like the dream of KT Rolster, given that they've never really played with frontline tanks. It's very frequently been the comps they've enjoyed. Low initiation once again. Mada having Thresh in his pool gives him a little bit of initiation, but you never want to rely on the Thresh, even the god hand of Mada.
I just really like that Score, it's now a meta where he can play tankier, beefier, bruiser type junglers as well. So it means that he can add to that front line. It's not like they've got a Graves from the jungle.
Or Kindred.
Yeah, or Kindred.
The Score famous one.
Yeah. Coon is actually going to be walked into by the man himself, and he's going to be taken down. Hook's going to land on a key, though, as Deft. He's going to turn up. Peacemaker is going to get the kill, and Arrow's going to be in a trade. No, it doesn't, as Smeb gets the flash. Mighty Bear solo the trap for Linderung. He should fall down, and Mighty Bear somehow picks up the kill. Oh, Smeb staying in range is unfortunate. Hook's too easy, and that's going to be a triple for Deft on the top side.
And Lava was playing bot side, no ability to react. Corki could get there, didn't get much involvement, but this is all in service of KT picking up the turret, getting aggressive vision down as well. The action exploded super early as Score has found himself in most of these hooks. The equalizer on point, splitting away the ROX Tigers. Didn't end up being as clean as KT may have wanted. They weren't able to get Smeb out as the repel. We saw Elise was in range and W was on cooldown, as we noticed. Overall, KT trade up in this scenario, and Orianna does finally take down the turret, but the amount of control KT got in the enemy jungle is the bonus objective along with the kills.
Well, some of the question marks we also had for KT after the SKT loss as well was, how is Deft going to be feeling? Well, it turns out, Papa Smithy, that he's now got double buffs. He's got 4 kills to his name, just completed his static shiv. If there's a game to untilt, it would be Deft getting 4 kills very early on, have a CS lead, and now have all the items that he wants on a pick that he hasn't lost on yet.
It is a nice life when you can lock in Caitlyn first pick, though.
Yeah.
It's something that having teammates of the caliber of KT Rolster's lineup affords you, is the first pick Caitlyn.
But then you look at the fact that Smeb's got his Rumble, and Pawn has his Corki. There's not, and Marta's got his Thresh, and Score's got his old Rek'Sai, you know, okay. He didn't get his Elise, but like everyone's happy.
You have now successfully proved to the OGN Legion that you can look at the pictures of the champions and know their names.
Thank you very much, Papa Smithy. I was pretty proud of myself.
5 out of 5, 100%.
It only took me 4 years. Wait, no, it's longer than that.
I know, it's much longer than that.
It's so much longer than that. I was talking about the start of my career, but I've been looking at these pictures for so long. Okay, Pawn might be in trouble. Valkyrie's an option for him, but has a control ward. He's not going to be able to surprise him with a rocket grab. So, fine. Does have that Trinity Force that you were talking about. So coveted. Merc treads, as well as that Hex Drink, keeps him quite safe against the likes of the Elise and the Orianna.
And Deft just wants to keep playing PvE. That's the big thing for KT this game. somehow the identity of their comps at the start of spring has come back, with the Corki coming back into meta. They would love a Mountain Drake too. Number 2 is spawning in about a minute and a half. Rift Herald would have been ideal, but don't have the most tankiness to tank it up, so for now they haven't started it. Corki pings onto it though, with Sangyun so defensive after taking the top lane turret and depth showing in mid lane. A late Rift Herald is a possibility here for KT.
Yeah, and that is sort of the optimal one as well, as they've already got a lot of control on this map. Chances of this Rift Herald being able to get a little bit more value get higher.
Let's see who they give it to.
It's Pawn.
So they choose to give it to Pawn, which maybe they won't be contesting the Mountain Drake as hard as we might imagine. Also be a couple of minutes after the Mountain Drake, but if there's a dance, they might not be able to get the ideal value out of where they want to put the Rift Herald, or outer turrets down. We get the zoom out here. Teleport through, didn't need it from Smeb. He's coming from the bot side. Equalizer.
Oh, there it is. Smeb's going to start things off. Sangyun flashes intelligently away from that Harpoon that does a heck of a lot of damage now. Equalizer for Harpoon. Equalizer for Flash. I'll probably take that trade if I was KT.
Sangyun might have to be sitting in the next one, depending on where it goes. Rift Herald's used surprisingly early. They just want to brute force down mid. It's on very low HP.
Well, you only need one charge.
They're going to get 100%.
You get to open up.
Oh, maybe not.
Okay.
I told a lie. Thought it would do more damage than that, but they got the initial hit onto the back, and it wasn't low enough.
It looked like there was fortification. I always thought that Rift Herald counted as...
There is no fortification in Rift Herald.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But they got enough damage into it that it just didn't have as much burst as we used to.
Ah, yes.
We were baited.
We were.
And outsmarted.
We're Sirens, though. So it does make some sense, Papa Smithy. God, that meme's getting old. That is getting old.
It's a vintage meme.
It is a vintage meme. It's an older meme.
Yeah, the Mountain Drake just not going to be visited this time by KT Rolster. They set up in the mid lane, used to recall. Trinity Force complete on the Corki. With the change, the big change, we haven't really spelled it out, but 80% magic damage now on the passive. Big story there is that you really want the Infinity Edge. Before, it felt like in spring it was Trinity Force and Blade the Ruin King or Trinity Force.
You had a lot of
other
options,
items.
Yeah.
But the Infinity Edge, because of the magic damage crit, doing insane amounts of magic damage, and so much more important given that base armor is much higher than base magic resist, you really do explode people with Trinity Force Infinity Edge.
Not to mention Sheen Procs dealing magic damage. Oh, there are a lot of things about Corki now which are confusing, but exciting. And I just like it. It reminds me of old EDG Pawn, when he used to play the Corki back in the day. I know there's a couple of back in the days when we're talking about a particular player, but...
I mean, we're talking about multiple players with 4-year anniversaries. Yeah, all these players, very, very experienced score. The only player in Korea who played in the original OGN Invitational back at the start of 2012. We're talking 2012 February is when Score made his debut. Mad Life no longer in the league, and Ambition started during the first season of Champions, so Score has Elder Statesman status over all those players.
Which is very important here in Korea.
Only Marin is older than Score.
Aha!
He's the only one he has to call his older brother.
Yep, fight to the death. Oh wait, so yeah, that's what I meant.
I don't know if a freaking is going to get that high up.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Deft hasn't gone back to base for a little while and is going to head back now. Grabs himself Infinity Edge as well as another Zeal. Man is very happy.
So Mighty Bear doesn't really want to walk up to Pawn as much as he might have been posturing, because Pawn will kill him very fast.
Yes. That's an explosion waiting to happen.
Still the pick CC. Still the team fights are there. The ROX Tigers, and they're still in touching distance, only about 4,000 gold. For now, the vision is not fantastic for the side of KT, so actually getting into inner turrets and no second Mountain Drake means that for now they're thwarted in trying to get the more difficult objectives. Getting outer turrets, very straightforward for a comp with Rumble Corki Caitlyn, but engineering the inner turrets is the sort of part where lesser teams have definitely been stalled out in this scenario.
Okay, Score now waiting over to the side. I love the Spirit Visage that he's about to pick up as well. Now with the extra healing that you get for it. We haven't really spoken about defensive items so much on Rek'Sai this season with her changes. But, it's an exciting one. Pawn has to flash.
Teleport is coming in from the Rumble here.
Yeah, Smeb looking for the equalizer. He's not going to get hit by that Cocoon, as there's the flash from Lava, gets himself out of the way. ROX have grouped up. and the teleport is going to come in. So this is a legit 5v5. Equalizer comes in, two-man shockwave is nice, and the hook lands onto Smeb, but he gets the Zhonya's in time. The knock-up from Score. Smeb's alive once again, and KT get 2 for nothing. Somehow.
The fade away, Zhonya's overheat Q is engaged.
Yeah, speaking of which, that's going to be Lava grabbing that kill. Okay, Pawn looking to try and trade that one back. Deft is still very, very healthy in key. Probably got one hook that may kill him before this one, but the minion wave thankfully is eradicated. KT with the control still. Thankfully there is one traded back.
The disengage happens. KT don't get as many objectives as you might have expected after the start. Remember that Ashe does not have flash still at this point. That is why the equalizer is put in a position where you're either juking into Pawn or you're sitting on the equalizer. The fade away overheated Zhonya's Q was something that Smeb and Marin definitely cooked up many years ago. They get the 2 picks, but it's not all one-way traffic. As Mata, you know, he bit off more than he could chew.
Yeah, that was a very long rocket grab. I'd honestly, you know, probably call hacks on that.
The thing about the new Rumble is that, yep, in terms of competitive play, direct nerf. Can't push as easily, harder to manage the heat. You really have to hit the equalizer, but we have players who are uniquely talented at using Rumble in this league, like Marin, Huni, and also Smeb. And you can still make it work. You might get outscaled. It might cause some different play patterns than old Rumble. But if you're this good at Rumble, still play Rumble.
Yeah. Smeb is definitely proving that. Currently with almost a 60 CS lead. Zhonya's, as you saw, was done. Like, Rumble player or not, like, the mechanics of what he did with that Zhonya's towards the top side, just, like, ridiculous. That was a cute one. Smite into the hook. Straight through where the Gromp was, but Score able to nimbly dodge it out of the way.
Worth noting that, returning to our original talk about taking turrets and how KT want to play, they're still thwarted. They still haven't added any extra outer turrets, or I guess inner turrets, to the list so far. Still just the 3.
The thing we want to talk about, though, is the direct comparison to our earlier series, and I know you may not have necessarily watched that if you're watching this from home, but it was BBQ with an early lead, much as KT has, but they weren't able to move their ward line up.
Yeah.
As you can see, KT have certainly been able to do that. They've stretched it forward. They've now approached past the river because they've destroyed the outer ring of turrets. Like, this is what we're
they're pushing
expecting.
for what we're seeing, right? Which is the next step, which is let's get the deepest vision possible and enough that a single sweeper or a single control ward doesn't just cancel it out. So it's always inching forward, Atlas. It's a good spot by you. To make these comps work, you need to have as much unique vision as possible. If you can take over 60, 70% of the map, it gives you so much. And it also allows you to cut between waves. Here we go.
Yeah, Lava had the red carpet, and that's going to be Pawn picking up the kill. Flashes have to be used to get out of the way of Mata's hook as well. Dark Passage is there. Deft says, I don't even need to take that, but Lava, there it is, Papa Smithy. We mentioned it. Does he have to walk across the equalizer? And the ground was lava there, and he certainly does.
And it also demonstrates our point of the fact that Pawn could actually get into package range as Graz's caught.
Maybe not the prime target, though. A Score still alive for the moment. The box goes down. Linderong, the Cataclysm was there, but who's trapped in there with who? As Songyun's now in trouble as well. Score just, in the meantime, is casually alive, and Deft picks up the kill onto Songyun. This looks like a highlight reel for KT right here, as Key's not going to find the hook.
And you're not even spotting the true casual. Rumble's just chilling in the bot lane playing PvE. Single-player League of Legends for Smeb. He's the real casual gamer in this particular situation. KT going to jump over to the Baron, turn onto it, but getting the vision, not having to respect the Blitzcrank was what allowed the first kill to come in, and it could also lead to the Baron.
Yeah, well, it's going to, Papa Smithy, as Smeb comes in with a full health bar to help tank that one up. The synchronized recalls are there, as Smeb says, not playing casual, remember, so he's going to stay. Clear out that Rift Scuttler, but let's
ROX
have a
Tigers,
look
they're feeling like any hook is gold. Nice hook once again from Key, but they kind of just dump everything into Score. And then KT have a party with playing front-to-back League of Legends. Anyone stepping up is going to die to the double crits coming through from Deft and Pawn. Even picked up the Q there for the fadeaway. Gold lead is now a lot more severe, and while Rumble didn't actually PvE down the turret, got a lot of work done in the bot lane. Banshee Veil's completed. The items are starting to look stuck. Not quite Infinity Edge, but we're close to it from Corki, and that probably signals the end for the side of the ROX Tigers.
Yeah, that Infinity Edge, as soon as that one's done, Pawn's going to be doing way too much damage. And we talk about KT being an emotional team, talking about bounce back. Well, the two players on the team, in my mind, are Pawn and Deft. And both of them are the ones that haven't died so far this series. If there's ever a situation where you're happy looking at KT with their mentality on the Rift, it's when you've got Deft and Pawn carrying like they want to.
And the thing about KT this season is that it wasn't a rinse-repeat of spring season. I had more optimism for KT going to Telecom War. I won't say I was excited, but I had more optimism because they didn't have obvious failings of early to mid-game transition. Their transitions have been good. Well, it might not be important for this second, though.
Yep, Smeb's going to get hooked. He's going to flash, get on top of that Dark Passage as Deft.
Nice interrupt.
Yep, this is called a rock and a hard place, Papa Smithy, but he somehow gets out of the way
Equalizer!
of that. The Equalizer comes in, and the Shockwave was not enough. Pawn grabs that kill off the back end. It's clean up for KT, and ROX just look too far behind. Deft gets hooked, but who cares? Under the turret, doesn't matter. Volatile Spiderling, doesn't matter. Gets hit by everything.
Such a god with the interrupt on the hook. They're going to have the Baron buff minions pushing as well. Nothing matters for ROX Tigers. KT, they came here to play. They're looking good. And the comp also makes sense with how KT loves to play League of Legends.
Yep, ultra comfort for KT. They're all looking so good. Turret's going to be falling across the map here as well. They're double the kills. They're 12,000 gold up. They're 7 turrets to 1. They needed a statement game after the loss against SKT, and KT is saying this is not going to be a repeat of last season.
And it's not a repeat of the draft in the game you're talking about in the first series, because KT Rolster, they can flick their fingers in an instant and win a game. They are that sort of team with big game players and initiators. They were stalled out for a while. Atlas is, I guess, a party cleanse coming through from Deft. That was strange, but
he thought the hook had hit him, I think.
You know, there was that 5 to 10 minutes where you're like, well, they haven't taken any more turrets. This is a worrying trend. What are we going to get from this? The moment they get going in the biggest way, and that's the KT Rolster special.
Yep, and now it's a Bloodthirster for Deft, so double attack speed, double attack damage. That is a luxury item, if ever I've seen one, Papa Smithy.
Pawn and Deft are just the most decked with items.
The most decked.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's silly. There are 6 control wards as well in the inventories. You guys saw the vision stats for the KT versus SKT
Yeah, it was on
series.
Twitter. It was insane. That was it felt a bit like overwarding, you'd have to say.
Yeah.
The standard Marta way. He's trying to recreate Season 4.
And you can see that Marta has so much control of that team as well. It's like, you're buying wards, do it!
Somehow Bang gets away with just 1 control ward in a match.
Exactly.
Bizarre. Well, KT, they don't want to deal with the open inhibitors. They're going for the tutorial victory, which, you know, playing your way back into happiness. Probably one way to do it.
Score didn't get that memo as, oh, glorious arrow sails by majestically.
Is that your best nature documentary voice?
Yeah, I'm going for it.
Are there any Australian nature documentary? I mean, there has to be. But wouldn't it have to be like Steve Irwin style?
No, I don't know. My personal favorite's Brian Cox.
I don't know who that is.
He does the wonders of life. It's absolutely stunning.
Solid name too.
BBC. He used to be a rock star, but he's also a physicist. It's like the coolest combination of
Rockstar physicist just
Rockstar physicist is so cool, man.
It'd be a great band name.
It probably was his band name.
Fair.
All right, hook's going to be Zonya's. That's a hard verb to say, as the hook is going to go wide from Marta. And the equalizer, oh my god, onto everyone from Smeb. It's understandable that this guy is the Rumble God, as the harpoons are going to land as well. That's going to be the kill secured by Deft, and the whole of the ROX Tigers cleaned up. Triple kill for Deft, and that's the end of this game.
And the name has never been more apt. The floor was lava, Atlas. Both of the equalizer and also the package burning down. Special delivery was of death to the ROX Tigers. Clean ace comes through. ROX Tigers are taken out. KT rolls to win the game, and, well, the specter of the telecom war, it's not creeping over KT. They smashed ROX Tigers in game 1.
Yeah, that shadow most certainly passed Papa Smithy, because this is what we expected from KT against the 7th place team. ROX Tigers, of course, not necessarily on par with our bottom end of the LCK table at the moment. They have been making strides to move forward, but you can see now with the change in roster, things like that, it's not necessarily looking like the same team that was doing better.
And KT was looking to reprove that they are not on par with the middle of the table either. They want to be an upper echelon team. This team does not want to be frustrated in their path to Worlds like they were in 2016. And at least in game 1, They quickly brushed off the ROX Tigers. It's had some great stuff. The equalizer here from Smeb. I mean, you can't really argue. Equalizer not changed. Some of the laning is worse, but when you can equalize and burn the floor, there's a red X there of AoE.
Yep.
Magic damage just burning down ROX Tigers. The cleanup is easy. And while Key hits some sick hooks, that was about the only sick stuff for the ROX Tigers. They watched KT play a great game.
Yep, Lava had to literally choose between two different lavas to walk through. Like,
very on the nose for him.
So on the nose. Well, it was on the floor, but still a definite problem. KT looking absolutely fantastic in game number 1, but they looked fantastic game number 1 against SKT as well, Papa Smitty.
I feel like we finally found Magma Chamber, Atlas.
How long have you been sitting on that one?
About 3 seconds, actually.
Oh, not bad. Oh, God, we saw it for a moment, like a brief moment.
I wonder if we'll see Crow come in game 2, because they do have a second mid lane they'll want to blood soon. Lava couldn't really do much this game, was kind of controlled by just how strong KT was playing.
But I still feel like KT got almost an optimal draft. And blue side, you do generally get that. So maybe in game number 2, ROX will have a little bit more flexibility to put Lava or Crow into a great position in that mid lane and really shine. Because it felt like Lava honestly didn't have a way in. Had to blow his flash early, then got ganked straight afterwards. So it's difficult times for an Orianna in that situation against the Corki. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, it's going to be game 2, KT versus ROX.
Sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer, and you just saw KT decimate the ROX Tigers with what was an incredible composition. Deft picking up a heck of a lot of damage because he was free hitting from the back line while the rest of his team did honestly phenomenal things.
And everything was exciting. Rumble coming through, the Corki, the Caitlyn. You kind of run out of things, not even mentioning the Thresh from Mata, and also Score on the Rex side. He was always great at that pick, and the highlights never stopped, so excellent equalizers. The Thresh hooks might actually win Mata the MVP, but Deft actually is the one who claims it. Very clean KDA, the biggest question mark after the telecom war, especially Game 3, whereas face checks, one of the biggest reasons that KT lost to SKT was how would Deft rebound. He got Caitlyn, so he was playing on easy mode, but even from there, he had a very solid game as well.
Yeah, you have to have a look at the rest of the players on KT as well, because I felt like the decision for MVP was a very difficult one this time around. It's Deft playing frontline Caitlyn here. This Mighty Bear just cleaned up the ace in the hole. But look at this flash hook from Mata, gives Linderung nowhere to go. It's pretty easy cleanup for this Caitlyn this time around. And look, Score doesn't even die here.
He has a lot of tank items and lives long enough for everyone to turn and play front-to-back League of Legends. That means killing whoever's in front of you. First it was the Jarvan, and they went on to clean up a couple more. He actually sniped away Sungin at the end. We won't see a replay of that. There's a lot of replay moments. I mean, it was almost like you could pick your favorite moment. Was it Smeb overheating in the fadeaway Zonias? This was pretty great too. Wonderful equalize in the backline. Pawn's like, yep, free kills for me. So many great moments for KT Rolster. And the exact counterpoint you'd want to a telecom war is this sort of game.
Oh, the red carpet.
The red X, it's right there. There was nowhere to move. Sorry, Keith, you're screwed as well. Everyone had to die on the side of ROX Tigers, and it will be Deft picking up his first MVP. He nods his head. He's feeling good, and KT Rolster looking to make this a quick night, Atlas.
Yeah, and it's a difficult team to get MVP on, Papa Smithy. You've got Pawn, who has his incredible moments every now and again. You've got Mata landing the hooks, getting the things done. But we are going to have some change-ups here. Maybe not where you expect them to be on the side of the ROX Tigers, as Shy is going to be making his way back in after only playing one game. And Mighty Bear's going to hop out as well. And we are going to once again have Songwon in the jungle.
Interesting to see the double substitution come out here, Atlas. Was not expecting to see both of them make the change. But Shy getting his second game of the season is going to be a fun one to track. It's Shy versus Smeb in 2017. Who would have thought?
I know, the dream. Shy going to come back and try and utilize some veteran status there towards the top side. Certainly could be difficult against a Smeb who's only gotten better and better as the season has gone on. Didn't necessarily start the strongest that we've seen him, but last game was anything to go on. Shy is going to have a rough time towards the top side. We'll see whether he might have some interesting pocket picks to come out. Of course, Shy has been playing League of Legends for so long, his champion pool is pretty ludicrously large.
I mean, you got some veterans here. Score, Mata, Shy, even longer than Mata, of course, right up there with the longest.
Yeah.
Coaches come in the booth. They got an unenviable task of finding a way to get through. Crow will not be playing, so they will be sticking with Lava for Game 2. Couldn't really give too much of an opinion on him in Game 1. The game just fell apart all over the Rift that you could never really center into how good or poor his individual performance was. It was a team performance from KT Rolster. It was a quick one too, and if they get that same assortment of champions, you have to feel like it might be another quick game too.
Yes, will be very, very difficult if they can have that level of comfort. But we'll see what the Tigers can do now on the blue side to deny KT of some of those comfort picks. Now with a lot more flexibility when it comes to the ban phase. KT may just opt into banning whatever the heck they want as well, as Camille's going to be taken away from Smith.
Interesting one. See the Camille banned. Makes you wonder what Shy wants to be playing in this particular game. Always hard man to research on, has a lot of public accounts, but doesn't play on those anymore, and always a lot of rumor and innuendo on where Shy's champion pool is at. If you asked me last year, it was Trundle only, and if we saw a Trundle here, that would be amusing, I guess, but the Trundle buffs aren't until 7:13, so Shy probably has to wait his time to get the Trundles in.
I'm actually looking forward to that. I love Trundle. I just want that dance to be back. Just want the Trundle dance.
Just pull up a YouTube clip. I'm more happy with perhaps not having to see Trundle split push his way to wins.
Come on, man. There's still champions that want to split push their way to win. Just may as well be a Trundle who can dance while he does it.
On the blue side, we will see some adjustments, able to ban away the Thresh on blue side, so Mada will not be able to claim that. Also, the respect ban from the side of KT on the Caitlyn. No first pick Caitlyn coming through for ROX Tigers. Very different scenario with Shy here. You have to imagine he's going to be playing tanks. Last time we saw him was playing some of the laning focus picks, like, for example, the Cannon, but Tigers are going for some creative bans in this scenario.
Lucian, I feel like, is almost a throwaway, as Galio is going to be banned away, so Tigers can opt in for a trade on the Elise if they want to pick it up once again. Mighty Bear, of course, not finding success, but Songwon might have a different time on it, and it is going to be locked away first pick.
Yeah, one of Songwon's best picks. You know, hard to really get an identity of Song. He's played a lot of games, but ROX has struggled for a majority of that, but I would say his best performing champion on stage has been the Elise, so always also great to deny it away from KT, but we could just see score going back on the Rek'Sai, worked just fine in game one.
Yeah, wouldn't mind something like a Corki Rek'Sai to come in here if they'd like to. Of course, priority on the Corki is certainly relatively high, as Smeb looks at the Rek'Sai and wants to go for that trade once again. Rek'Sai is 3-0 versus Elise today, and there have only been 3 games played.
Always a fanciful matchup into the Lee Sin as well, so maybe finding 2 matchups where Rek'Sai can do very competitively.
And Karma is going to be the one that slips through the draft, of course, was banned out second by KT in game number 1. So that is going to be locked in. Marta could play it, of course, played it for a large portion of his career between 2015 and 2016. It wasn't exactly his most fun time on the Rift, but doesn't have access to his Thresh.
See what Tigers make of it. Mid lane is my expectation, but you're right, Marta could be taking, especially with the hooks denied from the Thresh being banned.
Yep.
ROX Tigers looking for power somewhere, and Shy could just load onto one of his favorite picks. I am of the belief that Renekton is the strongest blind pick top laner with the adjustments down on Rumble, so Shy going back to a champion he has played for the best part of those 5.5 years.
Yeah, I was going to say, if there's ever a champion that he's going to find comfort on, and a champion that's been in and out of the meta enough for it always to be almost relevant.
Lava.
Okay.
I've been told he's been loving the Talia, so we saw the hover there, and LeBlanc is a legacy pick for him, but Orianna is clearly what the team is going for, and you have to feel like now with Mickey out of the lineup and Lava coming in, a lot of Orianna play, even with Mickey, who was not familiar with that pick before summer season, it really does extend to the Songyun focus of these drafts. When you go for a shielding mid laner, it's a lot more about team fights and 5v5s, whereas ROX with Mickey was more about 4-1 or 1-3-1 as they tried to split push to win. So this changing ideology seems to be staying true with the new mid laner. Not too surprising in that regard.
Well, Ash, yeah, picked up, and Varus was still available. There are still a lot of picks here that KT could have taken into the AD position, but Deft wanting to add a little bit more long-distance pick flavor.
It does feel like Varus kind of in a weird spot itemization-wise.
Yeah.
Infinity Edge first, like we see from Caitlyn's, that's kind of out there with Varus. We saw one player do it and wasn't really a big fan of it. Double Zeal items, and then Infinity Edge doesn't really fit Varus as well as it does other carries, like Ashe, for example, and could also go into other build paths as well. So with itemization for now not suiting the Ashe, not suiting the Varus, we see a decreased priority on him.
Well, Bard going to be the first ban here as Key's going to get a little bit of focus. We'll see where the Blitzcrank is going to be taken away next, as the ROX Tigers have to work out where they think that Karma is going and instead decide just to ban away Smeb champions.
He nods his head. Fiora does have the big outscale matchup on the Renekton, so that ban makes sense. Will they ban the Rumble, even though Renekton can have a very happy time against Rumble? That will be ultimate respect to Smeb, who's smiling and seems to feel good about himself.
Yep, still a lot of options for Smeb there towards the top side of the map. Kennen is still available if he'd like to take it. The Blitzcrank is going to be the second ban here from KT.
So playmakers from support are a bit more at a premium with Bard and also both hook champions taken away.
Rakan is still up though.
True.
Unless KT want to take that one first up.
Marta's Rakan, the one time we saw it, was a big highlight as well, as 1-0 on the pick, but it could just be the Karma support as you've outlined before. Syndra banned in the second round with that decreasing priority on the Syndra as a good laning matchup into the Orianna.
Smeb's Gnar. It's been a while.
He was an OG Gnar way back when the GE Tigers debuted, and an OG Irelia as well. Will he take Irelia into Shy? Surely not.
Wow, and Shy would have been playing when like this was the top lane matchup. Oh, what a blast from the past, Pups. I'm glad that hover came in. Just made me miss the old days just a little bit.
It was the very famous time that Shy in the grand final of OGN Spring 2015 tried to counterpick Marin with the Irelia into Gnar and got smashed, and that was when he really stopped playing Irelia, and Irelia did fall out the meta as well. Just going to jump on the Gnar, so a bit of history nods there, both against Shy and of his previous struggles with this particular champion, the Gnar. Another big pick for him, like you mentioned, and completed bot lane is going to be the second siding of the until now undefeated Kalista on the side of ROX Tigers. So a lot of power in that bot lane, not one you want to overextend against. They're going to go respectful, so it will be the mid lane Karma. Pretty low damage comp, you'd have to say, from KT Rolster. The Gnar is not going to be known as a reliable damage threat outside of lane. Otherwise, it's going to be a rotational early game focus comp, and there's still early game tools from the Tigers. So while there's not necessarily a defined window for KT, you have to feel like the mid game is their biggest playground.
Yeah, and I really do like the fact that they have a lot of global options there as well. And the Arrow, the Abyssal Voyage, the double teleport that they have as well. So getting around the map post 6 will certainly be an easy task for this team. And KT Rolster, especially this iteration of the team, have had no struggles getting ahead early in almost any game. It's just closing things out against teams like SKT that have been a difficulty for them.
First game on Gnar in a very long time. Just a single game of Gnar played at the World Championships last year. First game in Korea since 2015 for Smeb on the Gnar. Been out of meta for a long time.
Over a year and a half. Yep. That is extraordinary.
It's been that sparing pick. Only recently people have liked into Renekton. First person to do that is Cuvée. Let's see how Smeb can make it work. Better player than he was a year and a half ago, for certain. Fun game in game 1. Game 2, another tough ask for ROX.
Yep, we'll see whether that lack of damage could bite KT in the behind in the ROX Tigers. With a lot of changes, we'll see whether it's going to make the difference and pick up the win. Okay, so fans still pretty passionate about their teams. Both of them pretty similar. ROX Tigers still holding on to a lot of those fans. Now Lava with his second game on Orianna. Can he have a better experience? Against Akama, you'd hope yes.
Some of the teams that these Korean teams will be facing over at Rift Rivals there. OMG and RNG. A lot of fans here grouping in to see KT play. And the ROX Tigers also have a respectable amount of fans on their side of the stadium.
Yeah.
Longsword start from Sung, and that's creative. We haven't seen Longsword in quite a while. Was big in spring, but with everyone loving Dorans in the summer season. So first time we've seen a Longsword in quite a while. Even Jin has been going the Boots build that was also played around with last time Jin was in meta.
Yep, a few extra potions there. Doran Shield still opted in for despite the extra price point. A lot of people representing their teams here today.
Kind of a respectful Doran Shield coming through from Smeb. Still has the on-hit damage to go for the last hits, but also kind of respectful that, hey, once in a while, Shy will get the inevitable slice and dice, stun, and Q trades. So wants to have some regen options of his own.
Yep.
Also, a bit more health for a turret dive that may come through. At least Renekton is that super strong ganking duo.
Yeah. Of course, we'll have the hop in order to bounce his way out. But you're exactly right, Pup Smithy. Songwon wants to be able to make things happen in the early game. See where the score is going to be able to do the same thing. I love both of these junglers because both of them are capable of doing relatively similar things when we're talking about early game gank paths.
Lane focus is probably going to be a bit different. When it comes to Songwon, top and bot lane is where the CC is at, and top lane, high priority to slow down the Gnar, and also very easy setup with the Ruthless Predator. Whereas on the side of Score, Could gank mid lane with damage just because Karma can just unload damage at level 2, level 3 with the Tether and also the Mantra Q. Or could look elsewhere. But now the pathing is interesting. Goes red buff and the Raptors into lower Rift Scuttler. So just relieving a bit of pressure from bot lane. And now we'll start his invade.
Yeah.
Level 3.
Yeah, won't find a Rapt Camp or a red buff, but might find an Orianna at half health, as Pon has been doing a great job harassing him down.
What if he has an experience Quint to hit level 3 from the Rift Scuttler? I believe that's how it works, but not 100% clear on that.
Yeah,
here's that Tether mid lane gang.
Yeah, Pon's really looking for this one. They do manage to at least get the snare. But Pawn all flashes, but there was a minion in the way anyway, so didn't necessarily need to use that.
Pawn had to be respectful because he didn't take Cleanse. He took Teleport for the double teleport. Wants to take Cleanse into specifically the Elise, but to a lesser extent the Braum. But saw the projectile, respected it, and end result is just a trade of summoners between ROX and KT.
Right now you can see KT's bottom lane. Deft and Marta really demanding respect. Pawn is once again going to shield himself up, tank up this minion wave. He's falling down relatively low, but will be very even on CS despite the lack of a flash. There are not a lot of summoner spells remaining here in the mid lane. Both teams.
Shy's back. Second game of the season after Linderong had his health concerns last time and had to be emergency substituted out. Second sighting of Shy since then. Not sure if it was pre-planned, although they felt that his champion pool finally seemed a lot stronger. He's good at Renekton, so this is a good meta for Renekton as both summoners down on Lava.
Yeah, and we've got no Elise on the map here as well.
He's playing towards the side of his Elise, which is smart when it comes to laning positioning, but the minion wave's in a really bad spot for the Orianna.
Yeah, intelligent maneuvers.
No tether flash option open. Goes now.
Yeah, there's going to be the snare. There is no chance that Lava's going to get out of this. There's the pop, and the easiest first blood of Score's life goes down in the mid lane. I'm actually not sure whether that is the case. There's the follow-up CC. And the teleport from Pawn. He wants to... No. Decides to call that one a day. We're going to have a shove in the mid lane that immediately answered ganks from both teams.
And the focus made a lot of sense. We talked about how strong Renekton and Elise are at setting each other up, and also strong early game damage mean the mid lane focus was predictable for KT Rolster. So the first blood advantage, that goes to KT, but otherwise things are going well. And Smeb is forced into a pretty awkward purchase of double Ruby Crystal on the way to a pretty inevitable Black Cleaver rush.
Yeah. It's not exactly the greatest, but doesn't lose a lot of farm. Was able to teleport immediately back top, didn't use his flash. Shy, of course, relatively gankable now, but does have the Boots 2 upgrade of the Ninja Tabi. Score and Smeb together not going to be able to do as much damage, but I believe if the Renekton is caught, especially if he gets caught before he hits that level 6 mark.
There's the big Tiamat rush because of the first blood gold as well, so getting that pretty early here means that the skirmishing of Fervor Tiamat Rek'Sai is definitely not something to be trifled with.
Yeah. Look at this. Bottom lane just winning these trades effortlessly on the side of KT. Steph just seems to be able to get cheeky auto attacks on Sungyun so often.
He's already out of potions as well. Remember, he started with 3 because he went longsword.
Doesn't have any of the regen now available from the likes of a Doran Shield as well. So that damage is all going to stick. Apart from a little bit from a Relic Shield. You guys are going to get pedantic at me.
Well, Sungwon's here trying to make something of all of this.
Yeah, we've still got flashes abound on both sides. Marta doesn't want to use his, lands the Tongue Lash, everything's going to be fine. So nothing gained from the gank on the bottom side of the map, and now Score making a return visit to the mid lane.
He's being a jerk.
Oh, he certainly is. There's the flash knock-up. Lava, you are most certainly dead once again, and target the new guy is certainly being a thing. KT, the bullies of Summoner's Rift right now.
The biggest veteran taking on the newest rookie, Atlas, and this is just the way that Score plays. It's the same thing to Mowgli on his debut. Yep. They're looking for a weak link, and Lava, being new to the role and new to competitive. Perfect timing to go in there.
I've seen this teen drama so often, Papa Smithy. It's always on afternoon television. It's always the story. The new guy always gets picked on.
And it does feel scripted because also the bully never wins.
Yeah.
And Score never wins.
Well, they don't win until later episodes anyway, if it's going to be one of those redemption stories, you know? Oh, dear. Unfortunate start for Lava. Yes, you certainly did. I feel like this is an issue that we should clarify later on. Pay attention to Twitter, guys. There'll be a statement out.
Bit of Twitter beef never hurt anyone too much.
I was just going to say, I mean, as a counselor, previously, Pop Smithy.
What are you saying? I'm counseling still now, just in a different way.
I know. I need a lot of help, I admit. Okay.
Mata goes for a walk. Doesn't spot out the very advanced recall of Key. Songyun all alone. Sure. Level 6 is hit by Songyun. You'd imagine Deft is pretty close to it as well.
Yep, Face Call not going to do a whole lot of good for him if Key isn't present, though, so he's going to wander back.
Well, it's time for a top lane adventure for Score.
Yeah, and Shy was successfully baited in. He's going to get knocked up. A Cocoon is going to land in the mid lane, and Score is going to grab yet another kill. Oh, this is disastrous as Spawn's chasing after Songwon, who just can't skitter fast enough, I don't think. A Q is dodged, but that's going to be another snare. Can Lava get here in time? It looks like it. Shockwave is going to come in. Pawn is just looking for that one last Q, but can't get it. Spiderlings are going to be enough to stop that one out.
Lava was pretty slow on the rotation there. Maybe didn't get a clear call, but wasn't really aware they needed to be there and would have been able to keep Songwon a bit healthier. No camps to see on that side of the jungle. It's not as big a factor.
Good Winter's Bite lands onto Deft. Actually wins that trade there for ROX on the bottom side of the map. Things actually looking a little bit better here. The ROX Tigers. It was a very difficult lane earlier on. Extra dagger going to be the lead that Deft accrued for himself. Not really going to be as much of a big deal now that level 6 has been hit.
Gold value is about 500 gold lead in the mid lane is the biggest between members. I should say there's a 700 gold lead between junglers as Score has had a day out. It's 3-0-0, so I wonder how offensive he'll go in this build.
Well, I'm pretty offended, Pop Smithy. He's definitely taking every single kill from his laners.
I mean, when you get a snowball first blood and get Tiamat, that's what happens. Smeb didn't use ultimate in that previous engagement because he didn't have it available. It was a couple of seconds away from cooldown, yet they still picked up the kill. I see that Narbar go up, and you know that Score gets more and more interested about this.
Yeah. We'll be able to
He's going in.
He can Nas Shy back into Score as well. There's the flash Nah. The knock-up comes in, and Score is everywhere today.
Score does score things. Doesn't need to pick on the mid laner anymore. He found new blood. It was in the top lane. Both lanes are ruined now, you'd have to say, in terms of keeping it competitive. He goes for the recall. He was just sitting on the Tiamat the whole time, Atlas. It's just going to be a Cinderhulk straight up.
Oh, my goodness. That's ludicrous. One of the most comfortable Rek'Sais that we've seen so far this season. And that was after we witnessed the most impressive Prey Seeker that we've seen thus far.
Yes, the Prey Seeker from the Heavens was in the first series.
Yep, 400 made it look pretty good.
4,000 ELO, Prey Seeker, whatever you want to call it. All the
7
memes
million IQ Prey Seeker.
Atlas, I mean, Rek'Sai has been his second most jungler after the Gragas for Score. If he wins this game, it'll be 31-14, so around 70% career win rate on the Rek'Sai. Been a big pick for him a lot of the time, but when you are as good a jungler as Score, whenever the meta, guess what? When the jungle AD carries come out, he of course has the background there. Pretty much every meta fits him, but sometimes it fits him even better, and that's when you get worried.
Of course, it was previously because Rek'Sai was so good at being around the map at the right times. It really helped him with jungle paths, and Score has always been known as an incredibly intelligent player. This game, he's just been everywhere. This is a jungler's dream.
And now you don't even need to be as smart about your pathing. Now you've got a Cinderhulk and damage, so you just basically say, well, we can tank turret forever, I'm fine.
Yeah, you can also go everywhere because you've put everyone behind.
Yeah, the solo lanes in particular, top side of the map, is they got some nice wards down, which is pretty cool, but apart from that...
nice work on the wards, man.
I mean, they need it to know where Score is, but Score's like, oh, just let's take a Drake instead.
Yeah. All too easy. Going to be able to solo that one out. Actually doesn't. So the rest of the team is going to turn up.
He's got places to be. Score's making all the calls. He's the oldest player. They have Mata on the team, but you have to feel like when you're a 4-0 jungler, people are going to listen.
Yep. You're definitely going to listen. It's like it's the old solo queue mentality. It's like, oh, damn, he's good. Better listen to him. He wants to do Baron. Okay. It's 11 minutes. Can't do it yet. They still might go
Just
there.
wait in the damn pit till it spawns.
Yeah, exactly. It's only 8 minutes. Do you have any
Not
patience?
this again.
Oh, God. Lava flashes. Skull goes under the turret. Has to flash to avoid That shockwave is now, Devour has to be used. Grey Health eaten up there by Mata, who still has the flash, isn't going to use it, and that's actually going to spell his death. Songwan was down here as well, so I think someone was definitely going to die, and now the rest of KT want revenge.
Ash Arrow available. Score is here with a lot of battle stats. Def doesn't seem interested as a minion wave to clear. The team backs away.
Yeah, just not wanting to go too deep. It's only 1,000 gold the lead here for KT, but they have a Mountain Drake. A lot of things going right for KT at the moment. You did mention after the draft that they did need to get themselves an advantage if they wanted to be able to take this game down. Lacking damage in the late game is certainly something that you could say about this composition.
But kind of as a data point, it gets a little bit less relevant as Pawn's caught.
Yeah, this is one of those classic Pawn moments where he's taken down much like a representative on a chessboard.
I love his his quizzical look. Huh? I almost got a couple of the Raptors.
Why were there other champions on the map? What's going on?
Where was my jungler? There he is, getting the farm.
Is, getting all your farm.
You better interrupt that back. He doesn't have a Spray Seeker out.
No, he wants to get the next wave, so he just doesn't want the Orianna there. Perfect. Pawn's probably going to teleport because he knows that Score's going to come back and take his wave.
Oh, good stuff. I like how we still have the quintessential Pawn moment.
Yeah. I find it a little bit sad that he doesn't have that moment on his Corki, which was the champion to have all of those moments on.
Let's watch the replay here, because this was a really good all-in from ROX. The bot lane was the one lane that just wasn't boned by Score in top and mid lane being behind. So they just go on an all-in, and Mata, not really sure what he was thinking, holding on to things for that long. There's holding on to summoners, and they're just being silly. Yeah.
Felt like he almost thought that he could get out, was trying to bait them in with that rotation, and then Songwan was already there. So it would have just been a 3-on-3 with better positioning available for ROX. So maybe got a little bit ahead of himself.
KT decided they wanted a bit longer of a series. There's been a couple of silly overextensions, and enough of those stacked up. The ROX Tigers, like we were mentioning before the action, they do have Orianna, they do have good scaling. The Gnar and the Ashe can decide the game. If the fights are early enough with the build that we see Pawn going for, he still will have decent base damage in the early game. If not, the massive burst of, say, Crown with his Karma build. So there is windows for KT to take all the objectives, turrets, and trivialize what could be a bit of a headache in the late game, but
yeah,
less guarantees now after ROX make a couple of good moves around the map.
Late game scaling of Athenes is actually better now as well, so theoretically this more utility-based build does do more damage.
Definitely Sensor and Athenes have great synergy together as well.
Yeah. See whether he just goes, oh, okay. Arrow going to miss Songwan, but he's still in a little bit of trouble. Good tongue lash for the slow. Mata has to walk all the way around. There's the snare, Songwan. You ain't going anywhere, brother.
Smeb's entering in Mega Gnar form. Has flash, but Mega Gnar times out.
Just going to throw some boomerangs around, and we'll have to hop out. Doesn't get arrowed.
Not the best teleporter Smeb's life.
No, wouldn't put it down as one of those, but still. Needs to spend some time with his friends, which is great.
He can stay, though, and as a ranged auto attacker, help them take down the turret would be first brick.
Yeah, fair few minions here, and not a massive amount of range. That's the exhaust onto Songwan, but Songyun, sorry, is Score. He's going to make his way in. May get stunned under the turret. Okay, he's going to fall down. That's all too easy, and that is shutdown goal going to the Callista. I don't think any more could have gone wrong there, Papa Smithy. Slava almost gets the kill onto Pawn as well. Deft flashing, Shy in trouble. Smeb in Mega Gnar form and is going to get a Gnar underneath the turret. Massive stun, but they're just healthy enough, and Shy was the one that got the turret aggro. If that was Songyun, maybe it was a different story. Very close to a massive play there from Smeb.
Still a massive advantage over the ROX Tigers. They can push in the mid lane. They're forced out of the bot lane also. KT Rolster tried to make the teleport dive play, but wasn't able to complete. The teleport was Pawn, so doesn't get there. Isn't able to go for the adequate dive, so it's a huge botch dive from KT Rolster, and they also give over valuable experience because Score is one of the people to fall as well.
Yeah, this is a gigantic swing in gold. 3,000 now, the lead for the Tigers when they were behind by about 2 earlier on. This is where it all went wrong, Papa Smithy.
So they weren't actually able to make the teleport play because the control ward disabled the sight ward that was put down for Karma to teleport onto. So she then decides to teleport onto a minion. But Pawn gets interrupted by Lava with the ultimate. Almost just dies straight up in the mid lane, but has to back away anyway. And then Score, the man with all the gold, is dead. Everyone is overextended. Braum has the insane chase with the concussive blows, and AT Rolster, not one to remember. This was game one. You start talking about the impact of the telecom war on that loss. They'll try to shake it off, but with this sort of a comp, you can't afford to make big mistakes like that too often.
Yeah, game 2-itis possibly coming in here. Game one's, I know we talk about it as the territory of that of the Afrika Freaks, but you feel like KT has some of those tendencies as well. Well, 2-item spike for Songyun is super real at this stage of the game. Close to 18 minutes in, Hurricane and Blade of the Ruin King done for the 3-0-1 Kalista. Songyun already 100% win rate on this champion, admittedly with a sample size of 1, but if there's ever a good news story, it is certainly that, as here's a big gank onto the Crocodile. Yep, Shy, you are mega dead.
He's going to try and clear the wave and hope for third shots to do extra work, but it's 18 minutes in, they don't. ROX getting other advantages on the maps. They're not trading down necessarily too much in this scenario. Not the ideal Drake, but KT overall will pick up finally their first turret of the game to answer the 2 that Tigers already have.
Yeah, Drake, as well as a blue buff and maybe even some decent damage on this inner turret. One's going to make his way down, yeah.
But it's 4 members here from the ROX Tigers, so really good macro decision from them.
Great unbreakable there from Key to stop that Mantra Q, so they trade 1-for-1 on the turrets. This is going to be Shy going down, but they lose a dragon and a blue buff. A bunch of their jungle, they lose vision control.
And when you have to invest that many members in already a good matchup for the Gnar just to get a kill in a turret, you can't be surprised that with all the time wasted by multiple members, a lot of objectives go the way of the ROX Tigers and KT. The best they can hope for is a big Rift Herald play to just try to get back in the game, because that gold lead is not minimal.
Well, Deft is going to move over. Gatekeep just a little, as Score does have that Rift Herald buff now, and we'll see whether he's going to use it in the mid lane, where he's going to go to try and gain some extra pressure here for KT. Do have that Mountain Drake, remember, so that was helping them grab that Rift Herald, and in about 30 seconds, the Baron will be back up again, and see whether they can make some plays there, potentially. Ardent Sense is done for Pawn, so fighting as a unit will certainly be good. Deft can get a couple of extra items. He is well and truly behind now.
And Score wants to pick up a bit of tankiness as well to get there on a budget. Smeb will be going double laning items. Will be the Frozen Mallet as the second, so the same thing from Cuvée in the matchup yesterday. Wants to chase down and frustrate the Renekton, ensure that maybe you won't have kill pressure, but Shy will never have adequate teleport timings and will have to give up minion waves to respect how strong the Gnar is in the 1v1.
Going to be able to stack that Black Cleaver quite easily as well in that mini Gnar form.
Q and also the auto attack, both sources of physical damage, so stack it up very quickly, like you say.
Looking for the Score. That's going to be the ult utilized. The flash from Score comes out. That's a fat flash, if ever I've seen one.
Yeah, he interrupted, actually, the tunnel, so very nice there from the timing from the Glacial Fissure.
Okay, it's going to be wards cleared out. ROX actually utilizing this advantage that they gained from that series of botched plays from KT. Transition this into extra extended vision. Mid lane tower falling down means that they do have run of the top side of KT's jungle.
And on a simple level, they have Blade the Ruin King, QSS, and also Hurricane Kalista, and an Orianna shield for the Kalista. So this is definitely the time where Songyun, who's had the focus of his team's resources for the majority of the summer season, he's about as set up as can be at 21 minutes.
Yeah.
They're just going to turn on to Baron. They got great Baron damage as well. But now, KT not expecting it. No Hawkshot either.
Yeah, Score is actually clearing out vision here as well. Hasn't actually discovered anything. And this is just going to go to the Tigers. There's not going to be an option because Rend is such a big deal. Songwon's going to lock down that Baron buff. And can KT actually get anything off the back of this? Doesn't look like it. Fate's called. Songyun wants to turn this around. They're looking for the pick onto Mata, and I think the call is to let the Catfish go. The ROX are all over this game. KT, I just don't know whether they've got the comp to survive, even if they can stall this out.
And the Baron was claimed while Rift Herald's still available. Available now for Score, but hasn't found the spot to use it. It's going to be picking up Gromp or walking around the side, and no one's organized, so ROX go straight down the front door. They're already knocking on the inhibitor turret.
Yep, Score and Def not necessarily going to have the wave clear to clean that one out. Smeb looking to try and get the solo kill onto Shy, but it doesn't seem to matter. Pawn split pushing on the top side of the map, and KT are losing their inhibitor.
KT played this game like an exhibition match, and at the start with Score just owning people in the mid lane and the top lane, it looks like that, but so quickly they let the game out of their own grasp. This was the definition of a throw from KT Rolster with the comp they had, with the lead they had. They mismanaged a couple of engages, and from there, Rockstar made some very good decisions of their own right, gifted by KT Rolster to them, and suddenly it looks almost unimaginable to see KT get back in the game.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult, but if there's ever a team with the star power in order to do so, it is KT. There is the Rift Herald to try and start some sort of flow of play.
Are we sure about that?
Okay.
It might not even get a charge. It's not going to get a charge. Will it? Oh, I tell a lie. Nope.
Flat out nothing.
I don't know if we've seen a Rift Herald do 0 damage.
He was very confused, a particular Rift Herald. I believe Unbreakable made him upset. Key tripping him out a lot. So, okay, bit of a disaster for KT once again. Not a lot of good news for this squad. Needlessly large rod picked up for Pawn after he cleared a lot of minion waves.
And you have a double laning item, Gnar, who just won't get a laning phase because Smeb's shy will just be like, well, I'm just going to group and we can dive and stuff. We're very strong as a 5v5, so no need to necessarily opt into the laning focus build.
And this is just perfect play, honestly, from Tigers with the resources that they have as well. I mean, we talk about teams being able to utilize advantages. This is certainly ROX doing a great example of that. Topside vision most certainly solely in their possession. That outer turret just got taken down easily by the Orianna as the rest of the team was just waiting in the wings. KT with no option to move up there and try and defend anything in a turret. Quickly follows. Now with super creeps crashing in the mid lane. This inhibitor turret on the top side of the map is in a heck of a lot of trouble, and Shy all the while pushing into Smeb.
Pushing up here, they want to take an inhibitor turret. Will be their second in the game, and KT's giving it up.
Yep. Not even going to try and go for any sort of engage. The composition's good from the Tigers. Their early game control was not necessarily there with Score taking over the game, but if you get it handed back to them, best be ready. As now Score is going to be taken down. This looks to be the last-ditch effort from KT as Deft. Big shields coming in, but he just can't get the damage through that Unbreakable. In goes Smeb, 4-man Gnar, as the Fate Score is going to save the support. Mata gets down, that's going to be the shockwave, but it's only onto the Tahm Kench. And at least Smeb is going to survive. These health bars are extraordinarily low. Pawn wants to capitalize, but he's got no mana to do it. That Athene's not going to be giving him that sort of regen once again, as Teleport is going to get Smeb in there, but everyone just disengages towards the bottom side, and it's an 11,000 gold lead. Tigers in massive amounts of control now with 2 inhibitors down.
How quickly it went from one way to the other. The pendulum swings so fast into the ROX Tigers. Sitting on a mountain of gold they can go back and spend, and even though Smeb hits a picture-perfect engage, it meant nothing. There was no way for them to profit on it. He got chunked out as he did it. No item purchases from KT will change the game, and Deft has the items and also the support from Pawn to do damage. It's just, unfortunately, at the same time, the items there for ROX Tigers means that Deft won't have the time to make use of the Ardent Sensor or the big shields. And ROX Tigers, they're one team fight away, or even a couple of picks away from ending the game.
Yeah. Got that Elixir of Wrath on Sung in as well with an extra completed item and a luxury QSS for him. Kalista looking to make it 100% win rate out of 2 games. And ROX Tigers season has not been one of 100% win rates, Papa Smithy. There hasn't been a story that you can really tell. So once again, very impressive. But key also, this Braum has been instrumental getting the bottom lane back into this series. This tower should fall pretty quickly, as it does. Oh, an arrow expertly dodged, actually, by the ROX Tigers. Thought that one was going to land. Prey Seeker also just going to fall all the way through. Mantra Q also not going to find the mark. ROX being very slippery, and now they're going to go for the engage. Smeb immediately destroyed. Redemption's going to be available. Cleans up the backline as far as the health bar, and Deft, he's been exhausted. 2-man shockwave from Lava, and that is the performance we wanted. The debut, he finally gets, and on to the fountain goes Songwon. Okay, Score's going to be able to grab that kill. And that's going to be the Nexus falling down. Tigers answer back and even up the series against KT.
Picture perfect example of a throw, Atlas, coming through from KT Rolster. The only thing ROX Tigers had going for them was some good plays in the bot lane. We talked about how the all-in and kill on Mata was a counterpoint to Lava dying twice, to Shy also dying twice. Felt like where everywhere Score went, Touch to God. He had the Midas touch until he really didn't, until the botched turret dive in the bot side gave even more gold to the side of Songyun. And for the second time, he jumps on the Kalista. The Kalista definitely works out, and both his Kalista games have been against KT Rolster. He's 2-0 in games on the season.
Yeah, and once again, it's Pawn picking up the karma and not necessarily having it. It was game 3 versus SKT that KT honestly didn't look like they were a part of that, especially after a certain amount in. A lot of it had to do with the Jhin face checking, but I just feel like if Pawn isn't on a champion that can do damage, have impact on his own, as he likes to do. And honestly, KT feels like a different team, and that was another example of that.
I think it would have been fine if they just stuck the landing, kept playing smartly, didn't give over free gold. They could have played their comp and tried to snowball. That option was gone, and the team comp really overtook for the side of the ROX Tigers. It's a big, big mistake. Unfortunately, a return to spring season KT with their transition from the early game to mid game. Heroic performance, though, from the bot lane of ROX Tigers. Key, another person benefited by the initiation meta. He doesn't have to be dying on Lulu and squishy supports. He also gets to go on the initiators, and he was great as well.
Yeah, the Braum imperative in this series. But it's going to be blue side given back over to KT this time around. ROX Tigers going to have to be a bit more experimental, as we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, game number 3.
sou carioca, nasci no Rio de Janeiro, estudava e jogava futebol. A minha grande paixão sempre foi o futebol.
I lost to my body.
Ronaldo always being involved with competition, and I believe that the esports market provides everything that the football at some point provided. So this parallel is really important.
Eu acho que existe muitas similaridades entre o esporte e o futebol.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sing, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's like, as the world comes tears in our hands. Are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's like.
Welcome back, OGN Legion, and this series just got interesting as the ROX Tigers were able to take the game over as KT made some pretty horrendous mid-game decisions and ultimately lost the game at that point.
To say it took a dramatic left turn was definitely an understatement, Atlas, because
We went Final Destination on this roller coaster.
the bot lane was all that really the ROX Tigers had going for them, but playing through that and also a big botched attempt at trying to quell that by KT Rolster shut them down. It could have been one of Sangyun or Key. Credit will go to Key. 0012, the secret agent, was Key on the Braum, making things happen, was good in game one, better in game two. And now the ROX Tigers are rewriting the story. KT looked very good in game one. We thought, okay, shaking off the specter of the telecom war. Now after a performance like that, after a good start, you start to wonder, what if?
Yeah. Looked absolutely fantastic. Both Sangyun and Key played brilliantly together, but Key always seemed to be in the right position. His Unbreakables made any engage attempt from KT just not necessarily work out. Pop Smithy, wasn't a great time for KT once this ROX Tigers composition got themselves together.
And now you have to wonder about pick and ban. KT will be back on the blue side. Red side banned Zach Gallio and Camille, interestingly, in game one. So what do we actually see banned against them now? Because Caitlyn first pick, that was pretty big for the side of KT. Got access to a lot of other tools like the Thresh as well. The adaptations that were pretty trivial for ROX Tigers on blue side are going to have to be more tailored on the red side. I'm really excited to see what ROX attack, because the attack largely worked pretty well for them in game two, even if they were given a massive lease on life by KT Rolster.
Yeah, felt a little bit gifted. Oh, I'm sad we didn't see the fancy footwork from ROX Tigers just before this. They dodged 3 big skill shots and then took the game over. Lava demonstrating his skills with that shockwave looking pretty good. But the ROX Tigers going with momentum to game number 3 against KT Rolster. But blue side in this series has been pretty strong. And we're going to have another sub as Shy, he's a one-game wonder. Going to be swapping back out for Linderung.
Interesting. Maybe that is actually a reality of blue side and red side bans, and also drafting priorities for the ROX Tigers. Shy came in, didn't really do too much of note, but actually off screen, he was able to make a crucial interrupt onto Smeb that wasn't caught by the OGN replays. So he did some great team things. He brings experience. He comes out, wins a game, and will be substituted out. So that means they will be keeping Songwan, but the bromance between Linderung and Sungwon will be reunited in Game 3. This is the third new configuration for the ROX Tigers.
Yep, rekindled now on their side of the Rift, and it's always good to mix things up. Having 3 different configurations means that it's more difficult for KT to address what went wrong in the game prior, because there's another wild card that they have to deal with. That being said, now that we're on the blue side, I feel like KT will have a lot more flexibility in what they are going to be able to get.
So where will ROX Tigers go with their bans? That's kind of the biggest interesting point to me. KT's bans on the blue side, Talia, Karma, Gragas. In Game 1, able to claim that Caitlyn first pick. Caitlyn used to very good effect MVP performance from Deft in Game 1, so the Tigers go with their bans this time. Feels like the Camille can definitely be curbed.
Yeah, I don't think that Deft has lost on the Caitlyn, and it is going to be banned away this time, so good adaptation.
Now, to me, the Camille ban lets me know that the Tigers feel like Smeb is going to pick that blind pick, and they're worried about his potential to take over the game with blind pick on top lane, which is a big headache given the Tigers want to counter pick top lane on the red side. Gragas will be banned again. So far, 2 of the same bans coming through for KT.
Yeah, wasn't even looked at in the last series, but still going to be respected.
Do you just ban Zach here because you really don't want to deal with Zach from score?
Yeah, I feel like Zach and Galio and things like that needs to be addressed.
I think you just accept the Elise is going to go over to score and give up on trying to give up anything else. Now, you could also play it fast and loose and leave the Galio open for Pawn to play, but that seems like a headache as well.
Yeah, Pawn has been opting into that at any opportunity as well. KT
5-0.
Yeah, they do look pretty good with him on that particular champion. Probably better with Deft on the Caitlyn. That one is going to be thankfully banned away. And Orianna going to be the final ban. So Lava needs to mix it up this time.
Where do the Tigers go here with their ban? As we mentioned, the most likely would be Galio, but that would give open Elise to the side of KT. See how Songwon's feeling about his Rek'Sai, because that has been the matchup that, as you mentioned, was going very well previous games today until the last game. They will ban Galio. Kind of have to accept that Score almost certainly will be drafting Elise first pick.
Yep, so Elise is going to be taken. Songwon can hop over to that Rek'Sai as Score did. What do the Tigers pick up? What do they want to deny away?
Rek'Sai and the Primo attack damage carry choice can come through on the side of the Tigers, and maybe they'll just strap on the Kalista super early.
Well, Sungyun, the only one with 100% win rate on a champion on this team, and it is going to be the Kalista, so happy to lock that one in. Now Songwon, does he just grab the Rek'Sai, something like that? Yeah, do you get Thresh, or do you just go back to the Braum? Do you lock in that bottom lane straight up here for the Tigers? Nope, it's going to be Lee Sin from Songwon.
Feels like the Tigers will take a support in the first round, though, and maybe start banning supports if KT don't take one. If Songwon does take on Lee Sin here, will be locked in. So it won't be the Rek'Sai that's been the favored matchup into Elise all day.
Yeah.
KT have access to a lot of the tools from Game 1. Corki is available, Rumble as well. But the physical damage laner is a bit higher priority with the Elise already locked in. Maybe we'll see Smebs Renekton for the first time tonight.
Do they pick up Braum here? Because it does mean that the Tigers can head towards the Tahm Kench, much like KT did.
It's not like Kalista Thresh is appreciably weaker. Sure, the Braum has the great synergy of the all-in. We do see the Renekton come through from Smeb. He's been majestic on this pick in summer season, winning a lot of MVPs with his SKT Marin skin. They do end up just denying Braum. A lot of respect being shown to Key with the Braum takeaway.
He was very, very good. Deserved MVP being picked up. Undying performance on that champion when the early game did look relatively rough. A lot of options for Deft on the bottom side. They could even go for a Kog'Maw or something like that. The synergy with the concussive blows is actually definitely a thing and can work fantastically well.
Big Deft favorite. Depends on how much Engage is kind of drafted before you get to that round. 2 picks available. ROX will just blind pick mid lane. They'll go with Syndra coming through from Lava, so another U pick for him. 2 games of Orianna, 1-1, and now jumping on the Syndra. Pawn has been known to pick interesting things into things like Syndra. The Kassadin will be someone he will think about, even if that might leave them too high on the magic damage. Corki also a possibility, running Exhaust and just hoping that the Exhaust timing is on point.
Yeah, we've seen.
And the Corki's banned.
Yeah, so that's going to be taken away. Tigers they're up with you, Pop Smithy, as far as your analysis is concerned. Thresh is going to be taken away from the Tigers, so Key is going to get a lot of the attention here. Tom Kench would be an understandable second ban from KT.
Do KT get really greedy and go for the blast from the past mid-lane Vladimir from Pawn? That's a possibility.
I was just thinking that, actually.
You could see him going Ghost Flash and just trying to style on
You could see him
the
picking
Syndra.
Echo here.
That's true. I mean, Pawn also has the mad scientist thing going on, right?
Yeah.
He can play a lot of picks, doesn't always seem to get the latitude to do so. A safe pick would have been the Karma, but just lost on Karma, and it felt like, with it not being taken in the first round, I don't think KT were going to rely on that too much.
Yeah, I'm actually glad that Tigers took that one away as an option, and Rumble's going to be taken away from Linderong.
Surprising given the person involved, but we already saw the matchup today, so handing away a bit of top lane power. The Kled is available, and Linderong's played it a few times. Bit of a riskier choice. I'm not going to talk about that, Hover.
Good old Shyvana.
Renekton versus Shyvana. We saw plenty of that in the past, Atlas.
I was going to say, I'm certainly a little bit tilted. But Shen's going to be picked up. This is fine.
And he does have a pretty big meat shield here. Will he be going for the Kog'Maw that's his favorite pick, or the Jinx, which is his legacy pick? Even showed the reckless favorite of the Kennen.
I would love the Jinx.
Come on, Def, make it fun.
Oh, don't pick the Varus.
A lot of different theories on what to take. Might just go ultra safety in the Varus, who wants to outrange the Syndra, stay out of trade range there, but some all-in options for Kalista. And the answering pick is going to be just the attempt to outscale with the Victor. Very interesting choice here. Definitely can be focused down in laning phase. If Sungwon gets the kickoff, Victor probably dies. Lava making his debut performance on a pressure laner this time on the Syndra. Wants to get some kills onto the Victor. And Key, who's been pretty targeted consistently in this series, coming off an MVP, considering his options, and goes engage. Now we get Fate's Call into Grand Entrance, into the quickness in some order. A lot of engage just from the attack damage carry and also support duo of ROX Tigers.
Yeah, I feel like their engage options are just limitless with this Rakan pickup. They can Grand Entrance, get some knockups, and then Fate's Call it immediately, and then Battle Dance his way back out again.
Why you see this, though, is that Varus and Victor are in pretty similar parts of the team fight. They're down the back trying to rein in damage from further away, but they also are both very weak against gap close. Endless gap close from the Fate's Call into the Rakan initiation. There'll be a lot of headaches from them unless they can get significantly ahead, start popping people with Lichbane Victor like we saw earlier today. Smab wants to run the top lane and be a pressure point because they're taking some liberties, especially in the mid lane, drafting Victor into Syndra.
Yeah, this could be a very difficult game for KT. They do certainly have some picks that they are comfortable on. You've got Smeb's Renekton, you've got Victor for Pawn, which is what saw his resurgence, honestly, this particular season. His Victor, when he first started picking it up, was when KT started looking better and better. Varus, certainly a most played so far for Deft. And the Braum from Mata. Even though there is a hilarious video of him missing Qs, his Braum is still very, very good. So ladies and gentlemen, game number 3, the deciding match to see whether ROX can pull ahead over KT. ROX fans, you can hear the desperation a little bit, Papa Smithy, but we are on to the Rift. Pawn with his super hipster Victor skin. So many creative Victors. You just don't see a lot of this one. This was the least used default skin pack skin, you know? It was mostly people using the yellow one, the weird yellow one.
Yep.
Yeah. What's that? Augmented Victor, I think, is that the one that
you
Pawn
could
has?
be right. My Victor skin knowledge. I know is it Full Machine Victor is the...
Full Metal Victor?
Something like that.
Yeah.
That's the other one.
And then Creative Victor is the one that all the cool kids use. It's got the fancy red lasers and stuff, you know?
Not in this game.
Not this time. Pawn has used that skin every single time, I believe. Almost.
Definitely wondering about the Victor Varus second round picks.
Yeah.
KT fans are hoping their love and optimism will see them return to winning ways after the telecom war just a few days ago. But going for kind of two immobile, medium to long-range threats in the Victor and the Varus means that the Rakan was a very clean answer to the threats that KT have posed. And sure, Smeb can snowball, Score can snowball, and that becomes less important. But KT actually contesting onto the start here, trying to delay Songwon. They don't actually feel like they're going to take anything away, but buying time means that Score will have the inside track into potentially being in the right place at the right time, which he is very good at doing, even in Game 2. He was well on top of the jungle matchup till they made their faffs around turret dives.
Also means that there's going to be a health lead for Smeb on the top side. Probably not for long, though, because Linderung does have that Doran shield. And pushed in is KT on the bottom side of the map.
Level 1, actually, you are deceptively strong as Kalista. Obviously, as the lane goes on, you can put points in Q or E. You're going to be a lot less strong at pushing, but at level 1, with an auto attack cancel, you can push pretty hard as mid lane.
Yeah, Thunderlords does go off, evening out that trade a little bit more in favor of Lava, but Pawn dodging nimbly out of the way of these Qs and landing his own makes things difficult for this Syndra. Has been focusing on clearing out the minions, so it does have at least the pushing advantage so far. We'll see whether it heats up any further, as Bite is going to land from Mata. Haha, weird Chinese video from a little while ago. It was very mean. It was very mean. You can probably find it on YouTube, guys.
It wasn't complimentary, for sure.
It was certainly not. Although I think it was used in good fun, but you just never really know.
And it's bizarre to see Linderung back in the lineup after you are just mixing up a winning combination. Made us speculate about red side drafting options for ROX. Smeb has control. Linderung only now picking up 6 CS, and Score is up top lane. Going to be spotted, though, on a ward.
Yeah,
doesn't really help Songwon to be in position, though. He's on the other side of the map completely.
Yeah, and there's a lot of vision available here for Tigers on the bottom side of the map, but not so much on the top side, as Smeb has a gigantic lead in farm that Linderung should be able to even out. Volatile Spiderling getting a lot of value from Score.
Well, that's all the Krugs, and Smeb goes on a vision mission of his own.
Yeah, there is a lot of vision available for KT. Okay, that was nice.
Still having some fun after Game 2,
yeah.
I see.
Yep. At least Smeb's spirits are up, and he has Renekton, so obviously he's going to be feeling pretty good, even if it is into the Shen, which can be a little bit of a nullifying.
So from the contest at level 1, the big win that KT gets is kind of a delayed vertical jungling. Now they have double ward on the top side. They have the pushing lane as well. So Smeb is the big benefactor of all of this. Songwon spotted on a ward. Allows him to overextend a lot more freely.
Yeah, good information gained, actually, as Songwon's not going to be able to find anything on this side. Control ward goes down, but not sure what he's going to get. There aren't a lot of camps coming back.
Mid lane gank, I guess, the best you can hope for is bot lane.
Yeah, big grand entrance from Key. It does get the heal out as Key goes down very low. Exhaust comes in to slow him up, but there are a lot of sticks into these members of KT. The Score's
trying to come in turbo.
We've got the passive from Key giving a little bit of extra health, but Score does not want to go for any sort of flash cocoon play.
Still had a biscuit on top of the biscuit he was chugging also, so was getting the health values out of kill range.
Yeah, see where the KT decide to push up, because there's a cheeky little Kalista stuck in the brush.
All summoners used, apart from Flash, in the bot lane.
Yeah, for everyone. Got to use their fun buttons.
This is
to use their mandatory buttons.
It's a different task for Lava, because if you pick Orianna, on your debut, you know what you're doing, right? You're kind of playing against the minions, less likely to be looking for solo kills like some of our best Orianna players. Farm up, put a shield on Sangyun, it'll probably PK. Yep. When you're taking Syndra into Victor, you actually have to play on the front foot, and then it kind of dawns on you that you're in a Game 3 against Pawn, against KT Rolster, in this big stage on your debut, and it's a different expectation for Lava, formerly Taehoon of SK Telecom T1, to take on, and you notice in the early levels, the CS advantage is actually there for Pawn.
Yeah, he's ahead by about 10. Lava is going to head back to lane, does have himself a null magic mantle.
And let's say he plays more aggressive when he gets ultimate, or adjusts his playstyle. Remember that around that same time, Pawn is going to have, the first Hex core upgrade, to start wave clearing, not really commit to fights as he forces Lava out of lane, and then he already got more than you would have expected, as that's a lot of ticks of the Chaos Storm.
That was what I like to call the Doinby special, or we like to call as former LPL casters. It's whenever you hit level 6, press the button, and they have to go back to base.
Doinby wasn't playing when I was there, because when I was there in spring 2015, we did not have QG.
Ah, it's unfortunate. Doinby was a pleasure, even if he was very confusing sometimes.
How about Swift?
Swift and Doinby were actually one of my favorite teams to watch because it was like a drama every single
And then it actually turned into a real life
And then
drama.
it was an actual drama, yeah, that was a big problem.
But all I'm trying to say is that because he didn't apply pressure early, he kind of gets a free hex score gold to pawn that shouldn't be there given that the pressure matchup can come through for the Syndra.
And the solo lanes are actually going incredibly well here for KT. You've got a huge lead for Smeb as he was pushed really far up. More than happy, using himself as a ward in that brush.
The cool thing is that they don't even need vision around Smeb. They're trusting him to do his own dirty work, and they have 3 control wards around the bot side of the jungle and giving control to the one lane that really hasn't been pressuring. The Deft and Mata have been pushed in largely, so they get advantages elsewhere and also have the innate advantage in top lane as well.
Now Deft actually with complete control of this minion wave. It is going to shove forward, so Sungyun's going to be able to pick up most of those minions and even out this farm, but
KT's getting too much. This feels definitely like, you know, a team with a lot less practice in the ROX Tigers, ceding so much over to KT, who haven't really had to fight for 1,000 gold lead, even if the draft wasn't as one-sided, let's say. It's not 3 pushing lanes, haha, what the ROX Tigers doing. This is just KT having some good power points, playing smartly, and ROX still gelling as a 5-man unit.
Yeah, feels a little bit like poor matchmaking, just a little bit.
Hey, game 2, you know, that happens, so
yeah,
whatever you can say about that.
Well, I mean, it felt like that in game 2, you're exactly right. Okay, Deft and Mata are going to make their way back into the lane. No one present here to help them out as far as any sort of attempted gank. One's going to head back to base as well, so pressure relieved from the ROX Tigers.
Item advantage for Sungyun as the completed Bilge Ward adjusts to the Vamp Scepter in the bot lane. Key does not have the quickness just yet. Does have, I'm not sure if he has an experience advantage. If he does, no, he does not, as Mata already has the Glacial Fissure. An instant quickness flash grand entrance could have been big.
Yeah. Opportunities here. Tiamat done for Smeb. First off, into the Barmy Cinder of Linderung. Wave clear focus for both of these champions makes sense. Wanting to be sitting in side lanes, hopefully not for too long as they push the minions up. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Seems to be what's on the cards. Lava's going to grab himself a blue buff. He's got a lot of them this series. They were either winning the game quickly in the case of game 2, or just being pressured from all angles by KT in game 1.
Now I think Songwon has to be the hero. He's hit level 6, now level 7 actually. A big Lee Sin play around Victor, and you can still pick up a kill. No exhaust on Pawn, he only has heal. Full rotation from Lee Sin and Syndra should still be damage in kill range onto the Victor.
We've seen Lee Sin's actually put a lot of pressure on Victors, especially ones without Ghost.
Victor's so predictable, right? The moment you see the lane crashing, you know he's going to walk up and hop behind him, kick him in, and potentially Syndra can do the rest of the work.
Well, Smeb's going to get very aggressive. Linderung immediately flashes, probably out of fear, which I don't blame him for.
Flash was very proactive. He doesn't have any, well, he has some shallow vision, but he didn't have any vision around where at least could have been pathing through the river. Probably too much respect, if you ask me.
Smeb looking to do a bit of dirty farming behind this turret. Linderung forced to pick up what CS he can.
I mean, Smeb's just having a day out.
He is. This is Smeb's day. Of course, very close to his day.
Well, as 3-man rotation coming to answer what has been a horror laning phase. Will they be there in time? Score's already starting.
Well, that is going to be the taunt. The flash comes in. That's with a cocoon perfectly layered, and First Blood goes over to Smeb. He's going to have a visit from a lot of people. In fact, everybody else from the ROX Tigers is going to be here.
They're going to go for Smeb, you'd imagine.
Yeah. And that is going to be the grand entrance. I believe Smeb should be taken down. Probably take this as the Ignite is used. Gets a Summoner spell as well. Not too bad. Just Pawn, okay. Songwon, you are in trouble. Thankfully, the tether range of that Chaos Storm isn't super high.
Varus is the only person who doesn't rotate. They draw a teleport out of it, but he does get free time in the bot lane. ROX had a good read that they needed to end the horror laning phase in top. Much more rare has been the lane swaps around the 8 to 12 minute mark to try and have some reinforcements around the Rift Herald. But with only an Ocean Drake as the spawn, ROX makes the right read, but slightly too late. Now.
Oh, Cocoon's not going to land, but everything else is Key's going to jump back. Fate Skull comes in, Sungin just making sure that the Rakan is going to be safe. Marta, very aggressive as
they want more
usual.
here. Yep, they're going in.
Yep, that's the teleport. Stand United comes in, but I don't think it's going to complete, and it's not, as Kalista is going to die. Deft, he got queued by the Lee Sin, but there were too many of his friends around, and now they're tanking the turret. This has been their downfall in the past, but they've got so much damage.
Just Spiderlings and a Braum this time, Atlas. A little bit more straightforward. As you say, optimistic use of the Stand United doesn't complete. Shen slowly pushing in bot lane, not even with a Tiamat to his name. He's not going to be doing any real damage to the turret. Lava didn't rotate over either. Big win for KT Rolster. Open up a 3,000 gold lead. A lot more in control in Game 3.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking at the gold at about 20 minutes into this game, though, Papa Smithy. 12 minutes doesn't seem to be the point where KT have really relinquished any control ever. It's around the start of the mid-game. Things can go wrong.
And look, if you, for whatever reason, skipped the first round robin of the LCK, jumped in with this game, like, all right, second round robin, that's where I'm interested, we're closer to Worlds, and you saw KT's game too, you're like, oh, spring KT all over again.
Yeah.
But that was really a counterpoint to KT not playing like that for the majority, for basically all of the first round robin. Sure, they had losses, but they weren't, let's get a million kills in the first 10 minutes, then throw it away miserably, like they did so many times in spring season. That was definitely a return to the struggles of spring season for KT. They're looking to put paid pass to that. If they just return to the same team, then yes, you can make the memes about being broken by SKT.
It's like an in case you missed it
Yes.
type moment, you know? We got signs of both KTs. We just started a little bit round the wrong way.
It's the opposite of fan service.
Yeah.
It's fan depression.
Yeah. Hey, remember, we were capable of this horrible stuff. So don't be too excited, fans.
Spring kids will remember this.
Oh. That's awful. Okay, that's going to be Rift Scuttler control gained by Songwon. Perfect tech score completed by Pawn. Later the Rune King done for Deft, as well as close to a Black Cleaver, as well as a Tiamat for Smeb.
That's Kalindaran.
Yeah, speaking of which, he's going to tank up the turret for a little while. His score, okay, he didn't really want that.
He was having another one of those frightful dalliances with the turret.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, don't want to go for these. Linderung's relatively tanky with that Barmy Cinder as well as his Ninja Turtle. Oh my goodness. Smeb is just very, very big right now. There's a taunt.
I guess it hasn't grown. It's been about 30 for the past 6 minutes or so. This is a delayed Rift Herald take. They started it, and I guess it released because it's still over 10,000 health. Finally, Marta is going to face check a million brushes on his way to getting there.
Needs to zigzag a little bit in order to make that happen, but Songwon's going to eat some honey fruit. His way to getting away from this is take 2 on Linderung getting dove.
I mean, the turret also being taken is probably the more obvious objective. All the wards for KT are mostly bottom side, so the fact that Marta could even face check that much was probably too much of a risk to get to the Rift Herald, and they delay it a couple of times.
Going to trade it for a turret.
Marta's consumed the third face check.
Keys there. Stop that one from happening, but they just move back to the mid lane outer turret, and they're just happy to let this Rift Herald go.
I'm just happy they're not playing around the area where they have no vision, so giving up a Rift Herald's never ideal, but never for the third face check. Pawn is in vision. He doesn't know this.
Now Fate's Call's going to come in. That's the knock-up. Does have a lot of damage to throw back as Sangyun's going to take some of it, but in the end, just not enough. 3 versus 1 ain't great odds, Pawn.
Too cute. I mean, they had the vision, remember. He had the ward just outside the entrance to the Rift Herald and still seemed to be surprised by the whole scenario.
He looks bemused. Oh yes, I fell down.
I think he'd be a hit at parties.
Yeah, he would. No, that was a bad time.
He's very educated in your version.
Why is that educated?
I don't know, you sound pompous.
That's pompous, not educated.
Okay, well, pompous people usually like to tell people they're educated.
Yeah, can often be a lie, obviously. They don't get sucked in.
I'm not big on lies. I tell the OGN Legion the truth.
So do I. I just do it pompously. Okay. Smeb, he's going to be able to take himself a Grump. This wave's going to be shoved back towards him, and he's going to be more than happy to throw around his little weapon and clear up all of the minions. minions. That was satisfying. Thank you very much, Crocodile Man.
He is putting pressure on a side of the map where there is nothing else to gain. They're not putting down deep vision. There's no Drake to take, so with nothing on the map, it's just kind of trading farm with Shen, which is not ideal from the side of Renekton.
ROX have actually stabilized relatively effectively. I mean, it's just under a 4,000 gold lead for KT.
I mean, you say stabilize, and I think that's correct, you know, demonstrably, but there really isn't an easy objective for KT to target. If you consider where all their vision was, they kind of got all the free objectives. Inner turrets are much harder. The Rift Herald was already dead, so it's kind of, there's nothing for KT really to fight over. So awkwardly, given where the comps were at, they're almost inevitably slowed down. And the mid lane push will come in here, and Victor, even with all his wave clear, probably not going to be able to deal with this Rift Herald like we saw Rift Heralds dealt with in Game 2.
Yep, setting himself up for that big old charge, and see you later, turret. That's a lot of damage. That's going to get them one. May not get another charge as Smeb was moving over. Vision available there for ROX, I believe.
And a lot stronger, so that vision being translated to the top side has happened. You can tell Varus confidently wave clearing about a screen away from the inner turret as Braum has made his way through, and he's going straight in on the Syndra.
Ultimate comes down. That is going to be Stand United there as well, but the stun comes in. Good
die.
Flash immediately afterwards, and Mata is going to be answered. Chaos Storm was a little bit late. Pawn not quite there to try and get his damage on top, and they can't get the pick.
Oh, a little bit too transparent from the side of KT, putting everything in. The Shen Shield getting basically full value because of the fact that it scales with the missing health on its target. No teleport coming through from the Renekton. Didn't have a good spot for that. End result is the ROX Tigers put one on and do actually delay and probably will be able to clear out a lot of the vision that KT spent the best part of the last 3 minutes putting down.
Thankfully for ROX, I mean for KT, they did manage to get some summoner spells out of lava. There's no Stand United from Linderung. They can immediately answer. Could possibly find something utilizing that, but Stand United is going to be up very quickly, and I don't think that they'll be able to get something set up again in time.
Seems like Smeb wants to put as much power on the board early by going for the Ravenous Hydra rather than the Titanic.
Yeah, I like it.
It's going to be a massive 2-item power spike, and he can just lifesteal through any of the trade Tiamat and Barmy Cinder damage from Linderung. Does have, you know, almost infinite scaling from the Victor in the mid lane. So he's kind of trying to pack on power before Victor has 2-3 items to his name.
We'll be able to shove these minion waves extraordinarily quickly as well. Ravenous Hydra doing it a little bit faster than that of the Titanic.
Or slowing down his build, wanting to pick up the Warden's Mail to try and curb Songyun's impact in the preceding team fight. Almost certainly will be the Blade the Ruin King Hurricane completed in just a moment's time.
Okay, now Mata not actually going to get a ward onto this Dragon Pit. He is in full vision. They do finally get it over the top.
2 pretty shallow control wards on this side of the map. Defensive almost, when previously they've been playing offensive, means that with full information, they pretty happily take down a Mountain Drake, and is that momentum shifting as bot lane?
Yep, Fate's Call comes in. That's the grand entrance. Quickness down there as well, and it's all too easy for Songyun to grab his first kill. Mata flashes out of the way. No kick available for Songwon, but man, this Fate's Call into the grand entrance from Key is just working a treat for the Tigers.
KT are just very strangely playing around pressure where they have 2 control wards, watch a Drake go down, then walk up and die. It's starting to unfortunately be some scattered shot calling from them, I guess you would call it. That was just pushing in the top lane. They're trying to make something happen. Oh, it does register.
Yeah, see you later. That is going to be no summoners and no lava anymore. Thankfully, we can walk on the ground again, Papa Smithy. Okay, can they get the follow-up kill here? At least in pretty slippery, so we'll be able to make it out.
Going to contest a control ward because they didn't need to be mid lane. The minion wave is too far away.
We'll move back there now. 20 seconds on lava means that they should have some time where they can utilize the man advantage. Pings are going down there, but Smeb's moving in as well. Okay.
Stand United back up for Linderung, so another cooldown that needs to be respected.
No Fate's Call just yet.
Very healthy turret. Not really going to be able to get any damage on it. Smeb allowing minion waves to be pushed in as well. So again, we talked about taking the easy objectives, then being stalled out, and with some of their mistakes, KT are allowing the Tigers to keep competitive, still under 4,000 gold lead. It's where we were at 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. Pon able to steal away a blue buff. He's been playing pretty solo League of Legends so far over the last couple of games, to be honest. Even his Karma split pushing often. Now bottom lane, we'll see what he's going to go back and finish off. Looks like it could potentially be that of the Banshee's Veil. He goes back home. They haven't been able to break through this mid lane as of yet. Songyun close to finishing off that Runan's Hurricane.
So the itemization is where you can be most happy as a KT fan. Seeing Ravenous Hydra as Pawn is going a lower DPS build, I think is smart. Again, having a earlier power spike top lane while Victor is taking a roundabout way to being strong. In the team fights, going for very much a safe build to respect the Syndra. And just the simple fact of being ahead in CS against a Syndra for a Victor does bode very well for late game fights for KT. That is if Deft is not instantly ping-ponged to death, which is certainly possible with how on point Key has been in initiation this series.
Shows why the QSS was so quickly purchased. Of course, opportunities from both sides with things like cocoons flying around. Crocodiles flashing on your face ain't a great idea as well.
And Songyun, he's got his 3 items. He's ready to fight.
Yeah. Songwan, okay, the cocoon is going to land, but that's going to be safeguard. Songwan's going to find his way out, and it's not an overcommitment this time from KT. Mata held on to that Glacial Fissure.
Saw Smeb pull away, move on to the Gromp, just because if he's on Gromp, that's likely he's going to be taunted and interrupted on his teleport.
But also still padding that cash, so that's definitely good news. See, his farm is phenomenal. 23 minutes, 260 farm. That's pretty good.
But it is just a Shen Stand United Shen Stand United shield on Songyun enough to nullify. Lots of gold on a Renekton. Can be kited out in fights, so even though he's way ahead of Linderung does still have that ultimate tool to set up Songyun. Gleefully accepted that in game 2 and put his team on his back.
Now you can see Tigers actually have a lot of vision control around this Baron area. It seems that they've been able to bully KT instead of the other way around. Fate's Call is going to come out once again. Another grand entrance. That's going to land onto Deft. He's going to use the flash, gets himself out of the way. Quickness not going to make it as there's a flash from Linderung. Deft is the target. They're going to take Mata down as well. Grand entrance, it's off cooldown. And Deft is most certainly going to be dead. 2 easy picks from the Tigers, and this just looks like rinse and repeat. Each time that combo's up, they're going in.
And it means much more than that. They're going to turn onto the Baron, cleanse at the wrong time by Deft, so actually didn't disengage much of the CC and still was knocked up and eventually chased down. They turn onto this Baron. We already know that the contest is so hard, and Pawn, I think, needs to get there and load in damage, otherwise this could just be Baron to ROX Tigers.
Well, Smeb, he's going to try and do what he can to cancel this one out. Key there as well. They don't have a lot of their ultimates and abilities as Smeb finds his way forward. Chaos Storm running around in here, but that is going to be the Baron secured by the Tigers. KT, disadvantage as far as the amount of people that they have, but the health bars are certainly there. But it looks like ROX are going to be able to successfully disengage. And this could be the beginning of ROX Tigers' comeback victory. And that would mean so much now moving in to the second round robin.
So watch the replay here. Deft thinks he's safe because he has flash, heal, and cleanse. But watch, he actually only cleanses the quickness charm and still gets knocked up by the grand entrance. That's just how that interaction works. You need to use both your summoners instantly, or you will just take the grand entrance. Double entrance onto Deft was all KT was dreading because it allowed ROX Tigers to set up for the Baron, eventually take it down. The Rend was actually not enough to secure it. Fell down to 16 HP and then was finished off by Songwan. So was a small window there for KT. Now the Tigers, the gold lead's getting small. The Baron buff minions are there, and the standing gold can finally be claimed.
Yeah, 2-1 in turrets, and Tigers going to make that 1-for-1. And doubtless that it is going to extend further. They've made it a point to pick up mid lane outer turret very early in both of these victorious early games as far as map control is concerned. It could be a reason why KT have been falling apart just a little bit. Because in game number 1, they were very fast to take that one down and get all of that forward vision available to them. And this time when KT tried to venture that far up, it was them getting picked off, not the other way around.
Infernal Drake to add on to the Baron buff they had claimed. ROX Tigers fishing for a fight. Lava hasn't needed to be a star, just doing the team thing as Syndra, while Victor free farmed most of the game. A Flame Horizon for Smeb might not even be relevant in this game. He's so far ahead of Linderong, but not feeling that impact in fight.
Yeah, doesn't even really seem to matter. Shens always have been that kind of champion that just, I don't really care how I've been doing, I just offer more in a team fight. Offer more in a split push at the same time. Okay, KT at least holding off this push relatively effectively, as now Smeb and Linderong fighting. Baron buff is going to be available here, but Smeb's not going to care about it too much. May care about a 2 versus 1, including a
spotted out. He knows that he's coming up, but how much distance can he actually open up over Linderong?
Yeah, that is going to be the taunt. Tried to wait for the opportune time, as there's the flash. They're not going to go for the dive onto Smeb, who still has the dominus.
And the outer top lane turret is still up, which is a little detail you might forget at 27 minutes into the game.
Yep.
So he had some way to go, but that will be, again, more of this standing goal. 3 outer turrets down. Crucially first for the ROX Tigers when they take this one out. Just brute force it down.
Okay, not going to go for the full complete until the minion wave gets here. I like it. Not going to sacrifice health that they don't need to. That outer turret's going to fall. The full outer ring there. They still have pressure here on this bottom side. Born answers the mid lane. Now the map's getting smaller and smaller. Once again, there's the grand entrance. Deft not going to be able to get out of the way of this one, and we've seen this before from Deft. Just a little bit too far up on his own.
Yeah, the QSS just does nothing, you know, with this particular Wombo engage. So much range with the Fate's Call as well. Matt will probably get a kill on Lava.
Yeah, Dominus should tick down.
That AoE is trolling him really hard,
yeah,
but gets the kill anyway.
It's going to be it. Okay, Songyun trying to get out of the way of the Chaos Storm. Doesn't look like it's doing any damage at all. So thankfully it is a 1-for-1 in the end. Def just doesn't seem to be able to do anything unless he has a flash up. And even then, looks pretty difficult.
Just doesn't have the control around that area to be able to respect as long range and as deadly engage as the Fate's Call and Rakan duo is proving. It's a lot of interesting Kalista duos so far. So the Tarek one pulled off to a great display in earlier series by BBQ.
Yeah, that was very cool. This one actually is turning into one of my favorites, Papa Smithy, because that Fate's Call Grand Entrance, it feels like...
Are they still there? Let's toggle that vision. There it is.
Oh dear. That is 4 versus 1. You killed our new guy! See, this is... The bullies don't always win, Papa Smithy.
I did mention the score never wins, and, well, it seems like it's generalizing to his whole team in just this single series. Atlas is sucked into a bad spot there, is really the only way you could put it.
Yeah.
Snap thought he was getting in to get a free wave. Ended up 4 members converging on his spot, and all KT can be happy about is that there's only 3 easy objectives for ROX Tigers to pick up with this Baron buff. They give up another one. Probably going to be the base, probably going to be the series, and then you really do start putting the magnifying glass on KT Rolster.
Yeah, especially after what was such an impressive Game 1, an impressive beginning of Game 2, an impressive beginning of Game 3. And everything fell apart there. We are still very even on gold, so nothing over just yet, but it just feels like ROX have the answers to what KT are trying to do. This composition just looks like it can get kills when it wants to.
And the bot lane has been outstanding this series, specifically yes. Songyun and Key in Game 2 and 3 are where they're getting these advantages, because it's not Lava. Lava is, if anything, a safer version of Mickey, going basically tank Syndra with a build like this, not dying, but being more reliable than Mickey can be up and down. Linderong has been just fine. The ultimates have been good from Shen, but been Flame Horizon and then some. Just making it work with Songyun and Key, making good decision after good decision. Key finding every initiation combo as clean as can be. Feels like all that optimism about KT from their flowing victory in Game 1 is kind of gone.
It is. Songyun as well has been such a benefactor of all of this. 4-1-3 in a game with 8 kills for the Tigers. He's got his 3 items completed, as well as a luxury Zeal going towards a Phantom Dancer, understandably. Last game was anything to tell us about it. Still has his brown bags, just doesn't seem too worried about needing to move too fast.
I mean, who's going to get to him? You know, it's not that kind of comp, right? At least he's not going to be skipping past the front line. Varus, Victor, and Renekton mostly going to be playing front to back.
Okay, Lava potentially in trouble, as Deft is going to at least get himself out of death range, and Lava is going to be punished once again. Can KT get any more from this? Def desperately tries to lifesteal back up. Ocean Drake being utilized there as well.
Didn't ult, which I don't know if that would have saved him, but certainly would have come close. Gonna be mid lane turret, so one against the flowers. Here's Smeb.
Yeah, Songwon is going to be able to at least get himself out of the way, and there finally comes the ult, but is it going to be enough? There's Fate's call, as Key's going to be able to get himself out. This could be a snowball of 2 turrets for KT, pushing themselves ahead in gold, and finally showing signs of life. This is what we wanted to see from this team, and can they snowball it into a Baron is the question.
Big mistake from Lava, walking up, had flash, had cleanse, couldn't get his way out. No ultimate from Linderung. Only reason the ult completes is because of the Fate's call. They can turn on to Baron here. Sungwon is still alive though. It's risky.
Yeah, Pawn said they're going to turn this one immediately around. Good immediate kick from Songwon. Gets Smeb out of the way, and he needed that flash to get on top of this Kalista. Songwon, the great escape, successful.
So many flashes used for no gain, and they turn off Baron. Now the respawn is there. Linderung already in the mid lane. KT made an early call to turn, but so many summoners left on the ROX Tigers, it fails.
Okay, Pawn, he's looking for it. In goes the gravity field, but Deathray is only going to get a bit of chip damage. The shoe is now on the other foot. ROX Tigers now with their full roster here. Should be able to get this one happening. Can KT push up that mid lane fast enough, threaten an inhibitor while they're taking down this Baron? But there's no vision.
Control wards put down. Means they have all these question marks is Key. This time...
Yeah, quickness was actually utilized there as well. So Key not going to have that big engage opportunity, and this means ROX are going to turn away. They put so much value in Key's engage.
And using it there is a big problem because Key had flash up and Deft had no summoners. So it would have been basically guaranteed pick onto Varus in a team fight, but now it's a bit more of a question mark. Minions are dealing with the inhibitor turret and bot side, should take it down. It'll be close.
It'll be very close, as the Baron has been at least seen to here. Smeb gets himself over the side as vision now cleared for KT, and they're sacking their bottom inhibitor turret. That is going to bounce back, but it goes down extraordinarily low. Smeb up here, there's the Fate's call. Now they're going for it. They want to take down Def, but he gets himself out of the way. Mata is going to be the one falling low. Great Glacial Fissure before he falls. Has now scored. He's been stunned up. That's the kick back onto Smeb, and he's being kited to death. Pawn, he's just going to head into the mid lane. He's clearing out that turret. And they saw that, and they said, well, I guess we'll take a Baron, and we'll see whether we actually lose this inhibitor. They're going to. I don't know whether that's necessarily worth it.
Big wonder now, actually, because there is a lot of stall on KT's side. They have mixed damage line wave clear, and there is no guarantee that ROX Tigers will pick up a inhibitor of their own during the Baron buff duration. So let's watch the replay and more of a focus on the minimap, because as the call, they see Victor pushing in onto the inhibitor, and instantly Engage comes out. Also Stand United, Shen was going there to wave clear against the Victor. At this point, it seems like KT know they're going to get a trade of some sort. Such an intriguing trade. In previous metas especially, if you ask me the question, Baron buff for inhibitor, is it worth it? I would say no. I would take the inhibitor and the guarantee that gives you as a site to continue to fight around when it respawns. But ROX have pretty damn wombo engage. We've seen it so many times with the Fate's call into the quickness and also the grand entrance. It won't be with flash, but ROX Tigers, they dive at Victor and Varus. If Victor and Varus are ever on the same pixel or next to each other, you get both of those in the engage, you win a team fight.
You win, you do. You most certainly do, because Smeb then just gets kited. He's about to finish off his 6th item. This guy is a gigantic amount of CS ahead, to the tune of about 130. But it all feels like it doesn't matter. If he can't use those items to hit the opponents that he wants to hit, then honestly he can't utilize any effectiveness of this at all. He's going to have to split push. He's going to have to create pressure elsewhere on this map. Now ROX are pushing Baron minions towards this very, very low inhibitor turret.
And he has to be grouped. He can't be making decisions. As Renekton, you want to teleport behind, walk up to the AD carry, use everything and almost kill him. When you're against this engage and a Baron buff, you need to be there to occupy space because there's no time for you to teleport in. Your carries will die during that duration. ROX play the map smartly, usher in a minion wave in mid lane, break that. 2,000 gold lead's not massive, but the Infernal Drake means the Tigers are just a step ahead of KT Rolster.
Yeah, they're feeling very, very good, and also they're just feeling like the team that has the mentality to win this game. It's just how it is feeling at this particular stage. Korn does a heck of a lot of damage.
They're sitting on a lot of gold, actually about 7,000, so gold's basically even between the two.
Yeah.
Freshly shopped to KT, Sungwon. The rest of ROX Tigers sitting on over 1,000 apart from Key.
This is one of the things that can be dangerous about Kalista, is the fact that you don't have a lot of range, so sieging these turrets is difficult.
You can tell that given how low the health bar is on the turret. It's almost gone, but they've been denied for 2 minion waves, 2 Baron buff minion waves as well. What will KT do? Will they be able to force something? For now, they're tending towards moving back.
Yep, this tower is going to fall down. Key was looking for some sort of engagement as the snare does come in. Redemption.
Very early
Redemption.
Redemption.
Yeah.
Wasn't the best use of Redemption there.
Okay, that's going to be the engage onto Pawn. Still not dead just yet, though, and he can put down his buttons, at least in this team fight. Score grabs one back, but that's soon immediately taken down. Deft is going to be destroyed. It's a double kill. And can the ROX Tigers take the game right here? That's the ace, and they only lose Lava. Inhibitor will fall. There's still a Baron buff, and that is the comeback victory for the ROX Tigers.
The ROX Tigers reverse sweep KT Rolster just like SKT did earlier this week. We wondered, could KT come back? Would their mentality be broken? Game 1, emphatic yes, they can come back. But then over the course of the series, the same eerie problems for KT Rolster that infested them in spring, infest them in summer. And on the debut of Lava, you see the celebrations. They are still right down in the middle of the pack, but they are separating themselves from the bottom, and they have got a famous scalp on this day.
Oh, it's just incredible play from these guys. The bottom lane have looked incredibly good. The Rakan coming out from Key, his prior performance as well was absolutely fantastic. The Braum that he picked up in game number 2. This is a ROX Tigers that I wanted to see, and maybe with Mickey it was a too many chefs in the kitchen type situation. Maybe having too many big players isn't what you necessarily want, and they needed a role player like what Lava provided.
And that is what this series suggests. We don't know for the long haul if that is true. Lava did not have a great series. For a debuts, it was a middle-of-the-road one, but he looked like a role player, and that seemed to be all they needed because Sungyun and Key ran wild, knowing their mid lane would largely be thinking about wave clearing. Took Syndra into Victor, still wave cleared. Victor got a free lane. It didn't matter in the end. The Rakan draft was super strong in this game, and you look at the side of KT, Victor Varus, very similar identity of champion, taking the same round. He said, thank you very much, took Rakan, and basically solo answered both of them. We're going to see a replay of this final fight. Went just straight onto the Victor. Victor and Varus, whichever one he went on to, did so much work, and he actually held on to the quickness. That was just the Fates Call grand entrance, then quickness onto Deft. With all that disarray in the backline, it was a frontline Sungyun in melee range, might as well be said in this team fight. Cleaning up, and perfect team fight from the ROX Tigers. Not something you could say very often in the Mickey iteration. Beautiful stuff from them, and well-deserved series victory.
Yeah, and Sungyun with the most aggressive flash I have ever seen to get the double reset on the Rend as well. Man, this ROX Tigers lineup looks fantastic when that pick comes through. It's interesting that it wasn't banned away, but also fantastic by the ROX Tigers to identify that as being their key to victory. Oh, God, again. Because it unlocks Key. Oh, God. Oh,
got anything else to say, Atlas?
No, I'm done.
Here's what I'll say about Key. Game 1, best player on the Blitzcrank. Game 2, MVP also. Game 3, the Rakan. Actually keeping counterpick on the red side for support. Won them the game because Rakan was unique. I don't even think Alistair could have done the same dives that he was making on the Rakan. Deft twice. Not knowing what to do. First time with flash up, second time with flash down. Just getting owned by the engage from the grand entrance and quickness. With Linderong, with Shy, they beat KT Rolster. And now KT Rolster, they still have one more series before the end of the week. I believe they still have one more. I have to actually check the data, but you know, they go into Rift Rivals. We thought the queries would be with MVP, and suddenly, not that sure about KT Rolster either. That will be the final game for KT before they go to Rift Rivals.
Oh my goodness, it's not a great story, but if KT can have a good performance overseas, that could reignite them.
Deft didn't really do any damage at all on Varus.
No.
Varus always king of damage, but...
Hey, not so much the auto attack build. He used to be the king of the damage. And Key, the back-to-back MVPs, 1-1-13. Unfortunately, he actually died in this game. Didn't die in the last one, but 93% kill contribution.
This is the key.
This is the two supports.
This is the key that everyone was tilted, that we were missing out on in LCK Spring 2016 after they won an ESC Ever, was going to go to IEM. They had already won Kesper Cup, and we're like, Key is a god, is Bard, he looks so good. And then we never saw that Key, because he came in, Ever looked like very much a middle-of-the-pack team. He came onto ROX Tigers. It was a disengaged support, lane-focused Lulu, Zyra meta. He gets to play engage. And Sungyun and Key are on another level in this series. Insane wombos. Deathbound wanting time after time. This was sick stuff. Even the Shen being able to submarine, or just even more conspicuous than the submarine, jump onto the Rakan engage. Double grand entrance during this particular chase. They looked fantastic. They looked like world beaters as a duo lane.
Yeah, they looked absolutely fantastic. And Roxy, used to it being a name you associate with victory earlier on. Last season wasn't quite as much, although it did feel a bit better than the beginning. Like maybe second round robin is the time for the ROX Tigers, because this is a way to re-debut into the LCK with a new roster.
It's definitely the sort of series where Smeb will hold up his hands and say, guys, I did my best. Game 3, got a Flame Horizon and a half, but just meant so little, because when ROX made engages, they just strapped Shen on whoever was going in. It worked out, and members kept falling. That's what happens when you draft Varus and Victor, because both of them are so weak to gap close, and Rakan is a gap close machine.
Yeah, and it just feels like Deft, if the mentality isn't there, the communication falls apart. He doesn't find his way back into these games, but to go up against this bottom lane that has been on such a tear over the last couple of games, it is very, very difficult. But now we're going to have the MVP interview. It's just with Key, and here's Steve. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Papa Atlas, for a great cast for today's match. And this is Steven for the translation. And we're moving into the booth with the winner of today's match, ROX Tigers. Reverse sweep against KT Rolster by 2-1 score, and the solo MVP will be Key. First of all, it's your first game in the second round, and you guys beat against KT, and how do you feel? And then Key's like, I can't express with the word, because I was very, very shattering after the game. I was very shocked. And Cloud Temple said you had a lot of thumbs up after the game. Everyone was very happy and excited. And then Key said that we're very happy to win against one of the strongest team in the LCK. And then Cloud Templar is saying that Sangyun shout out, why am I not the MVP? And then Key said that probably second game Sangyun probably get MVP, but I think I did much better on the third game, and I'm really happy with it. Dangun said that. So basically you're saying that second game probably Sangyun, but the third game is totally you, right? And then Key saying that Sangyun did really good, but the main part, what I did, was the best thing that happened in the game. And then now Dangun is mentioning about a new mid lane for the ROX Tigers Lava. And then Key is saying that there are a lot of gank toward the Lava, because he was used to be an amateur, but I think he went through pretty well, although he got a lot of gank. He was very holding up throughout the game, so I think he did a really great job. And then Cloud Templar is saying that although you guys lost the first game, you did a really great job on Blitzcrank. So what kind of feedback were going on after losing the first game? And then Key saying that, well, after the first game, I think my Blitzcrank grab was pretty good, and I think today's the day we're gonna win totally, because I had a very great condition. So, and then the second and third game, while we had a ban pick, we picked all the picks that we liked, and that really worked out really well throughout the game. And now the Dangun's talking about the bans and pick, and Key is saying that overall our coach did a really great job on helping us out with the bans and picks. So I think the coach were really great.
And then Cloud Temper said, although you guys have trouble with the jungle and the mid lane, but the bottom lane were very perfect and doing very well on the overall game. So what do you think about that? And Key is saying that the one of the most part that we start to winning the bottom lane was getting that Tam Kench when the jungler came. And then the Dangun says also this part was really important part. And Key is saying that there's no other champions that can really get to the Kalistar. And also he said we're kind of lucky at that point. And Cloud Temper's talking about the Lindarang and Shai's coming out. They're actually changed in the first, second, and the third set. So what kind of change? Why those kind of changes were made? And Key's like the when Linder making a wrong order, Shai's the part that makes the break for the team. And actually those change, I cannot say anything about that because the coach made, that was a coach decision. And now Dangun said we want to talk about the third set and you play Rakan. Is it you play Rakan because you had a great performance today? And then the Key saying that while we're having Scream, the opponent using Rakan and we couldn't play against, like I mean it's unstoppable. That's why I picked Rakan to play against the strong team. And Dangun saying that in the third game, Sangyun decided to pick Kalistar really quickly. What was the reason? And then Key saying that after the second game, the Sangyun spoke to the team that Kalistar the winning pick for today's match, and we should definitely pick the Kalistar. And he's playing really great. That's what's spoken by Key. And Cloud Templar said also the third game wasn't that easy from the beginning. Well, but Key's saying that throughout the game we have shown a lot of great team fight. Those kind of situation really solved out the problem overall. And then Dangun saying that in the third game, it's not that easy for Rakan to actually going inside the team fight, but you did really great job on that. And then he's saying that there were the inhibitor turret, the health itself is very low, and then after we break down, I decide to go in. And then if we go in and use that grand entrance toward the AD carry, it will be definitely, we're gonna get death. So that's why I decided to go in with the great entrance. A grand entrance, sorry. And Cloud Temper is saying that when you use the skill, the opponent used flash and then they tried to get the Songhwan, but Songhwan actually used Lee Sin very well to avoid out. And then he's saying that, well, it was kind of also lucky, but I think he used skill very well. And now Dangun is saying that when we think about the ROX Tigers more showing the better performance compared to the first round. For example, in even the spring season. And he is saying that I'm kind of aware of that, those kind of tension, but we're always saying that we should do best in every game. And then Dangun is saying that that's one of the unique part of the ROX Tigers. And Cloud Temper said, what if you want to give MVP point to someone? And then he said, definitely my bro Sangyun, my mate. That's what he's saying. And now Dangun saying there is a very happy start for ROX Tiger for the second round. And any message to your fans and your more a message for the second round. And Key said, I'm really happy to start the second round with winning against KT. And then he's saying that during the Rift Rival season, we have a lot of long break time, so we're gonna practice really hard and come back with this second game.
So that's it for today's interview, and back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Stephen. And an unexpected victory for the ROX Tigers, but an impressive one nonetheless. And that bottom lane, honestly, Key explained it all, but I still feel like that is something that needs to be addressed. That was too good out of the Kalista Rakan.
Absolutely, the gulf between the bot lanes in Game 2 and Game 3, and specifically Def's struggles, again, as the series has gone on, were pretty clear for everyone to see, and it throws the rankings into a bit of disarray. Longzhu with a victory will actually go ahead of KT Rolster. They had a win later this week, and the ROX Tigers distance themselves from MVP, and certainly from Everate and BBQ. 4-match wins, potentially a late charge towards playoffs. That's what they did after IEM, which was around the same time, of course. They made that gallop, finished 6th, and look, will they finish in the top 5? It's seeming unlikely, but a performance like that gives you confidence to open up the second round robin, which is looking like it'll be a lot more kind to the ROX Tigers than the first.
Yeah, it's looking like a difficult one for KT, but ROX feeling a lot better, because as soon as you take victories off that top side, it's no longer this step that you've got.
And I like it because they'd already beaten the 3 teams below them. Now they're actually getting wins over the top, so you can already pencil in 7, 8 wins. Things go different now. We have a great match day in just a couple of days. Freak of Freaks versus Longzhu. Longzhu wanting to go up to 3rd with a victory.
Yeah, they can certainly do that. Then Jin Air to try and get some revenge against Samsung in the second round robin. It's a difficult start for Jin Air, but last time they started with a loss against our bottom tier team. We'll see whether they can change it with a win over the top tier.
Yeah, Samsung definitely also want to pile on the win, stay ahead of SK Telecom. It will be in action in our second match. This will be over at Sunday at the Gangnam Stadium. SKT versus MVP. MVP coming off a win for the first time in a while. BBQ versus Everate. Someone has to move up and pick up more of those match wins. So a lot of shuffles happening this week, and going to be fun to watch that Samsung and SKT battle on the same score, barring head-to-head. Samsung basically feel like, hey, we need to get 2 zeros every time out, and then just hope that SKT falter somewhere, because even a reverse matchup against SKT looking more and more tricky.
Yeah, it most certainly is. MVP, I mean, last time MVP faced off against SKT, it was just the failing of closing that series out that MVP got to, so maybe they can surprise.
Maybe.
Everate looking to try and clamber over BBQ Olivers for another victory for them. It seems like this vying to get out of bottom place is
it's all a league.
about,
we're all moving up and down, and right now, KT, they're moving down.
They are moving down, but ladies and gentlemen, that is going to mean we're moving out. We'll see you next time.
this heart.